Absolutely, Hazel, and there's nothing like a World Championship final. And what a matchup we've got. Pictures taken with the trophy. And that is what these next 2 days is all about.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. The first frame, Ronnie O'Sullivan to break.
So it's Ronnie O'Sullivan who is going to get this final underway.
Yeah, John, since I retired, many people ask if I missed the game. I missed this.
Put the cameras away now, please.
This is when you want to be playing snooker. This is the ultimate.
Yeah, good handshake between the two. So we'll have a look at the tournament stats. 90% pot success for Mark Selby, 93% for Ronnie. That's very good. Long pot success, once again favouring Ronnie. That's a good percentage, that 72%. 63 is about right for me. And the safety. Well, there Mark Selby just has the edge, but I think even that is a little bit low. I think you want to be up 85, 90% safety. And the high break. Nothing much to choose between, and of course a high break only wins you one frame. Big day, of course, for the referee, Brendan Moore, Sheffield born and bred. First World Championship final. And his father, Derek. Wife Sharon and Caitlin and Sophie here to witness, and I bet they're very proud. He'll have to keep his wits about him. He needs just as much concentration as the players. That's about all that Mark could do with that shot. Couldn't play safe and possibly leave that red. I don't know whether it'll tempt Ronnie. There is a possibility this red in the open to go into the right middle, but early days you usually find it a little bit cagey at the start. A little bit thin on that, a little bit pacey. But maybe nothing to tempt Ronnie. And as we say, 38 years this World Championship has been, and this is when he was introduced, and he got a standing ovation. Look what it meant to him. Emotional. Ronnie not tempted by that red. And played a nice safety shot. It's very difficult here to play safe off the red that's close to the right-hand cushion. So close, you'd probably get a double kiss. So playing off the main cluster, he's going to open a few, so needs to have a good cue ball. A bit thick.
Yeah, John Parrott mentioned before about how he lost the first session in the Masters final 7-1, Mark Selby. This first session is crucial. But I just get the feeling he's been dying to get another shot at Sullivan after that final. But 4 sessions, you don't see Ronnie Sullivan lose many sessions at the World Championship, so he's going to have to be at his best, Selby, in this final.
Once again, a thick safety. He got away with the last one, and it doesn't appear he's left one here either.
in the table was recovered after the semi-finals. New cushions, new cloth, so it might take them a few shots each just to get the pace of the table. You see the table fitters hard at work late last night, getting the table ready for the final.
Well, this time, too thin. So, just not settled yet, Mark. Yeah, we go back to the Masters, because of course that was their last big meeting, and Mark knows, and I don't think he'll really be comfortable in this match, Stephen, until he gets that first frame on the board. And he'd love it to be the first frame.
Yeah, and that's why Ronnie's two previous matches, 6-2 up against Murphy, 6-2 up against Hawkins, when I commentate, the match was virtually over because he just doesn't lose many sessions.
Yeah, the only time he's really been put under any pressure was by Joe Perry, and Joe Perry, funnily enough, won the first session of... They played 8 frames and Joe led 5-3, and it took a bit of time for Ronnie to get that deficit back. No path back to the balk end that time. So just playing the containing safety. Thinks leaving the cue ball here. He's not left anything, but Ronnie having a close look here. But obviously, no pot on. Coming up to 6.5 minutes. As I say, it's usual this. Just a cagey start and just get your cue arm going. But at the moment, Ronnie's safety play is absolutely, it was perfect. And as I say, playing safe off this red, as close to the right hand cushion, is very, very dangerous if he tries to get back into balk. And he did get a slight double kiss, which is why he's catching the blue. First chance to Ronnie.
Yeah, not an easy chance, but a chance to stun off the cushion for the pink to the right corner. Yeah, hit that so well.
Excellent shot, but he's still got a bit of work to do here. I don't think this is a straightforward pot the red and be certain to be on the colour. He's got to try and avoid or judge the kiss off the second red.
8.
Just an inch or two further, he'd have been okay on this pink, but it was always going to be difficult to judge how the cue ball was going to get off the other reds. That's a tremendous shot. He made it look so easy, cueing down like that to control the cue ball
40.
Nicely on the next red. Well played.
$50.
Pink a bit tougher this time.
Yeah, I don't think position's automatic either. I think all these reds are to the left corner covering each other. So you might have to play this with a bit of pace, which makes it even more difficult.
Well, made it look very simple, didn't he?
21.
And he did play with that little bit of pace that Stephen suggested, and he's nicely on this red.
22.
Already, just in these few pots that he's played so far, he looks sharp already. Normally, or sometimes you don't get through the ball well until maybe the
28.
first, near the end of the first frame to second frame.
29.
But he's timing the ball well already.
Thank you. $35.
Still quite a few awkward balls before we can consider this a frame-winning opportunity.
36.
But you know, he's such a quick brain, Ronnie, that he can seize opportunities to bring balls into play. And of course, he earned himself this chance by playing excellent safety. He's a little bit disappointed with that one, though.
42.
He didn't want that cue ball tight against the cushion. Red's okay. Position could be a problem.
43.
Well, if he's the wrong side of the pink, he may have a problem getting the next red. Unless he plays for the one on the right-hand side of the table that's near the top cushion. Test the cue in this. Well, struck it beautifully. Now, has he got an angle on one of these reds?
49.
Straight on the one to the right corner, obviously. And you can't try and pinch a little bit of the pocket to get up for an easy pink here, so... Couldn't do much with the
50.
cue ball, but does the black go to the left corner? It does. Well, another excellent shot. And this next one could be the
57.
key to the frame, because in potting this red, he's going to have to screw into the three reds. If he finishes on a colour, these reds will be in play. Well, only one of them, but he'll settle
58.
for that nicely on the black. Quick glance at the scoreboard. This black will put him 65 points in front with just 75 remaining. So this black, one more red and a colour. What a start. Purposely going up for the one that was near the baulk pocket. And as long as he's got a slight angle.
65.
After this, any colour will put him in the snooker's required stage. Any colour.
66.
You can't start much better than this, Stephen, can you?
No, when he first came to the table at the start of this break, it certainly didn't look like there was a frame-winning opportunity on. He had a couple of nice flicks in the middle of it to land on pinks. But apart from that, it's been amazing cueing.
Just a little grimace there, because if he doesn't catch
69.
the pink, he'd have been on one of these reds along the top cushion. Cross double.
Ronnie O'Sullivan.
Just playing
69.
the safety. Doesn't want to give his opponent any table time. What a break that was. So 69 points the lead, 67 remaining. played that red into the middle, more or less as a shot for nothing. He's determined that he's not going to play any silly shots and give Mark Selby anything easy to get his arm going and start potting a few balls, trying to keep him cold. Well, Mark went for that red, missed it, and now a chance for Ronnie to keep Mark Selby in his seat.
1.
So there you see, 77 ahead, 59
8.
remaining. I don't think Mark Selby will bother coming back to the table. Unless it's for a bit of potting practice.
Ronnie O'Sullivan, 8. And the first frame.
And he does concede, so Ronnie didn't allow Mark Selby to pot a ball. And what a marvellous 69 break that was, created by his good safety. Mark Selby will have to do better in that department. The reigning champ, 1-0 in front.
We go.
Nice break-off shot. So Ronnie having a look at this red on the right-hand side of the table. He's just thinking if he played the pot and left it low, he could be on the black. And he also thought the only red he could possibly leave if he missed the pot was the one that he played. That seems to be the case. Always like this, keep his hands warm and a sip of hot water. They say it's good for the indigestion. That's a better safety from Mark Selby. I think he just swerved that slightly, which is why he's got it a fraction too thin, but I don't think he's left anything. Although Mark's just having a look at this red near the black. It does cut, it's a thin one, but maybe he feels as though he can get on a baulk colour, should it go in. And he's off the mark. But unfortunately, got too good a cue ball.
Mark Selby, 1.
Well, he's played a snooker, but he's not going to gain that much of an advantage from it. No problem just going into the pack.
Yeah, that's the line, unless he hit it too well. If he hits the wrong red and slips by them, he could leave something, and that is a careless mistake. I bet Ronnie can't believe he found that gap.
Oh, that was a poor shot. A huge target there. Again, maybe the new cloths and the cushions caught him out slightly. Slid more than he was expecting.
1.
So first real scoring opportunity for Mark Selby. He can play for a red to the same pocket here.
8.
Probably a little bit lower on this black than he would like, but he can get into the reds. Ooh, but don't miss the black.
Mark Selby, 9.
Does that black come to his rescue? I don't think so. That red still goes to the right middle. I was just going to say, Stephen, the one thing you've got to avoid doing, and particularly early on in the match, is miss easy balls when you're in.
Yeah, I was just going to say that, John. I know we're only in the second frame of a 35-frame final, but it cannot be given Ronnie more confidence than obviously he already has. And nothing gives you confidence as when your opponent misses easy balls.
Once again, beautiful control of the cue ball. They'll be looking to leave a half ball black. There's a few loose reds to play on, but he liked the black back on its spot.
Four.
Another beautifully played positional shot.
11.
Absolutely inch perfect. Coming round off 2 cushions with a trace aside like that, and as I say, to the inch.
Twelve.
Immediately,
90.
he spotted this plant. That's what I say about Ronnie, you know, he's got everything. He just keeps looking at the packs, seeing what's available, trying to make things easier for himself. But even for the maestro, when you go into a cluster,
27.
you always need a bit of luck. And that one hasn't worked out.
Ronnie O'Sullivan, 27.
Well, I'll be disappointed with this split that he played. Just wanted to miss that red. If he'd have caught the other one, he'd have kicked a few open and it'd have released the cue ball. But unlike Ronnie, in this tournament so far, Stephen, when he has run out of position, had an easy safety shot to play, he's usually made it count. He's not made this one count.
No, he's left Mark with a pot to the left corner. He's got to get it, though, because if he doesn't, he's going to be leaving the red that's to the right of the pink, to the left centre. So there's a bit of pressure on this. Well, they played it in such a way to get the white further down the table, but the red he played was always going to be a danger as well. So, just worrying signs at the minute. I know it's very early again, but you can't afford to let Ronnie dictate these first 4 frames.
One.
And also John sitting in his chair, Mark Selby, hard not to let his mind drift back to that Masters final.
Absolutely.
8.
And sometimes you can get a feeling when you're playing someone like Ronnie that you've got to play your absolute best. It's pressure on you to not miss a ball, and even that can have an effect on you.
9.
And as I say, I don't think he'll really relax Mark Selby until he gets that frame on the scoreboard, and he'd want to get it sooner rather than later. You just get the feeling that the second frame has gone. I'd be surprised if Ronnie didn't get enough here. 33 ahead,
60.
75 remaining. 4 of these remaining reds required.
17.
Ronnie just having a look. He thought the pink didn't go on its spot.
Double check here, but it goes on either. Yeah.
Yeah, the referee convinced that it does go on. There's 2 reds in possible positions.
23.
So Ronnie a little bit surprised. I'm not certain what was going on there. But he's still got 2 reds in the open, and these 2 reds with high value colours will put him in the
24.
snooker's required stage. This was Ronnie trying to get a look as to where he's
31.
putting the pink. He couldn't believe it went on the spot, but it did. So this blue,
32.
and he'll put him 54 points in front with just 51 remaining. Well, these reds are obviously a plant to the left corner. So it didn't matter about the
37.
pink going on its spot. Oh, well. He'll kick
Ronnie
himself
O'Sullivan.
there.
37.
He will be kicking himself. It looked a dead set plan. I don't know why he needed to play it so hard. But Mark Selby now, just a bit of a bounce, trying to force the cue ball over. 1 snooker needed. It's not impossible. In it goes. Needs a bounce though. Ideally, in an ideal world, you'd pot the black, play the red on the left-hand side, followed by a black, and then play a snooker behind the pink off the red just below the pink. But is that still a possibility?
I think I'd like to put a little cannon on that red. No, he's not. Just to loosen it a little bit. I don't think it was that straightforward if the red's touching the pink to lay a snooker. I'd been trying to maybe catch the edge of that red there off the black. But he obviously wanted to make sure he didn't miss the black.
Oh, he's got to bounce again. Well, he's got
9.
to pot the black in the middle pocket. So Ronnie made a mistake then, has given him half a chance. This black needs to go in. It looks like it's there. Good shot. Unfortunately, the easy snooker behind the pink is not on. That cue ball needed to be
60.
on the right-hand side of the table. But that pot on the black keeps him in with a slim chance.
Mark Selby. 16.
And Mark
Frame
puts his
conceded,
hand up
frame.
and says to Ronnie, that's enough for me if it's all right with you. And Ronnie gratefully receives it. Give him half a chance there, but just couldn't control the cue ball. 2-0, Ronnie O'Sullivan.
Always surprising me, John. Ronnie breaks off left-handed. He's so good. Plays every shot. Why can't he break off right-handed?
Well, what he explained to me was that he feels, and when he breaks off left-handed, he's playing it with right-hand side, and he said, I just feel that when I play it left-handed, I seem to get better reaction, and he believes that you've got to be a foot this side of the baulk line to find the baulk cushion and use the green as a blocker. Another weak safety shot from Mark. This will not do.
It goes back to his chair, Mark Selby. He'll be annoyed. He'll know more than anyone what a good start meant today. And Ronnie might take the opportunity to go straight into the bunch here. And played the more conservative shot. I suppose the black's blocked up, so that's why he didn't take that risk. That was nicely controlled. Now obviously looking for a nice angle in the blue
3.
to go into the pack.
Four.
And if he picked a white up with his hand, he couldn't put it in a better place. So straight into the pink here. Doesn't want to catch the pink either side because he could go in off. Yeah, full in the face, perfect.
And you probably noticed, and there was every chance of it, released the black as well. That's why he played it with such pace, and you couldn't have played it any better than that. There we go. Right on the pink, holds a cue ball in the middle of the table, and as I say, also brought the black into play.
10.
I'll be a little bit annoyed with that. Played for the blue, overscrewed it somewhat.
Twelve.
Beautifully controlled again. That cue ball's on a piece of string at the moment. He could play for a red to the right corner, but then in doing that he'd be playing for the black. And the black at the moment I don't think goes on his own spot. He'd like to play the red that's occupying the black spot before he thinks about potting the black. But sometimes, the way the balls are dictates what you play.
Ninety. Okay. 20.
And now an opportunity to play on that red that's occupying the black spot. If he can hold the cue ball. He's had a look at the blue, but this pink is a lot easier pot. But got to do a little bit with the cue ball here. Held it beautifully.
26. Twenty-seven. 32. 33.
Just get the feeling he can run through. Knew he was going to nudge the red. But it's not done any harm.
39.
And he could play for the black this time.
$40. 47.
You see it, 47 ahead. 83 remaining. But looks like that poor safety shot from Mark
48.
Selby. It's going to cost him this third frame. He's not settled yet. Hardly played a decent safety, and this was the one. Caught it much too thick. And instead of reaching the baulk line, just reached the baulk cushion. He reached the baulk line and, of course, left the red on.
Yeah, it was interesting watching Mark Selby in his seat. His
55.
eyes were following Ronnie all the way around the table as he was walking around.
56.
It's almost as if he's been hypnotised. He needs to get his focus back in his own game, and quickly. This final could disappear this session.
63.
Just the red then.
64.
64 the lead. With just 59 remaining. Another frame has slipped by. He is introduced, Ronnie, as by Rob Walker. Blink and you'll miss it.
71. 72.
This is a sensational start. Just over 36 minutes. And 3 frames in the bag. Now, can you put the icing on the cake?
78.
And give this capacity crowd a
79.
century.
$86. 87. 94. 95.
Absolutely sensational. It really is. That's Ronnie's 11th century of the tournament, the 55th of the championship. And they wouldn't be played much better than that. Misses the yell, it doesn't matter. He gave the crowd what they come to see. A Ronnie O'Sullivan century in style. He leads 3-0. Mid-session interval after this frame. He'd love to take something back to the dressing room, Mark Selby, some positive. As we show you this wonderful arena. It really is theatre. And that's what they're playing for. The World Championship trophy. Tremendous long pot from Ronnie. Found a nice gap. And a lot will depend here as we watch the shot again. And look at the gap he found between the red and black. But he knew then that it was just a bit pacey. Maybe he thought he could get the cannon on the red near the black. It all depends on the angle on the brown as to whether he'll take the pot on or not. Slight angle. Well, that's the first spot I can remember him missing, really, when the frame was alive.
He won't play for the black off this red because the black won't spot, so just play for the brown. That was well struck. That'll give him confidence, just that one shot there. Hit that really well.
Five. Six.
Well, he's got the angle on the black just to play for the one open red. Normally we say go into the pack off the blue, but with that pin
13.
just being separated from the main bunch, it's not a straightforward one. He may play for a baulk colour here. Needs a good angle on the yellow.
40.
And he's not got it. If he'd have had an angle on the yellow, he could have played off the side cushion and come into the side of the cluster, but I don't see how he can bring reds into play here.
Yeah, that's what happened when you're under pressure. You tend to concentrate more on just getting the pot and take your mind off the positional play. Whereas when you're full of confidence, it just comes naturally. This is a good effort, though.
Oh, well, he deserves it. He deserves it. He didn't hit them with great pace, but he hit them absolutely perfect.
$18.
And now going into the cluster, and he got a lovely line here just to catch the edge of the red. If it had caught the middle, nothing would have developed, and just enough pace to knock that red out. Superb shot. So in he goes. What's he on? He possibly, I was going to say possibly a red to the far right corner, but I think it's
25.
blocked by another red. It is. We just saw a glimpse of it there. Anything else to go at? That was the red he'd have hoped to be on, but that other red just went up the table and blocked the path to the pocket. And the fact he's looking at the baulk cushion for safety. Hit them very well. But that's always the problem. When you play that screw and it releases and it comes away from the red, but a little unlucky not to have the red to the far right corner.
Well, Selby, 25.
But at least he's got a foothold in the frame. And we've not been able to say that before. Well, is there a gap through the middle of these reds? Nah. No. You can't get through to that. You wouldn't expect Ronnie to fall for something like that. And he obviously took the cue ball to the right-hand side of the table. Knew the red wouldn't pass the yellow. It's not the most telling of safety shots, but it contains the situation. That's all he felt he could do. There's the average frame time so far for the first 3 frames, 12.5 minutes. Well, I was going to say maybe Mark Selby can slow it down a bit now in this frame, but not after a pot like that.
Yeah, I suppose he's a little bit unlucky there, Mark, because he'd never left Ronnie an easy safety shot. He was forced into playing the pot. And now he's got it. And you would say it's not a clear cut frame winning chance, but a couple of shots time, that could all change. You would think brown, red, then a nice angle on green or yellow, and he'll be able to come off one cushion and go into the bunch.
And you can see Ronnie just looking where he likes to leave the cue ball for that shot that Stephen suggested. Yellow, side
6.
cushion and into the reds.
Yeah, and the reds are already loose, so you'd think virtually impossible to not be on one.
Well, I know you've won 7 world titles, Stephen, and it must be a great feeling for Ronnie when you know you've come out, you're hitting the ball well, like you did over the years. You know, what a feeling when you're full of confidence like this.
Yeah, and also a feeling, you know, we talked about the intimidation he's got over other players. It's a great feeling when you think that they can't beat you.
9.
So Mark Selby. Oh, was that nestled on the other one? Is he not on it? Has he let it slip?
16.
Mark Selby, see a light at the end of this tunnel?
Well, that's very rare. You see a little careless shot from Ronnie. That will annoy him.
It is now? Yeah, because it wasn't when we both looked. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, so I'm going to move it back then. Yeah, OK.
So apparently it wasn't touching when Ronnie first went to the table and the referee. Okay. But Ronnie, he's just sizing it up. But Ronnie did say to the referee, Brendan Moore, he said, I know I can't get through to the red. He said, but... And listen, if it was touching, it'd favour Ronnie. It'd make this safety shot a lot easier, so... He's been very sporting here, Ronnie. But he'll be disappointed. He's not made the most of this opportunity. And Mark Selby, for once, will be very relieved.
Ronnie O'Sullivan, 16.
Now is this red to the left corner. Got a nice angle to follow through of 2 cushions for the black. Needs good cueing. You think if he misses it, it'll cost him the frame, so big shot.
Long way out, it has to be said. A long way out.
And that's just purely the pressure that's been put on him.
One.
Whereas the red, the one closest to the black in the middle of the table that you'd think Ronnie could play and get on with no problem whatsoever. Played it nicely.
3. Four.
Just didn't catch that red as he would like. Is there a bonus? Second prize, the red closest to the pink goes to the right middle.
11.
Because he's not perfect on the red to the right corner. Well, it looks as though it might just go. It's very tight though. I'll be a bit careful where the cue ball goes here. And he's missed the red, and
Ronnie,
it's just that little cannon. That's 2
11.
little cannons now he's played, and they've gone the other way. They've not worked out as planned.
Yeah, I think the first one that he missed, he's maybe overcompensated just a little bit. That one, the cue balls, he's let the cue ball drift a bit further left than he wanted. So another chance for Mark.
Good solid pot, and nicely on the brown. And the most difficult red is the one that's near the left-hand cushion, because I'm certain once that
5.
red in the middle of the table, the one that's free is potted. The one just below the pink will go. Certainly into the left corner.
6.
So this is as good a chance as he's had. Played that well.
Yeah, that was a great shot. Really was.
13.
That's so important, this visit, just for his own self-confidence and belief in this final. Is he planning to take the red off the cushion here? No, he did have an angle.
Well,
40.
his heart must have been in his mouth. Well, playing the pink, this brings this red into the open. And that didn't wobble, that was straight in the pocket. But this one, any harder, it doesn't go in.
20. $21.
So the pink will put him 24 points in front, so needs this last red and a colour. Needs this cue ball to just bounce a little. He'd like to have bounced a little bit more.
27.
Big shot. Yeah, well done.
Thank you.
And you could like to have the cue ball
28.
travel maybe another couple of inches. Still should get this black, but there's pressure and everything at the moment.
This black took 32 points in front with just 27 remaining. Well played. Let's rely
35.
a little bit on Ronnie's mistakes, but 2 snookers needed now for Ronnie. And that will mean that Ronnie won't bother coming back to the table, so Mark Selby will go to the mid-session interval with a frame on the scoreboard. Won't matter
Mark
about
Selby,
the green, I'm sure.
37.
Well, Ronnie just having a look at the situation. And not like Ronnie to play on in these situations. 3 snookers needed, but... not going to give anything away easy in this first session of the final. He knows how important it is, and he'll be a little bit annoyed, Ronnie. He's had 3 opportunities in this frame and didn't make the most of them.
Thank you. 3.
And that will be enough. Yes, Ronnie nods the referee. That's the first frame on the scoreboard for Mark Selby. With mighty relief going to his dressing room. Ronnie O'Sullivan, though, in fine form. And he may be a little bit disappointed. It's only 3-1.
Thank you, frame 5.
Very good afternoon, Hazel.
Ronnie O'Sullivan to break.
So Ronnie gets this first frame after the mid-session interval underway. You see, haven't even been playing for an hour. And there's the average frame time, under 14 minutes, and it was so important for Mark Selby to take that last frame. Ronnie at 94%. He's just been under-hitting some of his safety shots, you know, in the first 4 frames. He hasn't been finding the ball cushion. He normally does that.
One of the key stats there, the Dennis Viz's pot success rate down at 84%. I mean, last night in the whole match, with the 4 sessions he played against Robertson, it was over 90% for the whole match. So that, for me, is the key. He's missed a few pots today. As you rightly say, his safety has not been of a great length. And once again, it's not the best safety shot he's ever played. He's left it well short.
Yeah, we all thought that semi-final would take a lot out of Mark, but he's quite a fit lad, and he was around the hotel this morning and he looked pretty fresh after that terrific win against Neil Robertson. That's okay. Still pretty safe, even though he caught that jaw of the middle pocket.
If it misses the yellow, which it hasn't done, it was a better weight. And the only red one you can see is the one on the cushion. You never know with Ronnie, he might try to pot this and screw back into baulk. Looking at the one cushion escape just below the pink. Perhaps just can't see enough to try and get, as long as you get the jaws, or well, he's not playing, he's just resting into the pack.
That's not what he wanted. He might be okay though. Two reds that are near the black spot, not available, but he's looked at the one that's just to the left of the white, and it obviously is too thin, but the one just behind those two could possibly take this on as a shot to nothing. He'll be running back up the table. Well, he's caught the jaws in the middle pocket again. So instead of it being a shot to nothing, all of a sudden he's let Ronnie in. He risked that because the black was over the pocket. He thought, if I can pot this and get a safety shot at the same time, I'd have a chance at the black, but he got pretty close to the pot. That's why it stayed in the jaws of the pocket. But it's still not straightforward.
Yes, I haven't got an angle on this red to be able to stun across the table and kiss the two reds away from the black spot. That's what he'd like to do, but the red's a little bit straight. Pink's available into the middle, so probably would like to get the pink first rather than tie the black up.
One.
Yeah, I think the black is going to be tied up, but in a couple of shots' time, he could get himself into position to bring it back into play. Not going to be easy from here, though, unless the black goes. If the black pots in this
8.
left corner pocket, he can screw into the pack, move a few, but you can see the black doesn't pot there. So that was never going to be easy.
9.
Faced with a very tricky pink. See, the red above the black pots into the right corner, but he can't get himself into position to get on that and then just nudge the red away from the black. That's what his plan was, but he's not in the correct position to get on that red. Possible pot into the middle pocket. Brendan Moore will just check as we show you the pink going in. The pink spot is not available, so the highest available spot on this occasion
50.
is the yellow. But there is a red to the middle, and if it's straight, he can take it on. He's running into the other reds. But with the red up the other end of the table, it's not an easy situation, this. Very little available to Ronnie here.
Ronnie O'Sullivan, 50.
I'm not sure if Mark, as he looks at the reds around the black, he might take the one up near the yellow. If he hits the cushion first and catches it correct, he'll send the red back up the table and a chance. That's what he's looking at there, a chance to get in behind the yellow, but he'd have to be very precise with that. If he doesn't catch it correct, he could send the red into the brown or into the yellow and pink. So he's putting the side. Look where he's hitting the cue ball. Yeah, played it well. Just have a look where he's hitting this here. Out on the extreme right to create the side.
That's the loose safety shot from Ronnie. If it just drifts by the green, which it has done, there's plenty of room around the back of the black here, and these are just shots that Mark Selby normally knocks in kind of 9 out of 10, so he'll be taking this on. As he's coming around 2 cushions, just looking to see if the pink pots. If it doesn't, we know that the brown, yellow and green all pot in that left-hand corner. Just got to make sure he doesn't finish near the right-hand side cushion, having hit the first 2 cushions. There's the first 2. Just want to swing off this cushion a little bit. Has it gone too much? May have done.
He's pretty good at that type of shot. Now, can he get through to the potting angle of the yellow? He can.
Mark Selby, 1.
At first glance, I don't think he's done a lot of damage here. I think he took his eye off the pot, was concentrating on this cannon onto the reds here, but he didn't leave anything. And that's, well, I think the brown's okay. It's covering the one that he pushed towards the corner pocket, as you can see there. So that was a bit of a chance that Mark let slip. I was so impressed with him last night, watching him against Neil Robertson. The way he clinched the match was fabulous, because it was very difficult to pick a winner of that semi-final. But the way he closed the match out, you know, it was sensational, really.
Yes, and Neil Robertson will be sitting at home now wondering, you know, what happened, because he never played a bad shot, really, Neil Robertson. It was just a fabulous match, both players at the top of their form. It obviously has taken a little bit out of Mark, as you would expect, but just stay close this session if you can. If you can get out of this session no worse than 5-3, obviously there's loads of other results that could happen. He could still win the session, but 5-3 behind or 4-4, I'd be pretty happy after losing the 3 of the first 4 frames.
Now, has that red covered the red that's near the pocket? He played it in such a way that if he didn't get it behind the pink, the red would cover the red. And there you can clearly see he played that very nicely. And it's not an easy safety shot for Mark Selby here. Just looking to see if he could drop on the 2 reds near the blue. And I think the brown's in the way. That's what he's faced with there. You can only see the 2 reds, the right side of the table. If he hit cushion first there and got the red that's closest to the pocket and got the white somewhere near the tip of his cue. But that's a little dangerous, because there is a red available to the right middle pocket. So that's why he's having to give this plenty of thought. The reason he can't go over the right side of the table, I'll put the line up, that's what he'd like to do, but look, with the white, it would hit the brown. So the brown's in the way there, and that's why he's not considering that escape. But I think this first shot that I suggested, hitting the cushion first, he might just get away with this. There's the red that may go to the middle pocket, but has that red covered it? But he's purposely left this. He was in a bit of a hole there, Mark, and he thought, well, if he knocks this in the middle pocket, well and good, but I couldn't do much else. Well, it's worked. His plan worked there. He knew he was leaving a tempter. He thought long and hard before he played the escape mark, and it's worked to his advantage.
Yes, and the key thing here, he knows that Ronnie will be even more disappointed if Mark go on and win this frame, because Ronnie obviously should have won the fourth frame, which Mark pinched. Now all of a sudden we could be looking at a scoreline of 3-2. He's right back into this session.
Well, a shot I mentioned ages ago for Ronnie, Mark might be able to play now to get on the red there, just to the left of the 2, in such a way he could bring the black into play, and he's played it well. He can now pot that and flick the other red out of the way. That's if that red passes the black. I mean, I was never sure if it did, but if it does, it's going to open the game right up for him.
And there's the perfect picture, Dennis, of the shot you suggested, and he can play it. He doesn't mind if he gets on the blue here, just to get the blue out of the way as well, because that'll be causing a problem for the reds around the black spot area. Surprised me, that.
9.
No, it's okay, because he's looked at it. He can take the blue and that red will go. So that was the reason he chose not to cannon the red. So he spotted that blue that you mentioned, Willie.
Needs to get straightish on this red though, doesn't he? Doesn't want to be low. That's the problem ball out of the way.
40.
And now a chance to score quite heavily. Will it be heavy enough to close the gap to 1?
50. $22.
That's
23.
So much room. 2 inches shorter, 2 inches longer. The only thing you can't do is finish hampered. Well, you can't believe it, nor can we.
Mark Selby, 23.
That's a shame. He had a good chance there and just leaving himself awkward. He was only going to get the extra 7 points there. I mean, the ideal place would be to try and get in behind the yellow. I don't know if he can do that. He'd have to come off this red, and as long as he gets on the ball cushion, but well, that'll do nicely. Could be quite a tactical battle now with that black over the pocket. And gradually these reds may get pushed towards that black, and we could have a little bit of a stalemate.
We've already mentioned people have come from New Zealand to watch this fabulous championship. We've met the two people there. They've got tickets now for the final session. Poor safety shot from Ronnie. But here's a gentleman that's a really good player. The one on the right of those two is a fellow called Kenny Shea, and he's made 7 maximum breaks. He's a prolific century break player from Canada.
I think he knows we're talking about him now, Willie.
That might be to do with the earpiece then, Dennis.
Can Mark cut this in? Can he avoid the cannon? That's the thing. Oh, he needs to cover that. He needs the pink to come to his rescue, and it's going to. Kenny will be celebrating his 80th birthday shortly, and just a couple of weeks ago he knocked in a 100 break, Willie, back in Canada. He's a great character.
Yes, big pal of Cliff Thorburn, who's obviously here again this year. It's great to see Cliff. Now that's a loose safety shot. Selby can get through to this red. Doesn't matter where the cue ball finishes, as long as it's not off in the middle, of course, but anywhere is fine, where the black is.
Full ball on the brown would do. Very nice. So he's got to get the cue ball out around the pink spot area to leave that red. And difficult to control the shot when the ball's so close to the pocket. Played with a little bit of drag and side. He's played it nicely.
Already looking at what angle he needs on the blue to have a choice of moving the 3 reds off the left-hand side cushion or probably screwing into the 3 reds behind the black, depending on what angle he gets. So try and get top side of the blue here. It looks perfect to me. He has the choice. He can play either cannon. But he'd want to just miss the first red so he can just nudge into the middle red of those 3 to push the last one right over the corner.
Exactly as you said, Willie. It's just brought the 1 red into play, though, so he's got to look for another angle to get another cannon. To cannon into the 3 that's near his hand, you're better from the right side of the table. That's a great shot.
15.
Like a little trick shot he played there. Superb. Of course, he was an 8-ball world pool champion, so he does see shots that some of the other players wouldn't see.
20.
Yeah, definitely a bonus to bring the second red out. He obviously knew he was bringing the first one out, but he's now 29 in front. This will be 30, so somehow 3 reds, 3 colours. Just as you said that, it was an easy red.
Paul Selby, 20.
Well, amazing. He probably was way ahead of himself
Quiet
there.
down, please.
He was thinking about getting an angle on the blue and then leave an angle to cannon into the 3 reds that are tied up by the black, and took his concentration off that pot. And now Ronnie, if this white pulls up, it's not going to, so he hasn't got the angle to cannon into the 3 reds. He'll have to play for the single red first. And Ronnie can get, well, if he's straight on the
6.
The red, he'll have to screw back for the blue. And he is straight, so no good leaving the black from this side, so he'll screw back for the blue here. And now he'll play the cannon
7.
onto the 3 reds. And if this works out, a chance to maybe pinch the frame. No, didn't quite get into it.
12. Ronnie O'Sullivan, 12.
Yeah, it just didn't quite get that last shot as he intended, but you need to be careful of the double kiss here, Mark. He's played it well. Yeah, Ronnie's shot there. He's on the blue. He's trying to just get the white into the gap there, but he probably didn't quite get into it as he intended.
Well, if Mark Selby was feeling a little better within himself, it'd be a little bit of a shock to the system to have missed such an easy red at his last visit, but he's 17 points in front. He knows he's going to have to go all out for this and hold for the black virtually straight, and then he should win the frame. And as you can see there, just decelerated on the cue completely. I mean, that was the worst hit he's done this championship.
Oh, he hit that so poorly that he's left the red. He wouldn't have left these reds at all, but just cued across that slightly. And, wow. He's looking at the balls and he knows that he's left the lot here.
There's no power. He's played to stun it, hasn't he, done? It was he'd lost all the strength of the pot on the way down. And this lead was pretty good where the balls were a moment ago, but it could evaporate very quickly where they are now.
And even the yellow and green are okay, because if he gets on the yellow eventually he'll only have to drop it in to leave the
8.
green.
Nine.
And that's about perfect. So he's just looking at the red now to see where he wants to leave that to get himself onto the blue and then just screw over behind the yellow.
Forty. 50.
Now, has he got the angle? Because he needs to get somewhere near the circle to leave a nice easy yellow, just to roll the yellow in and get on the green, but he can't screw directly there, so he's going to have to be a bit careful. A little bit further up the table, he could have just screwed the blue in and got nicely on that. I mean, he could go between the brown and pink, but how accurate would that have to be? And that's what he's done, and he's hit the brown. So it was the previous shot that was the poor one. He's going to have to try and get the snooker now in behind the green and brown. Well, behind the pink will do.
Ronnie O'Sullivan, 20.
No problem hitting this, but can he get it safe? He'd like to hit it full ball and leave the white at this end and not the yellow past the middle pocket, but he'll have to hit it hard to do that. Anything but a jaw should be okay.
Well, there's a little bit sticking out, and well, I'm just wondering if he hits this thin enough and misses the black, he'd head back up the table. Playing it off the cushion, and that's pretty good. Oh, he's close. He's in.
Foul.
But listen,
Mark
I wonder,
Selby for.
could it be a free ball? Now then, Brendan Moore will put the white. He'll just check the D and put the white right at the edge of the D, just to check that he can hit both sides of it. No free ball. Great to see Brendan doing his first World Championship final. One of the nicest lads you could ever wish to meet, and one of the best referees we've got in the game. And he's absolutely delighted. He's been talking about it for quite a while. All the family are here to support him. So well done, Brendan. You're doing a great job.
Decision time. It's a very easy snooker, but is he going to try and drop the pink in? Sorry, the yellow in the middle. Looks like he's playing the snooker with the way he's queuing. Don't blame him for that at all. And this is, with the green being where it is, I think Ronnie can just get through the gap of the green and brown to the cushion. He played off two cushions, trying to hit it right from behind. Just send the yellow past the middle again. Not bound to go right this one. Wasn't bound to go right this one. So Selby has a chance now to win the frame.
If he's got the angle to screw this in anywhere near the white line, or just short of it, and he'd be perfect on the green. Oh, he's played it well. He's played it well.
Two. Five. Nine.
Well, he should be okay. Easy blue, and he'll be mighty relieved after missing a long red and putting Ronnie right in amongst them.
14.
Yeah. Vicky and her parents delighted there. I think it was so important for Mark Selby to take this frame. He lost the first three, and now he's won two in a row, but he still trails by one frame. It's 3-2 to Ronnie.
Well, can Selby complete the mini comeback already? 3-0 behind, breaking off in frame 6, a chance to obviously level the scores at 3-all. And having seen how he started in the match, where his safety wasn't good, his ice break wasn't good, his ice break, amazing enough, is only 37, and he's managed to win 2 frames against a player of Ronnie's class. You want to expect that. But the key thing is, he's now got a foothold in the match.
He could have done without the kiss on the green there. He's left Ronnie a possible pot to the middle, and he can get himself up onto the black, just looking at the situation. In 2 shots time as we show you this terrific pot into the middle pocket, but look how he controlled the cue ball. The red at the back of the bunch is available, and if he gets on that in such a way, he can pot it and then go right into the bunch. And there you go. He's absolutely spot on, and he's got to make sure he doesn't finish on the cushion when he splits the reds. Only really developed 1 red. 1 black, 2 reds. Oh, this red goes at the left of the bunch, and he's going to go into them again here.
16.
Would you power it through then with topspin, or would you screw back off the outside red?
I think he's going to just stun it in, and well, he's left himself a delicate
17.
one here. He hadn't got the angle to push through them there, Willie, had he? Because he would have stuck in the reds on that occasion. No, stretching. He was stretching a bit there.
Ronnie O'Sullivan, 70.
And Mark's left with a situation here, as we show you the stretch and put it on the near jaw. But if he gets on the black here, as we show you that black stay over the pocket, if Mark Selby gets on the black in such a way, he can pot the black and then scatter those reds.
Yes, if it just comes inside the green, which he is doing, anywhere on the cushion's fine. This is perfect. Well, these will be spread far and wide. It's just a case where the white comes away from the pack.
Well, he's a bit unlucky for the white. Oh, it's checked back as well. It was coming towards the blue, and all of a sudden, with all the side, it took off the baulk cushion and checked back. Now, that's very unlucky. Just watch this. It's so much side. It's hit this cushion, and the natural angle, well, the side just brought it towards the green. Bit unlucky, that.
Mark Selby, 8.
I think he's played a good safety shot there. I don't think Ronnie can get through to the potting angle of any red. And he's covered the right-hand side. The middle one of those 3, directly in line from the cue ball, will pot, but of course he can't avoid the cannon on the black. So he's looking at an alternative. And he's found an alternative.
That's one of the best alternatives I've ever seen, Willie. What a shot he's pulled out there. Okay, look where the cue ball's finished, but talking about a shot to nothing, I mean, what a pot. But if he had missed it, look where the white was. You know, he had the snooker if he doesn't pot it.
Played to perfection, wasn't it? As you rightly say, he made it into a shot to nothing. It looked dangerous when he first looked at the shot, but just needs a good positional shot here. It's been kept off the table for the last frame and a half. Missed a couple of balls, so needs to get to grip of this match again. If he's straight, he can run through for the black.
5. 6.
Oh, nicely played, that. This is where the game can be so
30.
tough, you know. You've got to go and sit in your seat, and you're the one that's opened all the reds up, and you've got to sit there and watch your opponent pot the balls that you brought into play. Yeah, he opened all those reds up, but he was unfortunate for the white to go way up the other end of the table. Yeah, this was the shot. I mean, he played it perfectly, but just to finish up where he did was a bit unfortunate.
Like all the top break builders are, Ronnie's up there with the
21.
very, very best of all time. All those little kisses they play all the time just to slow the cue ball down.
22.
The next 4 or 5 blacks don't seem a problem, and of course that'll take him way past the winning line, so he's going to open up a gap again of 2 frames.
$29. 30. $37. 38.
Quick glance at the scoreboard just to see how many he needs. He's only with 3 more pots, should secure the frame. I think an important frame for Ronnie to stop the mini comeback, because Mark was getting stronger.
45.
And the best thing you can do is keep your opponent sitting in the seat when he looks like he's hitting top form again. The
46.
yellow's the only ball he can pot here. He's 55 in front. So if he pots the yellow, he still needs 1 more red. He knew the pink or blue would leave Mark needing a snooker, but the fact that he's got to take the yellow, he needs another red. Safely in. And this looks pretty good unless he lands tight on this red. No, he's fine. Good
48.
shot that with the rest.
Yes, brilliant shot as the frame was still live at the time, wasn't it? So it was very, very important, and having lost the last 2 frames, there was a little bit of pressure on that. Just asking for the cue ball to be cleaned. Ronnie, it's amazing how good Ronnie is with the rest, Dennis, considering he plays probably 85% of shots when most people would use the rest. He plays them left-handed, so precious little practice. As you can see, they haven't missed a shot with the rest as yet. 4 out of 4 for Selby, 2 out of 2 for Ronnie. And that's the frame over. We now can concentrate on making the 2nd century of this match.
$56. 57.
Just saw the red nut going off the middle of the pocket there, hence the cue ball's just got a little bit closer to the middle pocket than he played. And this time he's lost the cue ball. He tried to leave an angle on this red to pot the red and bring the red out.
63.
So that's why he's playing the double. Oh, no centre this time, but Ronnie
63
O'Sullivan's
and a frame.
established a 2-frame lead again in this match. That break of 63, more than enough to take him into that 2-frame lead at 4-2.
2 more frames to be played in this first session. This looks as if it could be a snooker. Not that he was playing to get up behind the green, you're playing for the cushion because it's straightforward escape here. Crowd really do get involved here at the Crucible. They were all urging that white on. It really is a fabulous theatre. We keep saying it, but you know, coming here since 1977. It would be a brave man that made the decision to take snooker away from the Crucible.
And also, Dennis, I think if you're a snooker fan, you know, once before you consider not watching any snooker anymore, you must come to the Crucible just to see that atmosphere.
Yeah, I was commentating on an earlier match with Terry Griffiths, and Mark Allen was stood in behind us in the commentary box, and we were talking about that, and he said if he won the World Championship, he'd want to win it at the Crucible. He wouldn't want to win it anywhere else. Well, I think the crowd know that that was nowhere
Foul.
near.
A miss. Ronnie O'Sullivan, foot.
Ronnie knows there's no point in putting this back. Well, he's left the possible pot. And there's a slight angle. This is a Mark Selby special. It's got to be so accurate. He's one of the best in the game at that type of shot, Willie, isn't he?
If that shot was 8 hours ago, Dennis, it would have gone in when he was playing against Robertson. Both hardly missed a long ball in the last 4 frames. It was such a high standard of play. I think sometimes you can probably expect to pot them a little bit too much. He's obviously on such a high as he went to bed last night, and probably didn't sleep very well. And of course, you just come back and expect to knock everything in. Well, it's a brand new day. As I said earlier, he'd look to get out of this session 5-3. Obviously a bonus that he could get out of it 4-4, but he'd be happy with 5-3.
Foul and a miss. Ronnie O'Sullivan, foot.
Could be a free ball, this.
Free ball.
Which means if Ronnie wanted, he could pot. Well, you'd think the brown would be the easiest pot. As he's free ball, he'd get 1 point for that.
Brown
play
ball.
himself onto a colour.
Yeah.
He stunned it in because if he had a rolled the brown and he could have left the red that's just to the left of the pink, but that's why he stunned it, which made the pot more difficult. But that was a an example of how you can beat a 1-4-7 break with a free ball at the start of a frame. In fact, Jamie Burnett from Scotland, I don't know whether it was the UK Championship, he made a break of 148, and that's how he achieved it. He got a free ball at the start of the frame.
I'd love to play that safety shot thicker, but as you can see, when he kissed into the second red, if he plays it harder and thicker, he'd have pushed the red over the corner. That's why he just played it very, very thin. Once again, hasn't got the best of whites, but may have blocked off the right-hand side of the table with the pink, and the left-hand side with the blue. So it may have turned out okay, that one.
Well, he might just have got away with this. Don't know where that red cuts into the middle. It's quite a thin one. Mark's just looking at it, but I think it's too thin. This is what happened. There was just a little bit there, and well, he hit it coming back, not intended. But that red just kept on going, and it mustn't cut in because Mark would have already have played it.
It's deceiving from our commentary position, because from here it definitely looks like it does, but obviously let's have a little look with Hawkeye's help whether we think it possibly cuts. Well, I think if he played it, I'd fancy him knocking it in. I know it's very, very thin. He's not going to play it. He's looking at an alternative safety. Just taken over a minute studying this. We have to give Mark a little bit of congratulations here. I mean, oh, this is rolling off a little bit. He played that 4 ball.
Wow, how costly is that going to be? Because he's on the red at the back of the bunch. He's on the red near the black spot. Let's have a look at this again. Looks okay there, looks okay there. Maybe just drifted a fraction, but maybe he got a slight bit of unwanted side. That's nicely controlled. The only thing is, did the black go on its spot? He's looking there, Mark. If not, I don't think the pink spot's available. That's a bit tight, so the referee will have to get his ball marker out and just check that. Of course, you can't have it checked before you pot the colour. You just have to sort of use your discretion as to what you think. Be hoping it doesn't go on the spot. Brendan Moore will get the ball marker, and you'll see this. Oh, there's loads of room.
8.
But the red was always available to the middle.
Similar to Ronnie a few frames ago, Mark will be looking at getting the right angle on the blue very, very shortly.
9.
And if he goes into the red that's right in the pink spot, there's a plant on the 2 reds to the left-hand side of the back of the pack that will flick the red away from the black spot. So that's in a couple of shots' time. Wouldn't mind this going on the brown spot, really, because you can just take an extra 7 points with it being up there.
15. 16.
And just looking at that pack, he already glanced at it a few shots ago, did Mark Selby.
22.
Now there might possibly be a
23.
red that'll hit another red and go towards this right corner pocket. That's what he's looking at now. He's looking to see if I hit this hard, would it plant a red off. There you've got the perfect picture. Those 3 reds hits the red. So we'll find out shortly. Well, he's on absolutely nothing. Didn't quite get that as he
28.
intended. A bit unlucky though once he played the cannon to finish there. Let's have a look. Yeah, he hit it full on, but it just seemed to stick on that red.
Mark Selby, 28. Foul. Mark Selby, 4.
Yeah, Mark just getting the better of the tactical exchanges just at the present. He had to play that with a lot of side, but just caught it a bit thicker than he intended. I think if we get a few tactical frames, I think Mark may come out on top on those. I know Ronnie's one of the best safety players in the game, but you know, he likes to get in amongst the balls and get on with it. But at the moment, Mark's quite content for the games to be a little awkward.
Yes, just before that mistake in the previous frame, I was just about to say you've got to give credit to Mark Selby, struggling out there at the moment and having a high break of only 37. There's a slight chance now. He's got a chance of getting back to 4-3. Needs to play this a little bit powerfully. As you can see there, it only just pots off the left-hand jaw. Doesn't pot off the centre of the pocket.
5.
There's another room there. That's the reason he's probably not guaranteed getting the right side of the blue. Just got enough to run through off the one cushion to get onto the red near the pink spot.
Tell you what, Willie, that shot that he potted in the pocket, there was very little room for it to go as we see the cue ball head onto the cushion. That's the last place he wanted it. I mean, that would only just go, and he hammered it into the pocket. Great judgment. But this is difficult. Very difficult.
Mark Selby, 10.
It was the shot before, Dennis, wasn't it? The blue. For somebody of Mark's class, he would have been distraught to see that cue ball finish glued to the cushion.
One.
This was the blue that Willie was talking about. Played it with top spin and he got a lot of margin for error. That's the last place he wanted to see it finish. Meanwhile, Ronnie's having to take the more difficult pink. Now then, just gone a little bit ragged this frame. As you can see,
Ronnie O'Sullivan, 1.
only one colour on its spot, that's the black. Oh, is this a plant? No, no plant. And that, well, that's even tighter than the previous one, Willie.
I was just going to say exactly that, Dennis. It looks identical, doesn't it? Obviously in a different place. But you can certainly see as much of the pocket as he did on the previous one he played, and he hammered that in. But this is a bit further away from the cue ball.
But where's the position? He'll have to screw back off the reds and get up towards the pink. Otherwise, it'll be the brown. But it's all about the pot. But the white will spin away off that side cushion. Well, that's another cracking, accurate pot.
Obviously, a lot of people here in the cruiser couldn't see how tight that was. They may have looked at the television screens, but once again, it's almost the identical pot, Dennis, wasn't it, to the previous one? Very well done. That was tricky.
Seven.
Just about okay, is he? Brown's just a bit of a distraction there. See, if he was straight on this red, he could just drop it in and leave the pink. But he, you know, if he runs it in, he'd go towards the cushion again. So now he can still hold it. In fact, that's one instance where the kick probably helped it slightly. It took the pace out of the cue ball, so you don't mind. Not often you say that. I've never seen a good kick before, but that was one.
Not too sure whether he's got a good angle on the pink to be able to kiss the black away and leave the red. If he hasn't, he can screw back off 2 cushions to get it to the red that's nearest his hand. That's the one he's played. Watch the cue ball. Wanted to go around the back of it, and he has gone around the back. Excellent shot.
14.
Yep. This is why I call him Sat-Nav Selby. I mean, look at that, finding his way around the back of that red.
Well, as you can see, he
50.
played just to kiss the red away from the black there. But he's 48 points in front. If that kiss had worked, he'd have been under frame. Might be an idea to push the brown on the side cushion and try and get the white in behind the yellow and green. Thin clip on the brown, that's probably as good a choice as anything, Dennis, isn't it?
Sounds good to me, Willie.
Mark Selby, 15.
Yeah, this was the shot where he was trying that delicate little cannon. If he had it just flicked off it, he'd have been perfectly on the black. And there's old Hawkeye again. One of these days he'll mess up. Well, look at that for a pot, but more importantly, what a great pot that was, because he knew if he knocks this in, he would get Ronnie in all sorts of trouble.
Closest to the yellow and green as possible to leave Ronnie no cushions but the top one. And that's pretty good. He's going to have to come off the ball cushion now. Now he's playing the one, I would think, directly behind the black off 3 cushions. But if he kisses it half ball, he'll leave the red along the cushion. There's the 1, 2, 3. It's come off 2 square. Didn't go anywhere near where he wanted to then.
Foul in this. Mark Selby, 4.
Yeah, I think he's just looking to see if he could hit, because he definitely could hit the line. So maybe my first line's a little bit out, but yeah, he's looking at the spot where he hits. So my first part of the line is slightly out, but that's what he's after. And as Willie said, if he doesn't catch the red correctly, he's going to leave the other red.
Oh, thank you.
So he'd have to be absolutely spot on.
Of course, if he misses it this time, Dennis, he'll be put into bat again, and it's not beyond the realms of possibility. Misses it the third time, Selby will be enough in front, and once again it's squared up off that third cushion.
Foul. Miss.
So if he misses it next
Foul,
time,
Selby, four.
he'll need snookers.
Can he make the adjustment?
Thank you.
Let's have a look. Somewhere there with a little bit more side would get him there. He's done the same again, I think. If it runs on, oh, it's going to be the black if it reaches. So as you said, Willie, and
Foul.
it's a free ball by the looks of it.
Mark Selby 4.
Might even be a free ball, I'm not sure. Maybe not. Maybe he can hit the red that's closest to the corner pocket, but
Couldn't have the balls replaced, of course, because he now needs snookers, so he's took the option of putting Ronnie back into play from there. If he goes around the back of the brown, he could get him behind the yellow and green here. I'm surprised. Actually, he's hit that poorly. I'm surprised Mark put him back into bat there. If that had gone right, Dennis, it would have been a real tough one to hit. But as it happens, it should be safe now. And should Mark go on to win this frame, it would be 4-3, and of course he still hasn't made a break above 37. That's amazing.
well, he hasn't won this frame yet because he could be snookered here. It's okay, but he wanted to get tight in behind the green and yellow. There's an easy escape route for Mark Selby here. Although just looking at things, he's got to be careful that he doesn't leave Ronnie in amongst the reds, because if he can take 3 reds, 3 blacks, he's right back in this frame. He only needs 1 snooker. I mean, there's no way he's going to not escape from this. But he's just a bit concerned that he doesn't leave the chance for Ronnie to pot the 3 reds, 3 blacks. Doesn't necessarily have to get all blacks. You can take a pink with one of these reds, which is what he's played for.
1. Seven.
I have a funny feeling he tried to
8.
bring the black into play there. .48 behind. There's 43
30.
in the table. That means he now needs 2 snookers. That was why it was so important that he got the black into play when he tried to just flick it out.
40.
Just reckoning the score up, but he definitely needs 2 snookers. That's if he pots the pink. Frame's over if he misses this.
20. Ronnie O'Sullivan, 20.
Yeah, as JV says, there's always a gap.
And because of that gap, Dennis, he can get him. He can possibly get the white in behind green and yellow here. No, I couldn't see enough of it. Couldn't see the right-hand side. Ronnie obviously would be reluctant to pot the red, but it's not easy to get safe from there. He's 51 points behind. Sorry, 41 points behind, so 2 snookers needed, and he'd like to keep that red on. If the green was just a couple of inches behind the yellow, I suppose he'd risk getting, well, he's almost guaranteed to get 1 snooker. But he needs to get right up close. If he takes the red colour, he needs to get right up close to the yellow.
He's decided to do that. Doesn't matter if he takes the pink, he'll still only need 2 snookers, so important he gets the cue ball exactly where he wants it here.
Seven.
He can get the snooker, but he hasn't hit that. He's a little wry smile
Ronnie
as he walked
O'Sullivan,
away.
seven.
He knew he'd mishit it. But as Willie said, they weren't in a perfect position, the yellow and green as they were. Been a rather awkward frame, this. A lot of tactical play because of the way the balls were. Ronnie's just having a think, but you'd
Mark
expect
Selby
him to
two.
concede.
And the front.
And he does. And Mark Selby, his highest break is still only 37, but he's playing some very good match. Snooker out there. He's just 1 behind, 4-3 to Ronnie O'Sullivan.
Mark Selby to break.
I couldn't agree with Stephen Moore. That's the way Ronnie likes to play. But, you know, you've got to give credit, as Dennis mentioned at the close with that last frame, to win 3 frames with a high break of 37 just shows what a great match player Mark Selby is. Now, we obviously know he's got a chance to level at 4-4. Can you imagine that? O'Sullivan's dominated the session and Selby could come out 4-4. It might happen.
Can just get to the potting angle of this one. Play that with quite a bit of right-hand side and probably caused him to miss the pot, but he had to make sure he got round the back of the black and reds.
They're the ones he was potting virtually every time last night.
1.
We know that the red above the black pots. This was a good pot. 9 feet 3. Total length of that pot and right into the heart of the pocket. How is he going to find a gap? If he finds the gap, it's too hard. Too hard. End of break.
I think he thought he might just cannon that red
6.
there, the way he was looking. And he would have been on that red that you mentioned to the right of the black. But it just slipped past the red that he was hoping to cannon.
Mark Selby 6.
Because that angle that he did take, if he plays it with more pace, he can come off the cushion and out onto that. But he must have just slightly misjudged the cannon there, or the angle it took.
But once again, a very poor safety from Mark. He hasn't got anywhere near the baulk cushion. He found the baulk cushion every shot, as did Neil Robertson yesterday. All of a sudden, Ronnie's now gone to sleep a little. Concerned about pushing a red over. As you can see there, just seeing what happens. Steve was talking about the way Ronnie plays thick safety shots. You know, Ronnie would probably be trying to play the red at the top of the pack to make sure he brings a few reds out. Mark's taking the thin one on, which of course hardly moves anything into play. And once again, is it called a baulk colour? This is very unlike Selby, it really is. I mean, he's done so well to win 3 frames the way he's played.
Well, he's looking at a shot. If he takes this on, there is a pot, but there's such a small gap to go through. But I think he'll settle for the safety. But sometimes when he gets in a mood, he is looking at it now. You watch. Oh no, he's playing a thin safety, I think, surely. Yeah. But he did look at a very, very difficult shot. But I think that's a better choice. It's just his focus throughout this year's World Championship, Ronnie. I can't remember him once playing the wrong shot. You know, a few seasons ago, if he got a bad kiss or a nudge, he'd have a go at something that he shouldn't have really taken on. Hasn't done that. He's played all the correct shots. And that's why he's here, going for his hat-trick of world titles. That's not the best. Much too thick on that one. It might be another awkward frame. Look at the black with those 4 reds there. If he takes this up into the corner, this will be a test of his cueing, because it looks to be just off straight. Yep, need to push that cue through in a fairly straight line. No. Maybe somebody upstairs in the Champions Lounge watching that shot. If that red header went across the cushion and in, that's how the first maximum break was ever made at the Crucible Theatre. Cliff Thorburn potted one like that across the cushion and created history after that.
Foul. Mark Selby 4.
Maybe just lost a little bit of focus just at the moment. This is the last frame of this session, and as we said earlier, if Mark Selby gets out of this 4-all, he'll be absolutely over the moon.
Yes, and if he can pot this, he'll play into the bunch of reds. So, okay, there's no need to bring reds into play, but he will, you know, just play it firm, bring all those reds into play. The black's had a commission. There's every chance he's going to finish on the pink or a baulk colour. If he tries to start playing with side to get a gap, it makes the pot harder. Plain ball, he goes straight into that bunch. That's what he's done, and he's unlucky. It was worth the risk. It really was worth the risk, and he knows it.
1.
But now, Dennis, how does he get safe?
Well, I think he's going to have to just play. Well, the red's gone up the other end of the table, as we show you this here. I mean, if he hits that half ball, he's going to head back up the table. And the worst possible outcome, because just to land on a colour with the red up the other end of the table makes it difficult. And if he played to just land on the blue, he'd leave a pot to the right corner pocket. He could maybe run to the black, but he would need a lot of help to reach it, to bridge over those 4 reds. That's what he's thinking about now. And if he tries to come off the side cushion and hit the yellow, he's got the red up the other end of the table that he can leave. So what a situation that Mark Selby is faced with here. Well, if anyone can find his way out of a situation like this, you'd have to say it's Mark Selby, but how's he going to do it? I mean, if he could land full ball on the green, it would be safe, but
Green ball.
he's going to try that. He's going to have to play this with lots of side and hopefully just land full ball on the green. If he slips past it, he leaves the red. Well, it's a great attempt. It's a great attempt. He still left a possible pot, though. He was trying to get it right on top of the green there. Full ball. This red wouldn't have been available for Ronnie.
Well, same scenario, isn't it? Mark had no option but to play into the bunch of reds below the pink. Ronnie, if he takes this on, has got no option to play into the 3 reds near the black. And these testing moments, Ronnie's not been queuing well these last couple of frames. But well done. Has he got a bit of good fortune? Not this time.
I think he can cue at the yellow here. The red won't be in his way. So this is just as difficult as the red he's just knocked in. The red's just a slight distraction there. Now, where's he going to finish here?
Ronnie O'Sullivan 1.
At first glance, it's not that bad. The red to the right of the black cuts in. The one near the left corner is difficult with the rest, so he had a bit of a result there, had Ronnie.
This is the result that Dennis was talking about. Once you miss the yellow, you're entitled to leave a red on. But Ronnie's just got into his shot at the moment, struggling. Well, I can only presume that Mark Selby can stun this in and probably finish on the pink in the middle, but this is a tough pot. The one next to the black that Dennis talked about, the cut, looks as easy as this one. Where's the red going this time? He's had one go at one of these.
Thank you.
Well, he's left it right over the hole. Probably felt the only red he could leave on was the one he was going for, and what's happened? He's left it.
Not a straightforward positional shot, as we show you that red almost go into the pocket. He attempted it. But to get away from that angle with the cue ball, he's got to get plenty of action on this. And he's got plenty of action on it, I can tell you. To get that white up into that position from there was excellent. You could see from that side-on shot, the pause and then delivering the cue. I mean, there's not a great deal of players that can create that amount of cue power to play that shot.
Yes, in a few shots' time, should Ronnie continue the break here, the black will be in play because the red to the right of the black will pot. So concentrate on pink and blue for a few shots. He's
7.
going through a spell at the minute where he's not got complete control of the cue ball. Well, that's the total points on the tournament of these two players all the way to the final. Can you believe that? 5-6, 7-4, 5-6, 7-4. Unbelievable. Just using the reds to try and slow the cue ball down. He's done that, but he's faced with a tricky one. Still pots though.
12.
Oh, that's good from that position.
13.
Awkward cueing, and to judge that cutback, he's given himself a great chance now. Over 2 days, 4 sessions, you set yourself targets. You want to win the little mini sessions 3-1, and if you can win the
17.
session 5-3, you'll be quite happy. Anything more is a bit of a bonus. The chances there
18.
for Ronnie to get out of this with a 5-3 advantage. It's not a straightforward run to the winning line in this frame.
24.
That little triangle of reds, well, one of them at the back will be available eventually.
$25.
And a nice little cannon here when potting the pink. We'll develop both these reds. And you've got a perfect picture there of the little screw shot just flicking the other red out of the way.
$31. $32.
Well, there's a 10% difference in the pot success rate, and that's purely because Mark's not been scoring heavily at all when he gets in the balls. And if you'd have told Mark Selby you're going to play 8 frames against O'Sullivan this afternoon, after 8 frames you've only made 1 break over 30, what scoreline would you be pleased
38.
with? Would he have said, I'd be pleased to win a frame? Well, that's not the scenario, because he could actually win all 4.
Ronnie O'Sullivan.
He could win 4 frames. Can you believe that? I was just going to say, it'd be bite your hand off to win 3 out of the session. A chance to get right back at level of 4-4 going into tonight's session.
Well, I don't think anyone seen that coming.
One.
No, he's got an angle on the pink here. He can play for the red I mentioned, the one at the back. And here's the black. Or he could try and... Well, he's finished on that one. In fact, it's flicked the black out.
7.
But, he could finish on the black here, possibly. So all
8.
of a sudden, the roles are reversed here.
$15. $16.
Well, Ronnie O'Sullivan can just sit and, well, He's hoping that something can go wrong, but he looks fully focused here, Mark Selby. He didn't expect this chance, and he's going to grab it here.
23.
No problem getting on that
24.
red. That's to the right of the cue ball. And no problem with the one up by the yellow.
Yeah, I suppose he'd like to leave an angle on this red to screw up for the blue or bought colour off this last red. And he's got that.
31.
Decision time. Do I roll it in and leave a half ball black and have to play a risky positional shot, or do I screw up for the pink or blue?
Has he got the correct angle to screw back? He's got to miss the middle pocket with lots of reverse side. Yeah, you can see where he's hitting the side. Now watch the white when it hits the cushion below the pocket. Oh, this is a great shot. Needs to pull up. He's maybe hit it too well. He has hit it too well. That's amazing.
38.
Amazing. So another twist to this final frame.
I'm surprised he could pop the pink and hit the cushion where he did. If we get a chance to show you the pink again, just look at the angle on the pink here. I mean, it looked like he could only possibly get 2 inches past the jaws of the middle pocket. And he actually developed an angle to get virtually 1.5 foot past the middle pocket. Amazing.
Yeah, he just got too much reverse side onto that. What a shot he's faced with here. Yeah, see, I think it's with these very lively cloths you can make that sort of angle. That's all he could do with this one.
Thank you. Mark Selby, 38.
Well, he needs another chance. But that was his highest break of the match so far, and it's only 38. And could he get out of this session 4-4?
Thank you.
Well, he nearly pushed that red on. Left a straight pot for the middle. Has the length with this. Looks pretty good. There's always room around the back of that.
Mark Selby, 4.
Mark will have this replaced.
Yeah, the green, please.
I think the green was on its spot, I think. Might have been just off the spot, but yeah, just below the spot there. Looks pretty good. Yeah, that's about spot on, Brendan.
Yeah. Okay.
Right. As I say, that red's far enough away from the cushion
Mark. Thank you.
to make this
Thanks.
not a straightforward escape. Well, you'll settle for the outcome. You never really know where they're going to go, but that'll do nicely. Thank you very much.
If the white had been 6 inches further to left, it's an easy safety shot, but where it is now, it's a very difficult safety shot because the double kiss is on. What way would you play this down? Would you try and just hit it thick and try and leave the white at this end?
Well, if he plays the thin one, he can send it across and back over behind the black, but he'd have to be so accurate with that because he could cannon into the pink as he's pointing there. I think the red's just slightly off the cushion, so he'll have to be absolutely spot on with this. Oh, he's got the double kiss. Where's the red? Where is the red going?
One.
Well, absolutely amazing. What a
Quiet,
fluke.
please.
Well, you could hear the cheers from the Selby supporters. You can hear the groans and moans from the O'Sullivan supporters. No, I don't believe it. I don't believe it.
Mark Selby won.
It's amazing. The tension of a final frame of a session. Amazing. Mark maybe should have just given himself a few more seconds there.
Two.
Well, this black is a shot that. Well, if he'd have been playing really great, and that would cost him, you know, the frame, he would have been even more distraught. But the fact that he's gone out of this session,
5.
if Ronnie clears by only losing 5 frames,
9.
it's hard to kind of put it in perspective. You know, there's just missed an easy ball to probably level at 4-4, but having only 1-2 breaks over 30, he's got to be pleased with 5-3.
14.
Well, luckily the black's where it is because Ronnie's got the right angle on the pink, so there's no problem at all with this. Ronnie O'Sullivan started brilliantly, breaks of 69, 102, 63 again later on. It looked like Ronnie could run away with the first session. He'd be pretty pleased now to have won the first session by 2 frames. Wasn't awe-inspiring in the second half. Ronnie O'Sullivan played well in the first half. Mark Selby got it back into the match, but he still trails at the end of the first session by 5 frames to 3. So this is a massive session, Ken. This is one he needs to either win or at least hold Ronnie.
Yeah, absolutely. But what an atmosphere here. The Crucible Theatre. And what an ovation both players received as they came into this wonderful arena. Yeah, we spoke about what sort of effect that match last night against Neil Robertson would have on Mark Selby, and he certainly wasn't himself in the first session today. And I'm sure he's delighted. As you said, 5-3 behind. Could have been a lot worse, and it could have been a little bit better.
Ronnie O'Sullivan 4.
Yeah, but the stats that are running through as we speak, Ken, I mean, he's behind on all of them, and the key one in a few moments' time will be, apart from the safety success, which you'd expect Selby to be in front, but the highest break is the one that I'm really concerned about for Selby supporters. You can't beat O'Sullivan if you don't make frame-winning breaks. You know, eventually Ronnie's going to find a bit of form, so Mark knows he's going to have to improve in that department, which he obviously will. You know, he's didn't get with it at all this afternoon.
Mark back. Okay. Does that look all right? Yeah.
Yeah, quite sporting. Mark Selby's just saying it's a little bit more, just making the shot a little bit harder, trying to get that cue ball in its original spot. He can just about clip the left-hand side of this red. He's got to be careful. If he hits it too much, he might go in off or hit the jaws of the pocket. Now, he won't be warned here because he cannot see that red full ball, but he doesn't want to leave a free ball here. I think he has, and I think he's left an easy opener for Ronnie O'Sullivan. Yellow into this corner pocket, Willie. Pretty straightforward, you would have to say.
Well, we haven't had a break of a 147 at the Crucible yet. If he knocks the yellow in, you never know.
Yellow ball.
Because he's now 16 reds.
Sorry?
Just asking for a few of the earpieces to be turned down, I think. Oh, no, he's not. I don't know what he asked.
Yellow
There.
ball.
So there's now 16 reds on the table. I remember Steve James many years ago, Ken. He was the only player I've ever seen at the World Championship. He had a 16 red clearance, but I think it was only 136.
Yeah, that's correct. I'm not quite sure how big the break was, but well, that's too much, is it? Wow. And Ronnie would be very, very disappointed. Had a wonderful angle on that brown to go into the pack as well. Take a chance. But it's understandable, you know. Full shot against a cushion, of course. The table is very, very fast. You'd be disappointed with that, though.
Even though he kissed the blue, no damage done apart from the fact that Mark can get his hand on the table. You would expect him to find the baulk cushion without a problem this time. The pink's in the way of playing this red nicely, just swing it around 3 cushions. So you'll have to play it in behind the yellow. You can't swing it around to get in behind the brown. Well, he's played it super thin, because it was all about the pink being in the way there.
It's a beautiful camera angle. Wonderful view here, no matter where you sit in this wonderful theatre. Round of applause, but I think he may have left possible pot. I'm not quite sure where the bottom red Mark is attempting here. Will pot into this corner pocket on the right hand side. Didn't attempt it. That's pretty good.
That was one of the things Mark Selby hadn't got right, and you'd expect him to get right this afternoon. He was very rarely did he find the top cushion. And Mark's one of the best safety game players of all time. This table was running so fast, Ken, isn't it? Once it's a second cushion, it seems to speed up.
Yeah, Stephen, Henry and myself had a little exhibition here yesterday afternoon because Ronnie winning with a session to spare had an afternoon off, and even we couldn't believe how quick the table was, particularly off the cushions. The bed was magnificent, but off those cushions it just seemed to speed up so much. In this World Championship, and particularly the final, well, you know, you play the match in sessions, don't you? You know, you like every session, mini session even. I mean, if Mark Selby be hoping for a 3-1 or better, and particularly over the evening session, I mean, if you can win the session 5-3, then we're all level again.
You won the championship, Ken. Were you ever behind in the final? I can't remember. Well, you always in front, were you?
No, I was always ahead, but I'm sure Stephen Hendry would probably say the same, that he would play, you know, exactly that same way, that you can't really think of the target itself because it's so far away, as well as we always say, concentrate in each frame as it comes along. But certainly session-wise, you create little targets for yourself and little goals.
As you would expect for a first frame, always a little bit cagey till they both settle. If it's anything like the match last night, we're in for a treat, because the final session of that match is as good as we've had at the Crucible for a long, long time. Once again, poor safety from Mark. He's usually very, very proficient at that kind of shot. Very rarely do you see Selby kiss a ball colour. He did it about 5 or 6 times this afternoon.
Excellent length to cue ball. This is better. Yeah, good reply. There's a chance, Ronnie, here. The extreme left red. We're trying to knock this into the black and maybe bring it into play. Just missed it. Yeah, how's the cue ball? It's more like a Mark Selby safety shot. Well, just trying to nestle onto that red, and he's overhit that by quite some way. He's left the chance of red down the cushion here, and I'm not quite sure if the pink is available into the left centre. Just having a quick look. Looks very, very tight, but if the pink was available, you just have to drop this in. Down the right hand side cushion into the corner pocket and have the pink into the left centre, but obviously the pink doesn't pot.
Yeah, we'll get a chance to show you that pink now, Ken, and it's definitely very, very tight, so you might take an alternative. Almost tried to be a little bit too clever there, using the red up and down, hoping to miss the kiss on the blue on the way back, trying to get the white in balk. But first glance, doesn't appear to have left anything easy.
Well, took the more aggressive approach, Ronnie. And was playing it obviously with safety in mind, but the fact that he's got the brown now has left Mark Selby caught into this left-hand corner pocket.
Ronnie
That's very
O'Sullivan
unlucky. Tried to find a gap when potting that red. Back up the ball. But just have a look at this. Got a kiss on the first red, and of course it's the second kiss on the second red. Nothing straightforward, long red. Oh, brilliant. Excellent cueing. Magnificent pot. Nicely on the yellow. Now, can he use the yellow? Cue ball offside cushion into the pink and red. Try and bring the pink into play. He's got a perfect angle. He'll still be on the red into the left centre. Watch the cue ball here into the pink and red. Does he catch it? Oh.
This game's all about fractions. I mean, Ken called the shot perfectly there, and it was just a fraction away as we see this yellow. The cue ball couldn't have been any closer without hitting it, and a little tiny kiss would have been okay. So try number two, maybe off the brown this time if he can't get it off the yellow. Whichever the scenario, he'll definitely try and bring one of them into play. So Ken's just put that little line up there, and that's not a bad choice. But if he misses the cannon, the cue ball's running a little bit free, so it's a big target. He should get the cannon this time. What he's worried about, if he goes by Ken's line and hits it too hard like he did last time, he's not got another alternative red. He's cueing low, so he may be playing it, not guaranteed. He has played it, and once again missed the kiss, has he? Unbelievably, he's missed it by a fraction again.
6. Seven.
Well, he's a little straighter on the yellow. I don't think he can play that shot now. Not sure whether the red is close to the pink will pot into the bottom left-hand corner pocket, but a few loose reds. Try and get on.
Even getting onto the black's no good. Okay, the black have gone its own spot, but it'll be tied up in the right-hand side pocket, but it will pot, I think, in the left-hand side.
Ten.
So the black gun spot is a bonus, albeit only available in one pocket.
Ronnie O'Sullivan.
Well, the first time he had position, where you expected him to score a few, all of a sudden having all the hard work, having potted three reds, 3 yellows. That was the first time he had the ball where he wants them.
One.
black looked like it's slightly off the cushion, so he may be able to screw back. There is that red that's just left of the black spot. If he can get on that into the same pocket as the black, just screw back off one cushion. This would really open up things. I think he's just hit it perfectly. Absolutely perfect. Great shot.
8.
Little unlucky he hasn't got the desired position on the red, because he would like to play the cannon
9.
into the reds, and he can't really do that now. He can probably just hit the one directly above the black, but that's no real good to him unless he can get it away from that other red. Those two reds to the left of the black will pot, but I'm not sure he can play the kiss thick enough to push them both away. You can see just a glancing blow. And this is not perfect as we see this
60.
shot again. He probably tried to catch it at half ball, but as you see, just called it quarter ball. Now, he's not guaranteed to get on the colour here off the angle he's got here. That's very good. Not a lot of margin of error around the back of those. Still not out of the woods yet, though. Look, nothing pots in this side. He would love to get a kiss somehow, but he doesn't have the angle on this black to do that because the red on the cushion's in the way. So player 4 in the middle. Didn't really get into that cue ball that time.
24. Selby, 24.
Always very difficult when you're going into reds and trying to stay on the black at the same time. Such a difficult pot, that. If those reds weren't in the way, of course, it was straightforward, just stun it off the cushion. But when you're going into reds, it just takes your eye off the pot slightly.
One.
Ronnie deciding to hold for the black, and this is certainly no gimme. Tough pot, this. Oh, he's cued it in. Cued it in absolutely beautifully. Held for the two reds.
8. 9.
It's been a really scruffy game, hasn't it? But both players have had a chance now. Both players have had to work so hard to try and make an opening. This obviously now is the best chance to score.
16. 17.
Again, Ronnie can leave an angle on this red. Just position the cue ball just before the pink spot, so you can leave an angle on the red into the middle and may disturb the red next to the pink. Well, he's gone a little bit too far, so
24.
has to go back down for black here.
$25.
Black, red, black will put him 43 points in front. So he'll probably risk playing for the one on the top cushion this time. Okay, he might miss this one, but don't think I've ever seen a player play
32.
better when balls are off the cushion than Ronnie at this kind of shot. He just never ever seems to miss that shot for some reason. Now he's got the perfect angle on the black to play the cannon onto red and pink. Doesn't matter which one he hits. If he doesn't fancy it, he can play for the loose red. Yeah, decided to play for the loose red. Don't blame him for that at all, because if he knocks this red in, Selby won't come off his chair, but as you can see, he's underhit it by
40.
6 or 7 inches.
Ronnie O'Sullivan, 40.
Well, he attempted a double, almost got the treble. He's been very fortunate that the yellow has come to his rescue. You see 43 points ahead, 43 remaining. And it's not straightforward to get this cue ball in a safe position. Red looks like it's touching the pink here. Well, he's coming off 2 cushions trying to hit this red that's over the middle pocket. This is risky.
Foul. Ronnie O'Sullivan, 6.
It's hard to understand that shot, isn't it, when he could see the red that was next to the pink. I mean, that was a risk. I suppose what he didn't want to do was hit the red next to the pink and put that red into the balk area when he's 43 behind. Playing the way it had, he's costing the frame now. So once again, no sizable breaks. Break of 40 only from Ronnie in the early part of this frame.
5.
But he goes 3 in front now for the second time in the match. He led 3-0. He now leads 6-3. So he'll be having to play catch up once again.
12. 14.
Lovely shot. Just floated the yellow in. Off 2 cushions. A little
70.
bit of right hand side and
21.
we'll have a look at his shot. He's going to try and attempt screw back, length of the table with the cue ball, left-handed onto the pink. What a shot he could play.
Well, no complete clearance, but Ronnie will be very, very pleased. Needed 3 chances to win that frame. In the 3rd chance, he did just that, and now it's go 3 clear. That's 6-3.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. The 2 boys in the studio. Mark Selby just doesn't have his scoring boots on in this final just yet. Last night, and particularly in those last few frames, Willie, against Neil Robertson, he was back to his imperious best. But just at the moment in this final, he hasn't showed up yet. But he's still well in the match. But he has to improve. His highest break, as John Parrott said, only 38. He's won 3 frames, so there's a lot more to come from Mark Selby, there's no doubt about that, but it has to come very, very quickly.
Well, as you can clearly see, he's left the pot in the balk, but there's no chance he can get onto a colour. The best result would be to get onto the brown in the middle pocket, but you won't want to be playing that all day long for your life savings. Yes, he'd have probably been just about as pleased potting it as not potting it there. There's Ronnie's face with a tough safety. He's got his loyal supporter here. He's been with him virtually all season, all the major events. nurses there. He's been with him all the time. And it seems to make a calming influence on Ronnie. Loves the game.
I'm not quite sure whether this angle is here on this red, but it's quite possible you can try and pot this in the left corner, miss the black on the way down, around the back of it and back up for bulk. Needs to slow up the cue ball.
1.
Yeah, just another example of how quick this table is.
Ronnie O'Sullivan 1. Foul, the miss. Ronnie O'Sullivan 4.
Well, a bit short, and Ronnie has the option of putting them back, but there is a possible red that he can go at. And he certainly can get on the black, and he'll be only leaving the red that he's playing, so it's worth a chance here. No point in putting them back, because you'd have to say Mark Selby will hit it a bit harder. So chance here for a pot, and there you go. Well worth the risk.
1.
These two reds pot into this right hand corner pocket. Where does the pink go? Well, that's
7.
it's okay. Those pink and black are still available.
Eight.
Black is a little bit straight. Nice angle on the pink. He could play this arc shot if he wishes into the pack. But still a couple of loose reds available.
$14. $15.
Would ideally like just to screw on and over the brown spot, but that's just to square it up for the red that's on the middle. But it was too risky to do that. He's swinging around 2 cushions still to play for the red in the middle. Or he has one in the corner if he comes a little bit too far.
20. $21.
They're just going to play for the one loose red this time. Doesn't have to do anything with the cue ball, just plain ball.
$28.
Must got a wry smile this evening, Ronnie, because he's a little bit disappointed. He's not had the cue ball under control at all in this evening so far.
29.
Just to probably bring one red out this time, because he knows he's got the one on the middle. Just nudging another red out if he could. Well, nothing really moved, but he's on both reds as it happens. Just been a little cannon there, and he was trying to just nudge one out. Didn't quite work.
36.
Even that's such a clever
37.
shot. From the blue into the pack is not easy. Tried to actually get on the yellow half ball there to get into the pack, but he just ran over it, ran a little bit too far to make it a certain, so that's why he's played for the loose red.
$39. Extension, yeah.
I haven't seen this before from Ronnie, using the extension without the rest. How awkward this got to be. That was strange. That's the first time I've ever seen Ronnie do that with the rest. Sorry, with the extension. Couldn't have been comfortable. Now the angle he's got on the black is not good unless there's a red available. There may be a plant on in the opposite corner because the angle he's got on the black is he can't go into the bunch. And that's why he's played that shot.
Yeah, I had to force it in.
47.
Bouncing the cue ball off the cushion. Just watch the cue ball here, bouncing.
We talked about it yesterday in commentary, Ken, that sometimes you've got to play the ball suddenly to widen the angle.
Yeah. There you see, tournament balls potted. 1,661 each. Incredible. Yeah, just didn't have the angle on the brown. Tried to, similar
52.
shot. Actually played before, tried to bounce it and force the angle. 57 ahead, 75 still remaining. Maybe the 3 balls, was it maybe a plan to put one of those reds safe? But hasn't looked at it.
Ronnie O'Sullivan, 52.
But that's good second prize from Ronnie O'Sullivan. 57-point lead and a good safety shot. Well, will Mark attempt this pot here? He's coming down this end of the table. If you can leave the cue ball. Somewhere down the left-hand corner pocket, but he's not attempting that now, just a safety, but he's got to be careful here. He's got to avoid the miss on the brown, and that's pretty good. Good return of safety. Here's Ronnie's view. Well, he did attempt that, of course. Obviously, safety slightly in mind, and knew where he was putting the cue ball. It was very difficult for Mark Selby for attempting a pop. There is a red in the middle of those four. It's on into the yellow pocket. Well, a couple of them actually, the two to the left. And maybe worth taking on here, Willie, because again, he's not going to be leaving too much should he miss.
And when you're 57 points behind, you've got to make something happen. It's not easy to play a good safety shot, so you don't blame him at all for taking this on. Gonna have to bend it just a little bit. Can't see it naturally. There's having another look now because he's got to put a little bit of left-hand side on, just to try and turn the cue ball over a little bit. Turn it over too much. At first glance, nothing easy, but both of the reds pot into the yellow pocket. Maybe the one nearest the pink pots into the green pocket. If it does, he can play that one as a shot to nothing. Just coming round to make sure nothing pots in the middle. So he'll be taking this red on into the green pocket. It's close, but not quite.
Since Mark Selby last potted the ball, and that's not the best safety shot he's played. This red has gone pretty close to the right middle pocket. It's certainly not a gimme, but he'll be taking it on. Very clever, played in such a way that the only red he could leave on was the one he was going for. Made the pot a lot more difficult. Obviously, if he just rolled it in, you probably fancied him getting a little better than playing it hard. But once that red had hit the jaw, he had no idea where it was going to end up. And luckily for him, it kissed the pink. Now Mark can just see this red past the brown, which obviously means he can pot this red. This frame is now huge. If he could just pinch this frame, and apart from the green, you would think he'd got a good chance. You won't have to worry about the pink until virtually the last ball. So 4 reds, 4 blacks, and then he go up on the last red and try and leave an angle to bring the green into play. That vote will very soon be in his mind.
7. $14. 15.
Oh, he's so short there. Can he screw behind them? He's having a bit of trouble with that top cushion, aren't they, today?
Yeah, a little bit short, but just about enough to be able to screw in behind the red and Now this is a good chance, as you said. We'll be leaving that
22.
red up and ball to last.
$23.
Well, he's played for the red in baulk this time. Now, does he have an angle to bring green into play? Not from
28.
that.
Can he use a lot of right-hand side? Well, I thought he might have, but he's just going to play the blue. But
29.
you know, I think that
Could he
was
generate enough pace then, Ken? I think it was a little bit too thin, wasn't it? The key thing is now he's just getting back into the frame. Pot blue, red colour, yellow, and if you don't get on the green down the cushion, just play a good safety shot, and you'll be right back into it. But he'd love to have a go at the green. Doesn't really want to be involved in a safety battle. I don't suppose there's any chance this could be dead straight, so he can screw back into the green.
34.
Now he could play a risky shot here. He could play with loads of right-hand side, try and kiss the green full ball, and bring them both up the cushion. But he's looking at the angle now from green to yellow to green, so he's not even considering playing to bring the green into play. I think there's a chance here, Ken, with loads of side.
Yeah, the angle is there, but I think he just wants to make sure of the blue. Try and get a nice angle on this yellow. And that's not going to be that great. He may be able to force the yellow in off the side cushion and get close to this green, but even if he is dead behind it, it's such a difficult pot down the cushion. He may get close to the green.
42.
Oh dear, I don't think he'll be playing this down the cushion. Just about the worst place he could have finished. The green's absolutely tight on the cushion. If he was behind it, you'd fancy him knocking it in, but at this angle, don't see the value.
I certainly won't be playing the green, but what he will try and do is try and knock it off 4 or 5 cushions and try and get it close to this pink and black. Now he's got to hit it and try and get it in behind that black. And
Mark Selby.
well,
42.
good effort. Excellent effort.
Sneaked a little bit higher there with that break of 42. Where's the black going? I thought for a minute the black was going to finish in front of the cue ball, but an excellent safety shot from Ronnie. Very good.
Yeah, and what that shot does, it creates a lot of distance between black and pink. And of course, Mark, if he's going to win this frame, he needs all remaining 5 colours. So it was a good, clever shot from Ronnie O'Sullivan there. Yeah, nice shot. Cushion first. But a big target behind black and brown here for Ronnie O'Sullivan. Half ball the green, cue ball off the side cushion, ball cushion. Well, he's gone the other way. He's tried to put the green behind the black.
Well, Mark would love to play loads of right-hand side and straighten the cue ball up behind the black, but I think the green will kiss into the brown, so he daren't risk that. If he could guarantee just cannoning the green onto the black, he'd play that, but I think it's a little bit too thin to leave the green where the black is white at this end. So just played a containing safety, hoping to get them lined up, and he may have done that. Not quite though, because of the audience haven't clapped, so obviously it's not snooker. There you can see it's not.
Thanks, Mark.
He's a little concerned if he wants to play the green round the table that the green cannons into the pink, so he may play an alternative shot than that. If he plays it half full with loads of left-hand side, he could possibly get in behind the black and brown. That's what he's gone for. There's the side. Perhaps a little bit too much. Well, he didn't play behind the blue, but he's finished behind the blue.
Looking to play a similar shot that he played on the other side of the table a little while ago. Try and cushion first, almost a full ball on the green, back up the table and leave the cue ball on the top cushion here. He's got to be careful, it may go close to the corner pocket. Well, what's worse, it's double kiss, and I'm sure this green pots. He's lost the cue ball though.
3.
This is not a gimme. But he only needs the brown. He's 18 points ahead. Brown will put him 22 ahead with just 18 remaining. Fantastic cueing from Ronnie O'Sullivan. Impeccable.
Ronnie O'Sullivan, 7.
Well, he's just tried to. If he missed it, just leave it in the jaws of the pocket. But Mark Selby only needs one snooker.
Might take the risk here, trying to bring the pink out with this blue. Play 2 cushions, try and play the blue onto the pink. Didn't hit that particularly well, so Ronnie's will certainly be taking this blue on. Well, he could get the cue ball in behind the black, but he'd be pushing the blue towards the pocket, so got to be a little bit careful if he plays in behind the black with the cue ball, which he obviously would be trying to do. Just going to make sure the blue comes away. Once again, Ronnie will be taking this on.
Yeah, Ronnie purposely didn't try to pot the blue there because the cue ball was running into the pink, but Mark could possibly pot the blue here and try and get a snooker on the pink. The only problem with this is you don't get too many chances when you've only got one ball to get behind, but not a bad chance here. Possibly off 3 cushions here, not behind the black. There's the first. Well, the angle was there.
Selby 5.
Now Ronnie was just trying to get this pink in. And in it goes. What a pot from Ronnie O'Sullivan. He edges further ahead now in this match. It's Ronnie O'Sullivan 7. Mark Selby 3.
Okay, back we go. 4-frame advantage now for the champion.
Well, applying himself he is, without playing his normal robust style that he's been used to in this tournament. He's had it all his own way so far. He's opening a little bit of a gap now. So he has to win at least 3 frames in this session to stay with Selby. I mean, 10-6 is about the closest you would think he'd have a chance of winning. Obviously, he'd like to get a lot more frames than that, but can't really afford to lose this session.
No, he's been very fortunate there. He's hoping to knock that red into another red and black there just to stop it going near the pocket, but it's slowed up.
There's, of course, it's my mistake. There's 9 frames tonight, so they've still got time to get well back into this session. Not playing safety shots like that, he won't, though.
Just wondering. We spoke about that match he played against Neil Robertson last night, winning 17-15. It was top quality in the last session, but it was over 12 hours of play, Willie, that semi-final. It hasn't taken a little bit out of Mark's game today. This man, of course, had the afternoon off, winning with a session to spare against Barry Hawkins, and even the previous day against Sean Murphy as well.
Had a clever shot there. I was just trying to flick off the pack and probably bring another run into play. I think he can get through to the potted angle of this red with the rest without having to use the spider. And very tight, queuing over it. It's the same as using a spider. That isn't how he's queuing up. And these top pockets are definitely tougher, I think, on this table than they were in the quarterfinal and semi-final. I mean, Mark Selby's entitled to sit there kind of bemoaning his luck there, because that is very fortunate.
Can you not call out when players are at the table, please?
Well, we could have a bit of a stalemate here, because the problem ball, of course, is the red over the corner pocket. Ronnie may attempt to stun off the pack and try and use the yellow and blue, but not on this occasion. Yeah, well, Mark asked Ronnie, does he want to re-rack, and rather than tip into the pack for another couple of minutes, boys have decided to start the frame again. Yeah, I was just wondering, Willie, you know, while the referee Brendan Moore sets up the reds, do you reckon that that match has taken a little bit out of Mark today, because he doesn't look like he has that bit of sparkle that he had towards the end of that match last night?
I think it's just expectation, really. Having finished so well and played so well in the last session last night, he must have been so excited to think he can compete with Ronnie in all departments. I mean, it must be a bit shell-shocked to have come into this session playing for that championship trophy, and all of a sudden nothing's there. His long game's not there, his safety's not there, his break building's not there. But he's such a great match player, and I don't say that lightly when we talk about great match players. He does have time, but he's just got to stay with Ronnie in this session.
Yeah, absolutely. And here we go again. Ronnie O'Sullivan breaks off. Left-handed, of course. Possible pot on here for Mark Selby, but has to dig down on the cue ball off the cushion here. But there is a gap around the back of the black here. Didn't spot that plant, Willie, did you?
Well, a massive slice of luck, but as you can see, it's come perilously close to the side cushion. The fluke's only any good if you score from it.
I'll have a look at this again. Just watch the red.
Full.
The middle of those. Just below the pink into the middle. Perfect. That's better. That's better. And that will certainly give him a little bit of confidence. Needs one good positional shot here.
I think he's got the needle now. Just notice his expression on his face and the way he strode around the table. I think he's probably decided to try and push the boat out a little bit now. Play at a pace that suits him better.
9.
Selby at his best, Ken, I think you'll agree, is somewhere around 23 seconds. I mean,
10.
Worst way 23. When he's really playing well, he can be under 20.
Obviously on this red. Can stay on the pink if he wishes, or back up for blue.
$16. Can you stop calling out, please, once more, and you are going to leave?
Somebody just getting a little bit cheery, probably somebody from Leicester just cheering Mark on, and all of a sudden he started to put them in the centre of the pocket. He hasn't been doing that all day, and they're going a little bit more crisp like they were last night. Remember, this break came off a fluke, and it could be a telling one. Not at the moment, though. It's still only 16 points.
Yeah, the red directly above the black. That's the red he'd love to get on here. Just a bit too much side, just the top red pot.
18.
Maybe a red in the middle of that bunch will go into the middle pocket.
Yeah.
But unfortunately for Mark, he's out of position again. He was trying to just get on that red, just above the black, and would have had a nice angle to knock the red just to the left, the black away. And just a little bit too much side. It's a chance loss for Mark Selby.
Thanks. Mark Selby, 18.
Yeah, here's the yellow into the corner. Now look at the right-hand side just taken off that side cushion. Full ball contact on that red would have been perfect. But that second prize. But he really has to be scoring an awful lot more off those chances.
There's a pot on him between the pink and blue, but he won't be taking that on. Can't do anything with the cue ball, so he's going to have to play quite an aggressive saved shot here. There's every chance the black could be brought into play with this shot. It is in play in the left-hand corner, but he might move those two reds just below the black here. The red was on its way, but played it thinner than I thought he might, and that's not his best safety shot. Looks like he's found a plant. Set for the left-hand jaw, though, as you can see there. But if he could guarantee to miss the red that's two away from that, him playing the plant, he would play it. But just see, that's the problem. He played the plant, but he'd be worried about kissing the red that's just to the left of those two reds and getting back into balk. Ken's just put a line up there. That's the angle the cue ball would be taking. And of course, if he kisses that red, he can't get onto a colour. But if the plant's a certainty, he'll take it on. And he'll just hope he gets onto pink, blue or balk colour. But he's going to have to rely on a good kiss. Well, played it so firm, he actually widened the angle. He just can't get on the ball at the minute. Played that plant slow, couldn't do anything but kiss into the red, but the fact that he played it so hard, it threw the cue ball wide of those two reds.
Yeah, and he was a bit unlucky here. Just the side's been off this ball cushion. Just watch the cue ball here as it goes towards the yellow, as opposed to just coming straight off the cushion. He would have been on the yellow. We've still got a good cue ball here. It's not going to be easy to get this, not only hit the red, but to get it safe.
Foul and a miss. Mark Selby 4.
Didn't even bother getting out of his chair there. He knew there was nothing that could definitely score. So I decided to put Ronnie again.
Yeah, this is the angle. Almost like the mark of Zorro here. But he's trying to nestle into that red, just left of the black. This looks a better line. Is it hard enough? Is it hard enough? It is, and what a shot that is. Fantastic judge of pace. Great shot.
Yeah, the reason it was so good in pace, Ken, as you rightly say, he'd have been leaving a red on in the middle. But the pace was to perfection. He liked it. See, that red would have been available into the corner or the middle, but the brilliance of Ronnie's safety cut that red out. Oh, goodness me. We often talk about this game being a game of fractions. And as you can see from Mark's expression on his face, he thought he'd got that.
One. Seven. Eight. 14. 15.
There's a couple of reds just above the black. I think we'll pot into the right corner pocket. But it's not straight on this pink, so I may just stun it in for the red just to the close to the right corner pocket now. And you'd have to say, Willie, the way Ronnie's been playing is
21.
you can't see too much difficulty with this break here.
22.
Yeah, purposely leaving an angle on the pink so he can get onto the two reds just below it. And if he'd have been straight on the pink, he'd have had to play the ones near the black spot. But these are the ones he wants to play on. These two just below the pink spot there. He's played it perfectly.
28. 29. 35. 36.
Yeah, the second one just above the black. I presume we'll try and get on here. And that will release, I'm sure, the red
42.
into both pockets, the one just below it. Just having a quick look at the score. He could stun the middle red in and bring the black into play as well if he wishes.
43.
Now he's a little bit straight on this red, so he can't bring
49.
the other red into play just yet. But of course, every
50.
time he puts red in colour, he's increasing his points difference. 27 now. Pink, red, and another high value colour. And Mark Selby is going to be staring down the barrel of another frame lost.
$56.
These are worrying times for Mark Selby and
57.
his friends and family. I'm starting to look a little bit weary out there. Missed a couple of pots, missed position, not scoring enough at the moment, and he really needs something to start happening for him. Yep, 40 ahead, 2 snookers required.
63. Ronnie O'Sullivan, 63.
Little wry smile from Ronnie there, because he knows if he doesn't catch the jaws of the middle pocket, he'd have got Mark snookered. Yes, he's just doing enough, Ronnie, at the minute. He's not playing anything like he can, and we know Mark's not, obviously, but he's still able to just do enough. This was the one that Mark was hoping to get a big lead in the 23 he already had. It just bounced there, so he got a little bit of a kick there, but look how many times that jawed. 8-10 times before it eventually stayed out. He'd love to hit this red half ball and try and get the cue ball in behind the black, but not too sure he can miss the cannon on the pink if he plays it that way around, so he might take an alternative way of getting in behind the black. Maybe off the right hand side cushion, stunning behind it. That's what he's played. Very close. He's got a second prize, I tell you, he's got a second prize.
Yeah, it's not too bad. The yellow is a little bit of a problem ball here. I'm hitting a little bit of right hand side off the top cushion, but too much side, he'll hit the yellow. There you see it, and maybe a free ball. If this red travels, he could have a free ball. It's just held up enough. Well, I'm very surprised.
I agree with you. You're thinking red, black, yellow, and snooker behind the blue on the green, yeah?
Just clipping the yellow here. Why didn't he pot the red and pot the black or even pink?
Such an easy snooker in behind the blue from the green. That's what Ken's saying.
Well, he might not get a better chance, will he? He might not get a better chance. Great shot from Ronnie O'Sullivan there. Not that difficult to hit the red, but it's the age-old problem, getting it safe. Needs a bit of luck. And he hasn't got it. Well, he's going to get another chance. Not so straightforward to pot the red here because very hard to hold for the pink into the middle pocket. Well, you see 36 behind, 35 remaining, so still needs 1 4-point snooker.
If he was a little bit further away off the cushion, he could check this in behind the black, but with him being so close to the cushion, he can't impart the side that he'd like to get on. So funny enough, that's exactly what he played. He played just to slow the cue ball down by kissing into the black, but obviously very easy shot to hit for Ronnie, but got to be a little careful and hit the red half ball. He could end up going in off the yellow. Played it well. And there's the side's going to really take the chance this time, Mark, of potting this red and black and yellow and getting the snooker in behind the blue from the green.
Got a slight angle on the red. He can come off 2 cushions, but he's not taking the red on again. He's got a football snooker, but straightforward hit from Ronnie O'Sullivan here. This red could go close to where the yellow is. Well, he's hit it quarter ball.
Well, he didn't want the jaw a few shots ago, but he was disappointed the jaw cost him a snooker. That time the jaws got him the snooker. He'll do well to get this safe, because if he hits it thin on either side, he's bound to leave a pot on. 4 balls, the only hope he's got of getting it safe. And that's the end of the frame. Mark Selby concedes, which is entitled to do on his opponent in snookers, and Ronnie O'Sullivan goes 4 clear for the first time in his game. And the score reads 8-3, 5 clear.
Mark Selby to break.
Mark Selby breaks off in his 12th frame. Desperate to get a frame on the board this evening. Well, again, Ronnie O'Sullivan extremely fortunate. Covered it red into this corner pocket. And Mark Selby slump in his chair a little bit when he saw the black coming over that corner pocket. It's happened a couple of times in the last frame as well, although Selby did get a fluke in the middle, so it does even itself out, particularly over the best of 35 frames. Left this into the corner pocket. Cue ball very close to red, of course, but got to be careful here. Good push the ball here. He's going to dig down into the cue ball. He tried to screw it back away from the pink and possibly try and get on the black.
Green ball.
Didn't get the screw into the ball. No, better pot. No, how's your luck? Needs to slow up. Needs to slow up. Again, everything just being overhit from Mark Selby. Red goes into the left centre, but very tricky.
Mark Selby 4.
Yes, he's getting a little frustrated now, Mark. He's played a great shot on the ball colour there to come round for a red, and it's just ran away within the cue ball. He's entitled to take the red on the middle, but he left half a chance for Ronnie. Just coming around to see if he takes anything on, whether he can cover the pot up. Doesn't look like he wants to entertain a pot now, looking like he's going to play the safety.
Yeah, I don't think Ronnie was going to push the boat out. He will sense Mark is struggling a little bit. He wants to keep the pressure on. Doesn't want to give him any easy opportunities to get him settled, because he certainly hasn't settled so far this evening. But still a long way to go in this match. You win a couple of frames and then things can change very, very quickly. Pot success for Mark Selby down to 84%, 90% average from Ronnie O'Sullivan. This is a big statistic. 42 for the highest break for Mark Selby, 102 from Ronnie O'Sullivan. Just got a horrendous kick. Slowed up the cue ball. Everything is happening out there. Just have a look at the cue ball here.
Chance now that Mark Selby could have lost the first 4 frames of this evening's session. He lost the last one of the afternoon session when he looked like he was certain to level at 4-4, but it's 5 games on the trot should he lose this. Not hard enough for the desired position. I don't know whether he can cut it in the middle. There's little Rye smiling in from Ronnie. Just a safety shot again. Just making sure he doesn't push a red over the corner when he plays this red into the pack. Probably worried about pushing a red over the corner, that's why I didn't even entertain the pack.
Ronnie O'Sullivan 3.
Not the best safety he's ever played there. Even though he misjudged the safety, hasn't left anything easy. The one next to the pink or just below the pink looks like it'll pot into the corner. Well, from that picture, it's very tight, as you can see. Can get onto the pink or black, should he get it. It was tight, wasn't it?
Possible red to the right centre, but again, very tricky. Shot time just coming up to a minute. Not often you'd see that statistic for Ronnie O'Sullivan, but this is a big frame. Ronnie O'Sullivan doesn't want to, as I said, give Mark Selby an easy opening. Let him get going. He has him on the rack at the moment. He wants to keep him down. That's why he doesn't want to take this red on into the right centre.
Being ultra cautious, Ronnie. It means so much to him to try and win this championship at ease, and he's won every other match at ease so far, apart from the one with Joe Perry. Joe's the only one to have pushed him to the limit. Although you see the average time just gone past the 20 minutes. The first 3 or 4 frames of this game were averaging 12 minutes a frame. I think tomorrow, obviously another 6 frames to go, including this one tonight. I expect them to play a little better tomorrow. Oh, very rarely do you see a player playing a safety shot like that, but as you can see, nothing appears potable. I just wonder whether Mark can consider playing the slow cross double and try and get the white down on the back cushion, but it looks too dangerous because he can't guarantee getting the weight right, because the red to the extreme left of the bunch might be able to cut in. So just to be another safety shot here. Mark can certainly get the upper hand in this safety exchange now, as long as he covers the red with the yellow. But it looks like he's done. So this is the first safety shot that's got to be played perfectly. The last few safety shots, you had a lot of margin of error. You don't have a margin of error with this one. Such was the strength of Mark's safety. Ronnie decided for the first time this evening, and the first time I think I can remember in the match, to push the boat out. He had no other shot. Now Mark Selby, if you've got any aspirations of getting back into this session, it needs to start now. Last night you'd have said it'd be a good thing to get 60 or above. I'm not too sure he's settled at the moment.
Seb. 8. $50.
Might try and get the blue back on its spot here.
$60.
Doesn't have to worry about disturbing any reds. Red to the right of the pink pots into the right corner pocket. If you can try and get down on the black then.
21.
The red to the right of the black, of course, will be his next choice.
22.
When he eventually moves the red just above the black in a couple of shots' time, that'll open another red up. But he's going to have to play one cannon very soon, because the 5 reds that will be remaining around the pink spot are not going to be available in any pocket.
29.
So he's 30 points in front. What he wouldn't give for another 40 from here.
Thanks. 30.
So red directly above the black pots, the boat pockets, and when he pots this black and the next red, it will open up one more red, but that's, as Willie said, this is his last one available down here, unless he can play a little
37.
cannon on maybe one of the reds here and open another couple. Well, he just played a soft cannon.
38.
If he'd been in a better frame of mind, Ken, and he may have played that cannon as like a stun run through and just played it half ball, but he just wants to make everything perfect at the minute, and I don't blame him at all.
45.
This is his highest break in the match so far now, and really needs to make it a frame winner. Well, he could, as you can see from that angle, he could run through for the black, but he's playing it to screw back for the blue. So he's going to need one more
46.
cannon.
Yeah, not straight enough on the blue either, so. Well, he could just about hold it.
Doesn't have to play the cannon hard when he gets on the blue.
51.
Just be playing the blue and just playing into those 2 reds at the right of the pink. So he needs a half ball angle here. It's one of those shots where you can play it gently. You don't have to play it hard the next shot on the blue. Right. Same thing with the green's a lot more difficult than the blue. Okay, it's quite a big target. He'd literally like to get into the gap of those 4 reds. He'd be unlucky not to kiss one of them half ball, Ken, wouldn't he?
Yeah, something like this angle off the green. But he's missed it. He's missed it, and that was such a big target, and that's a big mistake.
That's why I can't understand he didn't play for the blue. I mean, if you play for the blue, it's an unmissable cannon. Playing for the green, now and again you can hit them poorly like he did there. Still seems to miss the cannon though. But when you're in this kind of out of sorts, having lost 3 frames on the trot, 4 in total if you include the last frame of the evening this afternoon session, sometimes you're just trying to make sure you don't make any sort of mistake. You don't take a risk.
Mark Selby, 55.
Good safety shot there from Mark. He's 56 points in front. Favourite to win a frame at last in this session. Here's the shot he played, and of course once he missed it, but what he wanted to do, we get a quick chance to show you before Mark plays there, Selby plays his shot. Perfect line, you see, that's going to happen. So that's why it was such a big target. You expected him to get that.
Well, Ronnie's having a go at this red. Big shot. Now, where's it going? Oh, well, that should be
Mark
it
Selby, 4.
now. Let's have a look at the scores. He's 60 points ahead, so just this red to leave Ronnie O'Sullivan leading the snooker. Such a relieved Mark Selby will be.
One. Mark Selby, 1.
That's very uncharacteristic. Just trying to drop the pink in, and what's worse is that should Ronnie get the pink back on the spot. Pink, couple of blacks, and maybe 1 snooker. Yeah, see Ronnie purposely trying to get the pink on the spot because that will certainly make things easier. He's just trying to drop the pink in, dead weight. And
7. 8. 14.
He'd like to play the second red of the 2 reddies because it's leave that red where it is so he can get in behind the pink.
50.
Pot this black and then he should get tight in behind the pink Ken here, shouldn't he? So Mark's going to be faced with that snooker now.
yeah, and as we've seen so many times, he should be in his dressing room now, getting ready, having his cup of tea, thinking about the next 5 frames they've got to play tonight. But he's still involved in this frame, and Ronnie should get a good snooker here. Cue ball will be
22.
tight as possible to this pink.
When you're struggling, Ken, like Mark is at the minute, everything kind of goes wrong, doesn't it? And he's
Ronnie
played that
O'Sullivan,
pretty well, actually, because he's
22.
covered the right-hand side cushion. If he goes off the left-hand side cushion, the green comes into play. So there's plenty of room around the back of this red. It's one of those, Ken, if you play at 2 cushions, there is room around the back, where if you play at 1, you wouldn't have thought you could miss it, but 2 cushions gives a bigger target.
Well, this is an possible angle, but as you said, He's got to be careful here, even if he hits the red off 2 cushions. He's got to be careful of the in-off. Oh, excellent shot. Excellent shot. He's hit it on the other side. But he's not out of the woods just yet. Straight forward. Off the red, down behind the black again.
It helps the fact that the green's where it is, means that Ronnie couldn't really leave this red on unless he hits it as hard as that. So that's certainly going to be frame over now.
You're out with this one.
Getting a little laugh at the crowd saying, but he will be relieved. His cup of tea will taste a little bit better. He's got his first frame of the tonight's session on the board. Still, a lot of work to do.
6.
He's 4 frames behind, but as I said, first to 8 in, a long way to go
9.
in this match just yet. He's certainly not going to throw in the towel. He's a fighter.
30.
That's a nice little exhibition shot. Can he hit the pink? Oh.
80.
Well, the pink doesn't go in. Mark Selby won't mind. He's got his first frame on the board this evening. But it's still Ronnie O'Sullivan leads by 4 frames now. 8 frames to 4.
Yeah, I'm with you on that one, John. He did quicken up quite a bit. And it was such an important frame to win, and straight away he may have an early chance if that green doesn't come to Ronnie's rescue. Well, it has. Wasn't the best break-off shot, but the green, that little smile from Mark is telling you there what he thinks of not being able to pot the red. Oh, that's the pink.
Foul on the miss. Ronnie O'Sullivan 4.
Oh, it wasn't the pink. Ronnie's a bit reluctant to have it put back, but he's got no shot, so he might as well put it back. I think Mark was coming into the table, John, and thought, I'm going to have a red in the middle pocket, but that tells you that he couldn't.
Yeah, this game never changes, does it? When you're behind and you need a bit of luck, it never seems to go your way. Ronnie just making certain that the cue ball's back where it was. I don't think he could get through to any part of this red.
That way.
This is where it was. It's only the cue ball that he's doing. Doesn't look too bad now.
Okay. Better. Okay, Mark. Thank you.
Same shot, but just needs a touch more left-hand side and pace. Just about okay.
Touching ball, Ronnie.
Touching ball, declares the referee, so an easy path back to the ball end for Ronnie.
going the other side of the table now. Into the reds, should be okay. I don't know if you can see enough of that red. It's up to the left of the blue. Obviously not. But he's purposely left Mark a shot at that red. Or did he purposely leave him a shot at the red? Because Mark can have a go at this. Okay, he may have a little bit of an awkward bridge to make.
Well, there's certainly a gap for the cue, but is he touching the pink? The referee wouldn't declare the touching the pink, and it's, you see, just not, but can he get it? No, just couldn't get to the potting angle. So just the containing safety, but if he's not covered that red with the yellow, good chance for Ronnie now to play a lot better safety than that.
I wonder will he send it into the reds? He has. Now the danger with that shot is you never know where they're going to go. He's got a pretty good cue ball. He's covered the one to the left, as you can see, but he hasn't covered the one to the right. That was quite an attacking shot from Ronnie to open the reds up, but you're never sure where they're going to go. And one good pot, and I think he might be able to miss the cannon into the reds. He could give himself a chance here.
Nice pot. Needs a good kiss on the brown. Will that brown bounce? It doesn't. So just a little run up to the yellow. Trying to cut out the
Selby,
escape from the right-hand side of the table, but I think he's just hit that yellow a little bit too hard. When he was walking back to his seat, you just saw that little bit of disappointment on his face. Wanting to cover this escape. And didn't. Good hit from Ronnie, though. What's been very impressive to me, Dennis, is the fact that we've gone about Ronnie, which Ronnie turns up. Obviously, we put that behind us now because the last 18 months, 2 years, he has turned up and been a proper snooker player. And even these frames this evening that have been a little bit slow, Ronnie has not lost his focus, has he? Well, while we're talking, they're having a re-rack.
Well, listen, JV, there's nothing wrong with a re-rack every now and again. Does you the world of good. Brendan Moore, who's refereeing his first ever World Championship final, is enjoying every minute of this. Great to see him there. That's what they're playing for. That magnificent World Championship trophy with a lovely little lady on the top there.
Frame 13. Ronnie O'Sullivan to break.
So Ronnie gets this frame started again. And not the best break-off shot. That cue ball coming off the baulk cushion, land on the baulk line. And there's a chance here of a red for Mark. These are the type of reds you feel he's got to start knocking in. Good pot it was, and controlled it nicely to be on a baulk colour. So there you see 7'5" from cue ball to object ball, and nicely found the gap, controlled the cue ball well.
Well, he had the perfect picture there of where he was hitting that cue ball to screw back right down in the bottom.
4.
Look at that, right down at the bottom of that white.
5.
So as Hazel mentioned, there's 5 frames to be played to finish this session off.
Just give me a second, Mark, please.
There's hitting the white right down at 6 o'clock. If you imagined the ball being a clock face, it stops and then it just keeps on spinning.
Thanks. 11. $12.
This is the last of the easy reds, so he'll be going into this cluster off the
19.
black. It's the type of cluster you'd like to go in off the blue, but that's not an option here.
$20.
Just about got the angle.
Just wondering if he'll stun it rather than screw it. He plays this shot so well. He's just looks as if he's going to screw it, but he does play it so well. You see, well, the red's in as well. But he normally
Selby,
stuns
20.
that type of shot from that
Ronnie
angle,
7.
and he could have stunned it past the middle of the pack. And you see, the 2 reds hit it. Well, he did, but if he had played that with a stun, it would have pushed them open better. A bit unlucky to knock that red in.
As you say, Dennis, there's 5 more frames, 4 after this one, and very big frames these are for Mark Selby. You think if he wants him to win at least 3 of the 5?
Yeah, that would be Mark's target, but you've got to just play them frame at a time. Got to be careful. If he plays down off this red, the left side of the table, he can send it over towards the other red and maybe knock one over the right corner pocket. So he's changed his mind. He looked at that first of all. And this is a much better choice, this one. Yeah, nicely played.
Yeah, and that's the one thing that has slightly improved his safety play. It needed to, because in the first session this afternoon, his safety play, I don't always think this safety success is a fair reflection of some of the safety shots. He was catching a lot too thick, but he's just slightly ahead on those percentages, ahead of Ronnie.
Well, that's opened a few more reds up, and the next shot might even open a few more up, unless the outside red maybe cuts into the right corner. You can have a go at that and play the safety shot.
it's turned out okay in the end, but boy, he just rubbed past that red on the left-hand side of the table there. If he'd have caught it a little bit thicker, the cue ball wouldn't have finished there. You see, we say it's all about fractions. Look at that. Just feathered that red, and that helped it find the gap between yellow and brown. Well, not the best safety. I don't know if this one goes to the far right corner, passes the pink. That's the one you'd want to play if you had a choice, because you wouldn't have to do much to come back for the black. It must be very close to being potable.
I don't think he's taking this on. So he's keeping the discipline. I think Ronnie a couple of seasons ago would maybe have had a go at that, but he's playing all the correct shots. I can't think of too many times where Ronnie has pushed the boat out, as we say. Well, that's certainly opened them up, and he's coming up. Well, if he drops in behind the green, it's a bonus. Not quite. He can get through to this red. If he missed the green there, he would have had him snookered on all the reds. But just keep an eye on the cue ball here. There is a bit of a gap, but he could catch the red that's near the cushion. And he had so much side on that. He played that with so much right-hand side to avoid canning into that red. And that makes the pot so much more difficult.
Well, as Dennis said, just to check it to miss that red, but he's not played the best positional shot there. Not ahead from Ronnie. I think he may have to play safe here. Well, this red just above the black goes, but he's got to avoid a kiss on the second red. More concerned. Where's the cue ball? Where's the cue ball going? It's okay.
Ronnie O'Sullivan 4.
Well, he'll be so disappointed with his last shot when he cannoned the blue, because he had a great chance. And that one little flick off the blue put him right out of position. This was the screw back. He didn't want to be anywhere near the blue. And once he hit it half ball, it's amazing how one little cannon can put you right out of position.
Thin on that, and that's why the cue balls come in and out of balk. And while there's a few reds he could have a go at, not guaranteed position on the colour. Now Ronnie's not been taking too many risks. He just feels that, well, if he just plays a steady game, which is very unusual for him, that should be enough to win frames, because he's getting 2 or 3 chances per frame.
Wasn't expecting a cannon there. He thought he could take the pot on and miss that cannon. Yeah, when you've got a 4-frame advantage, as we show you this attempt at the cut, but maybe if he had a pot of that, he wouldn't have cannoned the other red. But you've got a 4-frame advantage. You just want to share the sessions, the little mini sessions.
One.
He's left himself a very tricky pot here. This needs good cueing. tough with your hand on the cushion there. Oh, he's played it nicely.
Yes, the problem was with the potting angle, he was going away from the reds, but as you say, Dennis, good pot. Needs another one now.
Nine.
Well, the chances there for Mark. You put everything into this
16.
chance here.
$17. $24. $25.
He didn't get that well, John, did he? He just stunned it a bit too much.
Should have been straight on this pink, shouldn't he? This pink will put him 40 points in front with 67 remaining. So after this pink, a couple of reds, a couple of colours needed. Just able to use that red to hold the cue ball.
31.
Yeah, you need the little extension there, but slight. They had a position there previously, but one more good pot here. He's stretching quite a bit, but should be able to pot this.
32.
Looking good now for this frame.
.46 ahead, 59 remaining. When he pots the red, there'll only be 51 remaining, so he's looking at the scoreboard. Red, blue, red, pink, red, black would put him in the snooker's required stage. Anything less, and he'll need another red. He's gonna
38.
finish nicely on blue or pink. The blue's unmissable, so he'll probably be the blue. And the blue will put him 52 points in front with 51 remaining.
$43.
It's not there. So one
Mark Selby,
snooker
43.
required for Ronnie as he comes to the table. 52 points behind, 51 remaining.
Yeah, he'll play for the red, the right side of the table, because the one near the back cushions in an ideal place to get a snooker. So this red, a black, and Mark knows only
8.
too well when he comes to the table, he could be snookered behind the black.
$9.
Yeah, that's pretty good. Ronnie's just coming around to see where he'd like to leave the cue ball so that he can get that snooker behind the black. And if he sends the red up near one of the balk colours and gets it close to it and gets behind the black, he's right back in this frame.
Yes, of course. In playing this snooker, he'd like to be tight up behind the black and cut
16.
out any one cushion escape. He's got the snooker, and I
Ronnie
think he's
O'Sullivan.
cut out
60.
the one cushion escape. So this frame could be back on.
Well, there's a possible one cushion escape, but that's difficult. I don't think he can swerve around the black. He's too close to that. And this way, he's going to have to be very precise. That's what he's looking for there. No, he's missed it.
Foul.
Frame on
O'Sullivan
again.
So now 32 behind, 35 remaining. He knew when he missed that red that would have kept Ronnie in his seat that he was asking for trouble, because of course he left the red on and Ronnie could get the blacks that he needed, and as you said, Dennis, played the snooker and played the snooker well. And if this runs past the black, we could have a new favourite for the frame.
Thank you.
Well, it has. Ronnie anxiously looking the other side of the table. And because he's so close to the cushion, to get the little bit of side that's needed to come off the cushion, miss the black and hit the red, he might just have to swerve this and hope for the best. I think it's too risky to come off the cushion with side. He could quite easily just flick the black. He's now looking at off the side cushion, but well, this will have to be absolutely spot on.
Foul and a miss.
He's always there.
Ronnie O'Sullivan.
That's why I thought he might just swerve around it. Ronnie's,
Free ball.
it's a free ball as well, so that will give him a free shot if he wants.
Yeah, but Ronnie, having a look at the scoreboard, you see, the thing is he'll need the black, and the black is now safe.
Back.
And that's why he's had it put back. If he didn't need the black, I'm certain he'd have played the green as the free ball.
Yeah, the shot he's attempting, he has to be so precise to miss the black and just flick the red.
Have a look at that mark, please. Yeah. Right, you want to have a look? Thank you. Foul and a miss.
Well, he's done it again.
Ronnie O'Sullivan, 7.
Well,
Yes.
Now Ronnie having to think here, because he won't need the black. 18 points of difference. If he was to get off this last red, blue or pink,
Yeah.
but he thinks, well, this is a difficult snooker to hit. I'm surprised, though, he hit the black so thick second time, Dennis.
especially someone like Mark, who's so good at getting out of snookers. You see, if he catches the red, he's hoping to just knock the red over onto the side cushion and get the white back up the table, but he's hitting the black more or less half ball, quarter ball.
Yeah, I don't think he's playing it with side. I think it's just a plain ball shot. But
Ronnie, okay.
there's only, well, there's less than half ball of the red sticking out. Compensated that time, and I'll tell you what, he's had a right result here.
Yeah, no luck there. He knew if he caught that red, he would send it over onto the side cushion. Oh, there's a gap here. Oh, it's a tough putt though from where the cue ball's sitting.
Yeah, I think you always look at this type of shot. Is it easier to play the safety? Just having a look. If he played half ball on the right-hand side of the red as he's looking, come off the side cushion, bring the cue ball behind the black. The enough's not on if he catches a red half ball. The pot would be very risky. He played it the other way, but well, I think he's left this red.
I think your way was the best way, John, sending the red back up and trying to get over behind the black. So one good pot here and one decent cannon on the green. Where's the green going? Where is that green?
Wow, would you believe it?
Mark Selby full.
Would you believe it? And it's a free ball.
Free ball.
Well, the cannon was always on.
Bramble.
Ronnie never dreamt he could cannon the green into the pocket. I think Johnny was just hoping that he'd be able to push the green towards the pocket and have it there. He never envisaged knocking it in.
Yeah, the green went in, never touched the side, did it? And I think Ronnie knew as soon as he saw the green going out of the pocket. Yellow ball to leave him needing a snooker. So when it goes,
Okay.
and now Mark nicely on the green, so he had a bit of a scare here. And boy, will he be relieved.
Well, we do have different turning points in a long match. That's certainly going to be one of them because he would have opened up a 5-frame
11.
advantage.
$16.
So he needed a few bites of the cherry in this frame, but at the end of the day, it'll go on the scoreboard that he won it.
22.
So a frame that could have gone either way, and you thought when Ronnie O'Sullivan got the snookers required that he was going to win it, but the green went in. And Mark Selby now relieved to be only 3 behind at 8-5.
Yes, he certainly is, Hazel, and he will have all those nice thoughts in his mind of some of the matches that he has battled his way back. But what a good start. Cue ball tight on the cushion. And I suppose at the moment Ronnie's playing at Mark's pace, and not a lot you can do until you get the balls open and play a real telling safety shot. Now Ronnie at 22 seconds there. I've seen him down to 15 in this year's championship, but not when the balls are like this and got tactical play. I mean, Ronnie's as good a tactical player as anybody in the game, but he's up against one of the best in Mark Selby.
Yeah, certainly signs that Mark's beginning to find his long game, but Ronnie can get past the black for the pot here. Just. And great pot it was. What's the kiss like on the blue? Not bad.
Yeah, it was brilliant cueing this, almost tight in the cushion, and to knock that in. I think Ronnie left the auditorium there and went back just to settle himself down, and what a way to start when he come back in. Oh, that was a bit tricky. Played with the left hand. Now he needs to pull another good pot out. He could play to get on the black here.
6.
Just caught the brown, but I'll tell you what, if he pulls this shot off, or will he risk playing for the black? Because there's a red he would leave at the back of the bunch there. But if he could get this in and get the black back on its spot. So let's see what he's decided on. Yeah, great shot.
7.
One good pot on the black, JV, and he's given himself a terrific chance.
Yeah, and it was quite interesting what Stephen was saying, you know, that he should play his own game, and that was a real positive shot. He didn't edge his bets there.
$14. 15.
He's got the red that's closest to the black, but I think there's one at the back and to the left of the bunch is also available. Be available possibly into the right corner. He'll have a look at that. That's what he's looking at now there, Ronnie.
22. 23.
That's the one he's played for. But they're not a good bunch to go into from the black.
30.
And that's why he's played
31.
for the pink. Better pack to go into from that. And if he's got the correct angle, he can play this with a lot of topspin. All depends on the angle. He doesn't want to go between that, well, that little gap between the reds. And he has gone through that gap. I'm surprised he never looked at that.
$37.
Wow, what a recovery pot that is.
38.
And he's on the yellow. And he can get back to the reds. I mean, this was just a fabulous pot.
Yes, for one of the few times this evening, he's decided to make things happen.
40.
I think after the first session, he could see that Mark hadn't settled, and he was just sort of content to be patient and pick up the pieces. But
41.
probably, as you say, went out in between frames and just had a word with himself, said, come on now, let's start playing here.
$48.
Just
49.
about got the angle on the blue. There you see it, nicely on it. I think there's a red that's available to the left corner.
$54. $55.
He's picked these off very nicely indeed. He hasn't taken any risks with cannoning into them at the wrong time. Even there, didn't bother cannoning into the reds and risking it.
Yes, and the reason being because this red and the black will put him 68 points in front with just 67 remaining.
61.
Yeah, all done in a matter of, well, under 7 minutes this frame's been going.
68.
And now a chance to go on and make a century break here.
69.
Ronnie has made 11 centuries in this year's World Championship. I think the record is held by the man sitting in the studio with 15 centuries.
76.
He holds a lot of records, the Stephen Hendry.
77.
And he's perfect now. Ronnie's made 746 centuries. He's closing in on Stephen Hendry's record.
82.
I think it's 775.
83. $90.
I think more importantly, this
91.
frame for Ronnie. The people come to see Ronnie play like this, and he's turned it on in this frame.
And this, if he gets a century, he's going to beat last year's
98.
55 centuries.
99.
And a few people would have had a bet on that, and they'll be getting paid out. They certainly will, because that's a magnificent century break
104.
from Ronnie O'Sullivan.
106.
And he's done exactly what Stephen Hendry suggested. Get out there, just play your own game. And
109.
this is Ronnie's game.
$113. 118.
It's been flawless, this break.
$124.
Well, he enjoyed every minute of that, did Ronnie O'Sullivan, and so did the Crucible crowd. What a fabulous break of 131, and he gets back to 4 frames in front. It's now 9-5.
So Ronnie breaks off. Still 4 more frames to play this evening. That certainly warmed up the audience, that last frame. Now, sorry, there's only 3 more to play. Getting ahead of myself, but he stepped up. Now Mark Selby's got to do the same.
Mark Selby really could do with one of these remaining 2 frames. He'd love to get them both, but there's 3 frames to be played. If he can get 2 of the 3, he'd be more than pleased. And it's just going to run a bit too far.
Well, I thought it had stopped once and it just kept rolling. It looked certain to stop short of the baulk line, and it just ran on and on And you know after the last frame that Ronnie wants to start making things happen, but if he takes the blue on, it's going to be risky as we watch that. Looks as though it was certain to stop short of the ball line. Just kept rolling. Oh, great pot!
6.
Isn't it great, Dennis, to have that ability? You can just change the flow of a match.
7.
Yeah, he's just moved up a couple of gears, hasn't he? Not quite as he intended.
13.
Quite a thin cut this, and he's heading away up towards the bulk colours.
Well, he's got a nice angle on the green, should he so wish to come off the side cushion and into that cluster. The pink's probably only available into one pocket, black tied up. It may be worth the risk. Now decided to play for the loose reds. Cue ball needs to slow up a touch. He's
70.
overrun it a fraction.
Yeah, you can't cannon into the bunch of reds because of the red that's just above the pink spot. Well, he tried to get on that red I mentioned, but
23.
he was always going to have the other one here into the left corner. Just ran on a fraction more than he intended there. Well, that's a bonus if the black will go. It doesn't look like it would pot from this angle. And it wouldn't.
24.
The red at the top of the cluster will go past the pink into the right corner. And the way he's played that will obviously go into the left corner and played it beautifully.
29.
Now he's got that red away and he's got the angle on the blue. He's still got one more red he can play for. So he'll play for it this time.
35.
Can he get back onto the blue? That's the question now. Now that's going to be difficult from there. If he screws back, he could go into the middle pocket. And he's back looking at that black. It must be very, very tight.
Yeah, and just looking at his facial expression, a little bit annoyed with himself. And I, like you, thought off the last blue he'd have gone into the reds. You leave it till the last minute and you get the wrong angle. So watch the middle pocket. Just managed
36.
to avoid it. And he's landed nicely on the blue to play that cannon.
I don't see any plants if he goes into these reds. It might be one if he cannons the left of the reds. He's going to make a little plant. There's certainly one red will head over towards the left corner pocket. Just depends on the pace. Yeah, he just went gently into it.
41.
he's got them all open now.
42.
But Mark, you can't do anything about this. I mean, he couldn't have played that any better.
48.
Well, it was at full stretch there, but it's inch perfect. Although a little shake of the head, maybe just not the angle he wanted, but you wouldn't have thought it would cause him a problem. Yeah, he's got the angle to stun down for the red near the top cushion. And he was bound to leave a good angle. So 55 ahead, 75 remaining. 2
55.
reds, 2 colours. And that would be the frame safe.
$56.
Well, he really is turning it on now, as Ronnie O'Sullivan. It has to be said.
62. 63.
Wouldn't matter who he's playing. Up to 1,000 points in the final. And now a possible chance to make back-to-back centuries.
Still trying to convince himself he can pot that black.
76.
Well, this time, and the referee
77.
dashing round to make certain he hits the black first. Can he bend it in with a bit of right-hand side? He could, you know.
84. 85.
We had a couple of frames that lasted just over 24 minutes, but the last 2 frames have just been awesome.
Just overstunned that. He'll be a little bit
87.
annoyed with himself. By the way he's playing at the moment, you fancy him knocking anything in. Oh, well, maybe not at that pace. It wasn't 100, but he kept Mark Selby in his seat, and Ronnie is going out of the arena. But boy, will he be going out feeling very good, because he's stretched his lead now. He leads 10 frames to 5.
Yeah, Mark could definitely do with the 2 remaining frames, but will he get the chance? The way Ronnie's played in the last couple of frames, he knows that if he makes one mistake, he'll be sitting down and watching Ronnie carry on. Well, we'll see how he plays this safety shot. He's got a chance to open the reds, get back down the table, or he can play the one next to the black. Let's see if he's going to open them up somewhat here. But catching the green. Well, Ronnie's coming around. I don't think the black will go, and I don't think the pink will go. And this red looks a bit straight to me into the corner. If he's got a slight angle, he can try and get up for the blue, but there's only just a slight angle. And when he's queuing, well, there you see. not even considering that one.
Like Mark before him, catching a baulk colour. It's a dangerous thing to do at this level.
Well, look at the angle he has on this. It's not unnatural to roll this in and finish on the black and play it as a sort of shot to nothing. Look at that, since his last pot. It's coming up to 22 minutes and 30 seconds. You could do with getting in behind the yellow and the brown here. If he misses the green, he might get there.
Well, he's missed his chance there, Mark. And we're only having a look at the possibility of a 3-ball plant here. Ooh, I'll tell you what, it's not far away. It is not far away, and it's the path back to baulk. In the end, he didn't see it as being a good path back to baulk and a risky plant. And he's found that area behind yellow and brown, as played.
Just over 5 hours. So it's been a tough couple of days from Mark Selby. His semi-final, that fascinating semi-final against the world #1 Neil Robertson, was just over 12 hours. So it does take it out of you mentally. So he's got to just hang in there and see what he can get out of these last 2 frames. Yeah, believe it or not, he's been playing 13 hours longer than Ronnie O'Sullivan, believe it or not, because of the way the matches have gone. So that does take it out of you. Ronnie once again looking for the path to get in behind the yellow and brown, but twice across the table, the red slightly in the way. He's just debating whether to risk going twice across, miss that red, or just take it up towards the green. I think it's worth the thin one. I think he can miss that red. Well, he's gone the one cushion, and that could be in the pocket. No, he's okay.
Yeah, it's not exactly as planned, but this red that is cuttable to the right middle, the one in the other half of the table, it's not a red you'd want to take on, really. It's a tough pot and you're not certain to get it safe, so I think he's driving this red into the blue and screwing back to the baulk cushion. Well, he drove it into the reds. And he's played it well. Played it very well. There's always a danger if you just catch it wrong that a red could come up to the baulk end, but good thinking, well played. It's in a spot of bother, but he's reversed the roles, and it's Ronnie now with something to think of.
That was a brave shot he took on there. He nearly pulled it off, but he's had a a bit of a result. The red could have finished anywhere when he missed it. We'll just show it to you again here. He wasn't far away, but once it came across there, he got a decent little kiss to leave it safe. This is how they finished when Ronnie attempted this pot. You can see the red wobbled, came across. Oh, we could quite easily have pushed one on there.
Just a bit pacey, and hand on the table. There's definitely an opportunity here for Mark if he can pot this red, come round off 2 cushions, and he'd be on the black to the opposite corner. Okay, if he missed it, he may leave a red on to the left middle, but Ronnie started to make things happen. You just feel that Mark's got to do the same now. Right, played it with pace, so he edged his bets. A great pot, but is he on a colour? Well, unless he's got a good angle on the brown, it's only a snooker to play. Could come off the baulk cushion, snooker behind the green. The one thing he wants to try and do is cut out the simple 1 cushion escape. So he feels by nestling up to the brown, the yellow will take care of that.
There is a way. He's got to hit, let's see, 1, 2, 3 cushions to land on the red. That's to the left of the 2 on the cushion. Just keep your eye on this cue ball. This will be some escape. The angle's there. There's 1 cushion, 2 cushion. Here comes the 3rd cushion. What's the line like? What's the line like? Is it going to reach?
Oh, miss.
Wow, even Ronnie smiles. Can he remember the line? That's the thing.
Yep.
Well, can he remember where he hit? Because he had it absolutely spot on.
Yes, he played it absolutely perfectly the line. And what was it? A millimetre short of pace.
Okay, Mark, thank you.
Well, I don't know if I can get as good a line as Ronnie, but it was somewhere near there, I think. Is it going to reach? He's going to come up short again. And he might have left a pot this time.
Mark Selby 4.
He just might have left this one on. And Mark, well, as Stephen Hendry was saying, and as you said, John, he's got to make something happen. This might just be the chance.
One. Eight. Nine.
Well, the reds are nicely spread now.
16.
So it's just a case of producing your best snooker. This is an opportunity you just feel he cannot turn down. And it's gone wrong almost immediately. He got a
70.
kiss on the second red he wasn't expecting. And that's been his problem, Dennis, throughout this match.
It was the shot when he screwed into the bunch to leave the white there. He was a bit unlucky to leave it at that angle. Normally he would have finished straight and been able to stay on the black, and he thought there was a way past there, and he just misjudged that, and he's totally out of position now.
Green ball.
Just
Mark
watch the
Selby,
split
70.
here when he potted the black. Just got a bit too much screw, and that white just come back, what, 2 or 3 inches further than he intended. And he thought there was a gap there, and he just cannoned straight into the red.
Yeah, but he'll know that he should have known he was going to kiss the second red. But he's not scoring, and he's not winning frames in one visit. 55 break is his highest after 15 frames, and a 55 break doesn't necessarily win you any frame. Well, Ronnie's having a look at this red. I don't know whether he's got the angle to play the pot and get round the back of the black. Wow, he's gone for it full-blooded. And just have a look where the cue ball was finished. If that red doesn't go in and that red he played went safe, he wouldn't have left anything.
Well, for me, that was the shot of the final so far. It really was, to roll it in like that and get round the back of the black. It just doesn't get any better than that. That's interesting stat. 62% for Mark Selby and only 56% for Ronnie O'Sullivan. But I'll tell you one, that was one of the best, that last long pot.
Yeah, he studied all the options and he thought the best way to play this is just go for it full-blooded. If I pot it, I'm on the black and it gives me a frame-winning chance. And you can't argue with that.
Nine.
Well, even that was well judged because he wasn't straight on that. He had to use the red and he played it perfectly. One of the little fibers probably just from the tip, just in his eye line when he gets down to strike.
Well, it just put him off enough.
Nine.
It just put him off enough to lose his concentration. Didn't expect that. Shh.
One.
Wow, what a gift this is. But as I say, he did seem to just lose a little focus when he was just messing around with the tip. Mark Selby, you've got to take full advantage as Ronnie still looks at the tip there. He's had a couple of tips on this year, which is most unusual.
8.
Very few players would change the tip during a World Championship unless it was damaged.
9.
Yes, and it's Les Dodd from Southport who comes down and puts Ronnie's tips on.
Thanks.
I think he's just about okay. He can just about get past these two
16.
reds. He'd like to have been straight on this red and play for the black. But I think the blue is just about available. But what a lifeline he's been handed here.
70.
And he's got to take it.
didn't. More just checking to see if the blue will spot. It won't. So
22.
let's see, there's 3 easy reds available. I'm not too sure about the 2 to the right of the pink and blue, but he's already 39 in front.
$23.
So 44 ahead, 67 remaining.
27.
2 reds, 2 colours would be more than enough.
28.
It's bounced nicely enough now. You may have to play a little cannon here. Pot the black, cannon the blue, thumb in the face. And that will be frame over.
35.
He's looking at the other red into the middle pocket now, because this one looks a bit tight and he's going to have to bridge slightly over the blue. That's if the other one doesn't go. The one to the right as he's looking at it. And that would look very tight. That one there would be the better one, but that's a bit tight. He could maybe catch the other red if he plays that. And the other one is going to need the spider. So the cannon on the blue didn't quite work out. He's back looking at the one to the middle pocket.
Yes, and this is missable. But only the red needed. And it's there. So an unexpected missed black off the spot from Ronnie O'Sullivan. Gave Mark a lifeline, and he's taken it. He can dig deep, this young man. And he's having to dig deep in this first day's play because he's not
43.
been at his best. And that will mean that Ronnie
44.
will not be getting back to the table.
I'll tell you what, John, if he could win this last frame and come out of this 10-7 with a highest break of 55, he's in with a great shot tomorrow, you'd have to say.
Well, absolutely.
52.
I think Ronnie just switched off a little bit. I'm not saying he thought it was getting a bit too easy, but he wasn't having to do a lot to win frames. He's turned it on the last few frames, but you miss a black
58.
off the spot. It's going to cost you. Doesn't matter about this red. So
Selby,
he was handed a lifeline. Ronnie missed the black off the spot unexpectedly. Mark Selby took it. He's reduced his arrears now to 4. And with one big frame coming up, O'Sullivan leads 10-6.
And Ronnie O'Sullivan breaks off with that 50p tip on the cue that Steve Davis said, and it's a pretty good break off. This is the shot they were talking about. He suddenly seen the little fibre there, probably just in his eye line, and just took his concentration away.
Superbly played. What a terrific shot that was. And a little tap on the table from Ronnie in appreciation. It's a big frame, and that was, he was in a spot of bother there.
He's hit that so thick, but I think he's okay. And that's what he thinks of that shot. For one moment there, I thought he cleared the black because the black was tied up and the two reds have gone either side of it, so it's a bit awkward again. this was the shot here, and just watch it. Clears the black, knocks that red away, but then all of a sudden, a series of little kisses left it awkward again.
Thank you.
Well, I'll be very disappointed with that, Will Mark, and you can see the look on his face. I mean, when you're that close to the reds, at this level, and you don't find the baulk cushion, you know you're just making it that much.
Can you ask him to leave, please?
You're just making it that much
Totally
easier
unnecessary.
for your opponent to play a better safety.
Yeah, the crowd here at the Crucible are fantastic, but just occasionally you get one person shouting out. Probably they've never been to the Crucible before. I mean, you want the enthusiasm and you want the crowd to get involved, which they do, but it's all about timing. It's such an intimate theatre here. It really is a bit special, and we met quite a few people at lunch and tea time that were here at the Crucible for the very first time, and I bet they're enjoying every minute of this.
Meanwhile, Mark Selby's trying to see if he can get a safety shot here. It was brought on by him not playing a good safety shot when he should have done when he was close to the reds. So couldn't find a path back to baulk, just rolling into him. And he had a good look at everything, so I assume he's left nothing.
Yeah, we need a touching ball here now to resolve this.
Well, they both looked at one another, and I think Ronnie's quite happy for a re-rack. Both players agree. No reason why not.
There's the crowd again, and this is the second re-rack we've had this evening. But I bet they're enjoying every single minute of this. Not that easy to get tickets to come to the Crucible Theatre. It's nice to get away from the wall, and that's what's for the winner, that beautiful trophy there.
Thank you. The final frame of this session. Ronnie O'Sullivan to break.
So Ronnie gets ready to break off in this final frame for the second time. And I've noticed every time, or most of the time, Ronnie breaks off, that red seems to come right next to the black and puts it out of commission. Must just be the red that he's hitting. He's not intending to do that, but it's amazing the number of times it happens. See, he's hitting the end red with lots of side, and that one springs out and lands next to the black.
Yeah, decent length with the cue ball. And the black now has gone up the side cushion, so it's going to make this frame turn, on the face of it, a little bit awkward.
Well, this would be a risky red. I'm just looking at whether he can get round the back of the two reds near the black spot. Oh, he's having to punch this in. This is a big shot to be taking on. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. He's got a prolonged round of applause for that superb opening pot. because he had the butt of the cue raised slightly in the air and he had to punch it in. And I'll tell you what, that was so accurate.
Five.
John mentioned
10.
about that black being out of the game. So Mark having to work really hard for these points here.
11.
Just have a look at this. Watch the white leave the bed. 1, 2. Well, it's just bouncing all the way down. And he's caught it absolutely spot on. I'm not sure if the pink's available into the left corner. A couple of shots time. I'll tell you what, it's available now, but he's not on a red. That was a bit unlucky. He played that with so much topspin and right-hand side.
16.
He's a bit unfortunate to stick in there.
That's the problem though, isn't it, when you come off a cushion like that, and particularly as he was having to stun it across the force, that he wasn't a lot of pace left in the cue ball, and it met that wall of reds. So just a safety.
Mark Selby, 16.
I'm sure Mark Selby, no matter what he's gone through today, realises the importance of this frame. This is massive in his cause.
Well, his first shot, he was going to try and get round the back of the 2 reds, but he's changed his mind and there's a few obstacles in the way here. He's picked it out nicely. I'm just wondering if he can take a pot on to the right corner. There might be a gap between the reds. He'd maybe have a look at it. That's what he's looking at now. Yeah, it's a very risky one. He's looked at that one there, possibly potting, and that's the angle to get through the gap, but that's very risky at this stage.
Yeah, I think he'd also be aware that he may kiss the red on the left-hand side of the table.
I think he's got a little thin safety there, you can see. Nicely played.
Yeah, decent length.
A little bit pacey again. Is he going to drop in tight behind the green? Oh, that's a bit of a result for Ronnie there. You're playing to get the white tight on the ball cushion, and if you happen to come up behind the colour, well, that's a bonus. And there's no red near a cushion to try and lay on. You're going to have to try and get to the 2 that's near the black spot, possibly just to come in behind those, but he's going for the old 2 cushion escape and back down the table. Brilliant. That is such a difficult shot. Is there a gap to take the pot on? There's always a gap, as JV says.
And look at the amount of right-hand side he put on that. That was a sensational pot. Just watch the side when it comes off the top cushion. But it was so much right-hand side. That was a tremendous
Ronnie
shot.
O'Sullivan, what?
Turned down the pot on the yellow. There may have been a chance of potting it, but you see the way the reds are at the moment. There's nothing that easy to get on. So Ronnie thought, well, maybe the snooker could leave him in amongst the balls. And he's not certain to get this safe, Mark. There's no two-cushion escape with pace on here.
Well, this will be some escape. If he can land on those two reds behind the black spot. Now have a look at this line. Have a look at this line. Would you look at this escape? Is he going to reach?
Oh. Foul, a miss. Ronnie O'Sullivan, 4.
Same shot. A little bit more pace, but he's got to get the same line.
Yeah, the only thing is, if he's got a little bit too much pace, he might knock that red out of the way and leave the other one to the right corner. It's fraught with danger, but as you say, just a fraction out.
Hasn't got the right line this time.
Foul, a miss.
Is there a red?
Ronnie O'Sullivan,
to
4.
the right middle pocket. There is. That's the one he's looking at.
Well, can he get enough of it? Is it too risky, or does he feel he can drop it in, kiss the other red and be on the pink? If it's not simple, he'd have it put back. I know he wants to get in, he wants to get his hand on the table, but he's reasoned it out, and I think that's the correct decision from his point of view.
Okay, Ronnie. Thank you.
Third time lucky. He's got more pace on it this time. This looks brilliant. But is he going to push that red on, as JV said? Not quite.
Excellent escape. Really well played. It was fraught with danger, and he knew that. That's all he could hope for. Get out of the snooker and leave it safe. But Ronnie keeping the heat on, and if Mark can't get past this pink to play safe down the left-hand side of the table, which is dangerous anyway with the black near the left-hand cushion, he's got a problem here.
Well, he's having a long, hard look at it. I mean, there's very little of that red sticking out. He's coming around to look from the other side. I don't think you can see that red, pink, just blocking. Well, there's a very, very slight bit sticking out there. And with being tight on the cushion, you wouldn't fancy it.
Yeah, I mean, on the face of it, it looked, and we'll look from where Mark is, I mean, it's such a fine edge of the red, you wouldn't want it. But you think if you come off the top cushion and just nestle into those reds, now that looks easy enough, but if you just don't judge the pace right, and you hit it a little bit too hard, you can leave a red on. So you need a steely nerve to play this. I think that's what he's thinking of, coming off the top cushion, just nestling into the reds, but he's just looking to see if the top red of those two would be available into the right corner. He's going to nestle on the two of them. Side cushion, top cushion. Difficult way to go, this, for me.
Ah, this is a terrific shot. Absolute beauty.
Well, we'll have to rename him Houdini after those 2 escapes. Wonderful touch.
Not as much pace as he wanted there. Still okay. He had a few very quick frames. This one's been going now for, well, be coming up to just under 14 minutes, as you can see. This very important final frame of this session. Oh, tell you what, Ronnie mishit that altogether. And he got through a gap there that,
Yeah.
when he hit it too thin, he thought he was going to career into the reds. Just have a look at this. Oh, Mark Selby, that's what he knew he'd mishit that one, but well, this is a key shot coming up. You can expect this in this last frame because it's so important, certainly from Mark's point of view.
Played the plant and was just able to get the cue ball back to the balk end. The second red went to the left-hand side, so he caught the first red a little bit fuller than he intended, but the yellow has stopped the easy return back to balk. That would have been the red on the left-hand side of the table. So he's going to catch this right, doesn't want to be hitting the blue. Red went towards the right corner, but it's gone to the cushion. That won't tempt Ronnie. The only thing is with this red that's just to the right of the black, which looks the obvious red to play safe off, there is a chance, you've got to be careful, that the red, if it hits the cushion, might bring the black in back into the middle of the table, and you could get the double kiss. Managed to avoid the black. He's not got a very good pace with the cue ball. There's the red over the corner. Is he going to run that cue ball? It has. It has. And I just had a quick glance over to Mark before he got out of his seat. And he just sort of had the feeling that cue ball was going to run on and he wasn't going to be able to get to this red over the corner. It's such a frustrating game sometimes.
Yeah, you might have to give this a little bit of thought. He was looking away, he said, I think it may have covered it, and he had a funny feeling as he came to the table. It had. You can get past the pink to get back down the table off the red that's just to the left of the black spot, but how does he hide? If he hides the cue ball over where the tip of the cue is, he'd have to be more or less tight on the cushion and near the pocket. So he may just play to He's going to try and pot this, but he's going to screw back, or is he just going to roll up to it? Now, has he got the white where he wanted? It's a pretty good effort. He still can pot this, Ronnie.
Well, to be fair to Mark, he's left it as difficult as he could. This is no gimme.
Watch the cue ball. It'll be heading towards the red to the right of the black. And now the chance is there. I mean, that wasn't an easy pot that Ronnie took on, but what a shot Mark Selby played to get that white in that position. It really was a bit special. He took the calculated risk, and it worked. Ronnie missed that difficult cut. This was the shot where he tried to get the white down in that corner. And if he does get out of this, just 3 behind at 10-7.
7.
It's going to make it very interesting tomorrow.
Eight.
Not certain where the black will go when it's respotted, but you won't be bothered about that. You've still got definitely pink and blue to play on. You'd like it to go on the brown spot, in all honesty, because then it doesn't tie up the reds, and it would be there if you had to go to the balk end. So that's not a problem for
15.
Mark.
$60. $21. $22.
Mark made 4 century breaks in his semi-final against Neil Robertson. Unbelievable win for him, but his highest break is still 58. And as I say, if he gets out of it 10-7, he'll be more than pleased, you'd have to say. And he could come out fresh tomorrow, and it would be final on. He was 84% earlier. He's now up to 88% with his pot success rate. Wasn't straightforward to get nicely on a red, but should be okay. The one to the left goes, and it clears
28.
the path for the one that's just to the right of it. As you can see there, this one clears the path for the other.
29.
A little bit too pacey. You'd rather have been a little bit straighter on the blue. Then you've got more control of the cue ball. The angle he's got. You'd think he'd play the blue, because I can't see. Well, if he played the black, he'd probably cannon into the yellow. The green's too straight. So the blue, and he'll have to just judge this nicely. No straightforward cannon to the 2 reds near the black spot, because the pink's slightly in the way. All depends now what sort of potting angle he's got on
34.
either red to either corner pocket. He can play for the pink in the middle, so he doesn't have to play the pot with too much pace.
$35.
Not perfect on the pink, but This will be some positional shot. Look where he's hitting the cue ball. That's... Has he got enough? A little flick would help here. And I think he got the flick.
41.
I think he's on the red. Ronnie, well, as Mark looks on, it must be very, very tight.
Yes, 48-point lead, and he can just get through to this red. We can clearly see that. Needs a colour and
42.
one more red.
And it'll have to be the pink because he's too straight on the blue. Well, as John said, just the one more
48.
red needed. Yeah, he left Ronnie a tempter when he screwed back into that bottom corner of the table, and Ronnie's cut into the pocket, just hit it a little
55.
bit thick, and this is the result.
56.
So I think he'll sleep fairly comfortably tonight, Mark Selby.
And his breaks are getting higher. It's 58. This is now his highest break of the match. So just signs, Dennis,
62.
that he's finding a bit better form.
Doesn't matter about that. Ronnie comes forward to shake his hand. Mark Selby will be absolutely delighted. It looked as if Ronnie was going to walk away with the match, but he certainly hasn't. Mark Selby's right back in there, but he trails by 3 frames. It's 10-7 to Ronnie.
Yeah.
What an important session Mark Selby
Thank you, ladies
is
and
about
gentlemen.
to start.
Frame 18. Mark Selby to break.
The atmosphere is fantastic. The final day of the World Snooker Championship. And he needs to carry on from where he left off, Ken. He finished with a 58 and 62 break. So important, those last 2 frames.
Yeah, could well prove to be. And what a reception both players got coming into this wonderful Crucible Theatre. Doesn't get much better than this as a snooker player, that's for sure. Mark Selby, would have got a good night's sleep last night, winning those last 2 frames. How important that may prove to be, we'll soon find out. Good start from O'Sullivan.
1.
I'm sure this table is getting quicker and quicker because that white, just have a look at this. He's potted that, hoping to drop on a ball colour, and watch the cue ball. It just keeps on running and past the balk line in the end. This is, well, that's a bit of an attacking shot to start with. Have a look at that.
Well, that certainly sends out a signal
3.
of intention from Ronnie O'Sullivan.
Well, there's a very keen snooker fan watching. Stephen Fry, great to see him here again this year. But that
4.
yellow that Ronnie knocked in, I mean, most players would have rolled in behind it.
Yeah, just watch the screw and the side spin he got off that second cushion particularly. Excellent shot.
Nine.
It's definitely gonna be his philosophy during this session tonight. Of course, he's definitely gonna go for his shots, Dennis. He's not gonna try and beat Mark in a safety battle, even though he's quite proficient in that part of the game. He's gonna attack
10.
right from the front.
Yeah, he showed that with the yellow we keep referring to. And this is just the start he was looking for, not the start that Mark Selby was after. But there's the match time. And there's the putt success rate at 90%. Just dropped a little bit. Ronnie was up at 94% at one stage. Mark gradually creeping up to the 90%. He's at 89.
16.
Shot.
17.
Can't separate them on the tactical side of the game, both at 77%, but one more red available, and then it's not a good pack to go in. But look at the highest break of Mark, just 62. When you think he made 4 centuries in the semi-final against Neil Robertson, but he was a bit shattered, it has to be said, for the start of the final.
Yeah, quite amazing.
25.
He's won 7 frames with a top break of 62, but this is the important shot here. He doesn't want to go into the 2 reds left of the pink. He really needs to hit that pink and red if he can. I don't think he's on anything now. I think red into
32.
bulk, possibly into the green pocket. Possible double on as well. So you see the split.
Yeah, he stunned it in, which was the way to open the reds up. Just didn't work out for him. Well, he's took that double on, but he played it as a shot to nothing.
Ronnie O'Sullivan,
Well, having said
32.
I'm not sure. I don't think he can see enough of the red past the pink to take it on. 2 reds up the other end of the table now. It could be a little bit of an awkward frame. How did that stay out? That's 3 reds up the other end of the table now. So it might turn into a tactical frame. Well, what an unusual frame. Look where the green is gone. I've never ever seen that before at the start of a frame. Yellow over one pocket, green over another. Amazing.
And there's another very interested spectator. Nico McBrien, drummer of Iron Maiden. All the way from Florida. Came and loves the snooker. Been watching it out there every day these last couple of weeks.
Just got to be a little bit careful. Brendan Moore's keeping a keen eye on that yellow and waistcoat. And there's another red headed up to the other end. And there's Ronnie Jr. and he's still got those fabulous glasses with him. I love them. He does look like his dad, doesn't he? But this is going to, well, I don't know how they're going to resolve this with both corner pockets blocked. Yeah, Ronnie was hoping to get off and maybe make a frame-winning break, but that split on the reds ended all that.
Well, Max just having a look to see if he can get by the bunch of reds, the 4 reds, that possibly take this red into the right centre. I'm not quite sure whether he has enough of it from our angle. But if you can see enough of it, it's certainly worth taking on. No, obviously not enough of the red to attempt the pot. But this is quite unusual, Dennis. As you said, I've never seen yellow over its pocket, green over its own pocket, and 6 reds in balk. It's quite unusual. I wonder, is there a possible plan? 2 reds very close together there. He'd have to make it, but he hasn't even entertained the possibility.
It looks as if he might just have to roll to this red and do very little on the cue ball. That was all he could do.
It's quite amazing. We've had, I think, 3 re-racks in this match already. We had 2 last night and 1 yesterday afternoon. We may have another.
Well, the only thing, Ronnie's got a 32-point advantage, so you wouldn't really want to be having a re-rack with that lead. It did happen once in the World Team Championship. It was Northern Ireland playing England, and Tommy Murphy was playing Steve Davis. Tommy led by 40, and the referee were going to give them 3 shots each. I tried to dash down and tell Tommy just to knock the ball in. He's got a 40-point advantage. When I got down, the balls were re-racked, and Steve made a 70 or 80 break, and that was the end of that frame. Watch the double kiss if he's trying to get over behind the black here. Oh, he doesn't want to go in off. He doesn't want to go in there.
Wow.
Now that sort of thing's out, because there's a red on for both middle pockets, and he can remove the yellow or the green. He was worried about sending the red onto the pink. He never dreamt he'd send the cue ball in the pocket.
Oh, what a chance he's gifted Mark Selby here.
One.
Yeah, I'll try and remove the green from the pocket. And that will, of course, open it up for the 4 reds into that pocket.
Yeah, it's a pretty easy prediction. Red, green, red, yellow. And he's got the colours back on their spots. All but the pink. And the black's just off its spot slightly. Frames back to normal. In fact, he's going up for the blue. Which is not a bad thing. He doesn't have to remove that yellow. The back red of the 3 will go, and that will clear the path for the other 2.
He's got a nice angle just to
10.
To nudge one of these reds even further into open play.
11.
And now the pink spot is freed, so certainly all the reds in potable positions. This is an excellent opportunity to close the gap.
$17. 18.
And from a psychological point of view, it's a big frame for Mark Selby, because Ronnie will be sitting there thinking to himself, well, that was a really careless shot I played. But they'll start to get a little awkward with all the reds up
24.
the other end of the table, and he won't be scoring a lot of points, so he'll have to pot quite a few to leave himself where Ronnie needs a snooker.
25. $32.
A little bit straight on this red. We'll have to use his extension and extended rest. Ideally, we'd like to get on the yellow from this red. If you can somehow stun across and maybe bring the red that's close to the top cushion more into play, a little bit further up the table, that would be perfect.
Thank you.
Yeah, didn't have the angle that
33.
time to stun over to that red, but still in good position. Yellow or brown could take care. And the red beside the green is no problem, because once the yellow is potted, that red will be open into that pocket.
$35. $36.
Knock the green safe. Let's see, has he got enough points? He's 8 in front. He'd have to get high valued colours to leave himself not needing that difficult green.
40.
I suppose if he stayed on the brown, he'd be okay.
41.
Yeah, he'll certainly glance up at the scores pretty soon, and all I've done is calculations.
Yeah, if he takes browns with these 2 remaining reds and the yellow, Ronnie will be at the snooker's required stage.
Certainly looking, nice shot. Certainly looking a little bit fresher this afternoon. At
45.
times, certainly last night, Dennis, he looked very weary, jaded. We always ask the question of whether that epic semi-final against Neil Robertson, what had sort of taken out of
46.
Mark Selby. And at times, during last night's game, certainly looked like it had taken its toll, but looks a lot fresher today.
Yeah, he could afford to take 1 yellow there. He already checked the scoreboard. He's 20 ahead.
48.
Once again, just making sure. If he pots the red and the brown and the yellow, Ronnie will need a snooker.
49.
He's took them well. It was, as I said, a careless in-off from Ronnie that cost this. Just a half ball to try and get in behind the pink and black, but he didn't want to send the red near the
53.
pink. And, well, you couldn't really play that in-off if you tried it. Just didn't expect that to happen. There's the difference, 25, so the yellow will be 27 with 25 remaining. Yeah, as Steve Davis was saying
55.
before, I'm sure Mark had a good night's sleep, and with no morning sessions, he'll have slept well, and it's the best possible start for him, but the frame's not quite safe just yet.
Yeah, I was just going to say, it doesn't want to be rolling this green over the pocket.
Mark Selby, 55.
Well, nice 55 break from Mark Selby. However, he won't be happy with where the pink has gone. He's created quite a target for Ronnie O'Sullivan, should he get a snooker behind pink and black.
3.
Some shot in the green, but he certainly didn't play the pot. Trying to screw that cue ball off the side cushion, back cushion in behind the pink and black.
Didn't get enough side, and he stuck the brown up here.
Ronnie O'Sullivan, 3.
So it was a very good start from Ronnie. It's just the split on the reds when he ran out of position, and then that in-off there with the, well, the split wasn't a mistake, the in-off was.
4.
It was an unusual frame with the yellow over one pocket, the green over the other, something I've very rarely seen at the start of a frame. Well, playing an exhibition shot here, and have a look at this cue ball.
15.
Well, you wouldn't say it was perfect. He's gone for another trick shot. Oh, no, yeah, oh, well, what about that for the finish? Ronnie O'Sullivan was in first, made 32, but Mark Selby with that break of 55 has given himself the best possible start, and he closes to just 2 behind. It's 10-8.
So, Ronnie O'Sullivan breaks off, left-handed. His 19th frame. And a good break off it is. Excellent shot.
I was saying yesterday, Ken, every time he breaks off, Ronnie, or the biggest percentage of the time, that red goes next to the black. It's amazing. It happens all the time.
It's quite unusual, isn't it? He seems to get, or seems to think that he gets more side spin on the ball when he breaks off left-handed.
This is a shot you usually practice as a 4 cushion escape into the bunch. I expect him to get this. As long as he misses the middle pocket, but he hasn't. So just a slight adjustment needed.
And a miss. Ronnie O'Sullivan, 4.
Yeah, let's have a look at his break here. I'm speaking with Stephen Hendry. Yeah, he just finds that he gets a little bit more side spin at the right-hand side.
Ronnie.
Swing that cue ball off 4 cushions behind the green.
Let's see, that's what he's looking for, somewhere along the line there, just to miss the middle pocket. He's got the middle pocket again. So he just needs a slight bit of right-hand side, I think, just to help this. That's what he's trying to do. Hawkeye's there again.
Okay, Mark. Ronnie. Okay.
Just a little touch more side. Yeah. Well, he's gone too much this time. That's amazing.
Foul. I'm going to miss. Ronnie O'Sullivan, 4.
Not like Mark Selby. I'm going to have to lose that nickname, Satnav Selby's.
I'll tell you what, if the Hawkeye ever takes up the game, Dennis, we're all in trouble.
No, that's so unlike Mark.
Foul. I'm going to miss.
This is baffling.
Ronnie O'Sullivan, 4.
Yeah, I saw him earlier going over to feel that first cushion on the yellow side. It seems like it's coming off. But there you see it again.
Ronnie.
It seems like it's coming off at a strange angle.
Foul. And a miss. Ronnie O'Sullivan, 6.
This is incredible. 22 points away in fouls. He won't really be concerned with the points, but he certainly doesn't want to give Ronnie an easy opening.
Yeah, I think this is a better line for him. He'll get it this time. Or he's got the back red. He didn't play to hit that one. But it'll do. Touching. Well, you could say he's got the pace of the table because that was judged to perfection.
Yeah, Mark just checking to see if he'd be knocking any reds toward his left-hand corner pocket. Just got to be careful if he hits these too hard. That's pretty good. Excellent pace. Have a look at that. Great shot.
And the standard of safety play at the moment is excellent from both players. I think we showed you the stat at the beginning that they were evenly matched in the safety success department. We're only just 1% ahead now. Now, does this red go at the back of the bunch, the one that's to the right of the cue ball? If it does, he could take it on and push the white through those reds and maybe bring the pink into play and every chance of getting onto the blue. And it will go. So this is certainly going to open the game up here. Amazing. He only hit one red there, believe it or not. And look where he's knocked it to. He thought most of the reds would move there. Amazing.
Yeah, it's one of those shots that you try and bounce the cue ball. We've seen a lot of those shots this week, and particularly with the slow-mo camera, how much the cue ball bounces over the reds. It's not a foul once you don't bounce over the object
Green
ball.
ball.
Yes, Ken, it was a rule that did change. It used to be a foul shot, that.
Mark Selby 1.
And then the word of the rule, jumping an intervening ball. He may just... Well, can he see enough of that red? That's near the corner pocket. No, he can't. So if he's going to come down off the pack, he's got to be absolutely spot on with the length here. Doesn't want to hit the blue.
Well, at the moment, Mark Selby's safety is forcing opportunities from Ronnie O'Sullivan.
That's 1.
That's a bit too hard of
5.
where he wanted that cue ball. The black's tied up, the pink's okay, but he's having to run away up the table again off this. He might be able to get the blue back on its spot.
6.
He's got the blue into the middle, but so close to that cushion on the right-hand side, it just makes this pot a little bit more difficult. Good pot. His intended red was the red just to the right of the pink. He's gone a little bit too far for
11.
that. But potting this red next to the black will certainly release the black and maybe those 2 reds just beside it.
I think he'll play the safety here. I think he's got Ronnie just rocking a little bit here after what happened in that opening frame, so he doesn't want to take any undue risks. He's back at... That's the first time in the final is at 90%, but he is keeping it tight
Mark
here.
Selby 11.
I mean, if he gets back to 10-9 after being 5 frames behind, you know, you'd suddenly have to think, well, Mark Selby's looking the favourite, but a long way to go. We've seen what Ronnie could do against Joe Perry when he was asked the question. He made a couple of century breaks.
Well, there's two reds that you see Marcus looking at. He's wondering, can he make these two into a plant into this bottom left-hand corner pocket? They're not dead set, so he has to hit the first red almost full ball. He'll be taking a chance with it, but maybe worth having a go. Well, he's decided against it. I don't think he's left it for Ronnie, so good shot. Ronnie having a look at it, but I don't think he can get at it from where the cue ball is positioned.
Well, that would be a brave shot if he takes this red on and tries to hold for the pink to the middle pocket. But he's normally pretty attacking his mark when he gets going, but he's just checking to see what he would leave if he did take that on. And he looks in a pretty confident mood, and he is taking it on. But just have a look where he's put the cue ball. Mind you, once he missed the pot by so much, that red could have brought some of the other reds into play. I don't think there's anything available for Ronnie. But once he jawed that red, it could have definitely pushed a few on.
He's coming back down to have a look at those two reds. They haven't moved, of course, so will he take a chance? Yeah, all the way. And is he on the brown?
One.
Well worked out, but no colour to follow, so just a safety shot.
Yeah, the plant was quite a difficult one. He couldn't risk it and aware that he leave the white short of the brown. He had to sort of play a little bit of safety at the same time, but if he could drop in behind the green, it'd be quite a good shot. Have to do it off the brown. So he's thought of that option. He's back looking at it again.
Brown ball.
So it's off the brown and try and get tight in behind the green. He's played it well.
Mark Selby, one.
got to just land on that red that's to the left of the 2 from behind, just to leave everything safe. If he misses this, he could leave a pot on. Got to be absolutely spot on just to nestle onto it, and he's going around the back of it. Okay,
Foul.
that one may
Miss.
not pot, but there's one
Mark
to the
Selby
middle. The one there's the pink.
Okay.
He's looked at them both and has decided to put Ronnie back in, hoping that Ronnie maybe will hit it a little harder and leave an easier pot. It's amazing, Ken, since that opening frame when he split into the reds when he was on 32 and didn't get on anything, he hasn't really been in with any sort of chance, Ronnie, has he?
He hasn't had a chance at all since that sort of careless in-off, you would have to say.
Do you want to just check?
Yeah, they're just going to check with the monitor.
How's it look, Ollie? No. Yeah. See, I thought if you just more or less smack in line with full in face with the blue, that's what I'm looking at.
I think Ronnie could just see more of the cushion, and that's what he's trying to explain to the referee, Brendan Moore.
Does that
Looks pretty good. That's where they were. And this is where they are now. I don't think it really makes much difference to the shot. I mean, as long as he can see enough of the side cushion, because he's going to play the same shot, just try and nestle onto that loose red. This looks a little bit firm. Has he got it? Has it gone around the back? It has, and this time he's left it on.
And miss. Mark Selby full.
Yeah, that was the reason Mark had it put back. He had a difficult red into the middle. He thought about it and he thought, well, maybe if Ronnie has another go, he'll hit it a little bit too hard, and that's exactly what happened. So he's in with a very good chance here.
One.
Okay, the black's out of commission, but there's 3 or 4 reds available. Pink and blue are on their spots virtually.
Yes, and at the moment, it's Mark Selby's match
5.
play. That's good safety play that's creating these opportunities.
6.
And it's not the type of game that Ronnie wants. He wants everything in the open. Fast frames, big breaks, but certainly it's a classic of completely different styles, Dennis, isn't it?
Yeah,
12.
though Mark was saying in his interview, if he wants an open game, I don't mind that either, because he's quite capable of knocking the big breaks in. He made 4 centuries against Neil Robertson.
Yep. 30.
Yeah, you don't get to win 3 Masters without being able to mix it and break build. He really is a class act, as we see the red jump there, and the only thing missing from his CV is the World Championship, and he's going to really give it his best shot now. You can sense that the way he's walking around the table.
Yeah, just a little straight on the pink. Can he try and force a bit of an angle for that red, just the right of it? That's about the best he could do.
90. Quiet up there, please.
Just a little bit of noise in the crowd there. But, he's got up and back down again on the shot. Always best to do that. And there's not much available now to mark, and he hasn't got the greatest of angles on the brown. If that red goes into the left corner, well, he can get back up. He's got plenty of cue power to screw that back, and I'm not sure if that red, 2 from the left side of the black's available. We'll find out shortly. Say no power or no problem with the power. He's played a great shot there. Even if it doesn't go, he's got the one into the right corner.
24.
Great shot, wasn't it? Tremendous amount of screw back and side spin. Well, if he's on this red in the middle, we'll certainly be bringing the black into play, and this will be a big bonus. Didn't play on that red.
Yeah, the other one obviously doesn't pot. Can't see from this angle, but you can see from that angle that it doesn't.
An excellent shot, and that's opening another couple of reds now. Nicely on the pink. And this is great stuff from Max Selby. Really shown what he's made of.
31.
10-5 down last night.
$32.
Ronnie O'Sullivan, no doubt, looking very, very comfortable last night. 10-5, but at the moment, he'll just be feeling a little bit more uncomfortable in that chair.
$38.
Still got a couple of little tricky ones here. No problem with this one. It's amazing
39.
they've played each other 18 times and Ronnie's won 11, but they've only played each other once in the World Championship. That was the quarter final, 2010. Mark won that 13-11. It's going to turn out to be a fascinating final,
45.
this, the way things are going. 44 the difference. That clears the path for that red.
96.
And when he pots the pink, he'll only need one more red to make the frame safe. Interesting choice there from Mark. If he had a pot
52.
of the black, Ronnie would have needed a snooker, but he thought, I'll make absolutely sure and take the pink, play position, roll this red in, and Ronnie won't come back to the table. Oh, and can you believe it?
Well, Selby, 52.
Can you believe it? But Ronnie's got to get on the black. He can still tie, but can he get nicely on the black? He just had to roll that in and put it on the near jaw, and they don't drop. He must get on the black.
One.
Just ran a little bit further than he would have liked to. No.
Ronnie O'Sullivan.
Yeah, just
One.
overran that cue ball. Wanted to be a little bit straighter on that black. Made the putt so much more difficult. Well, Ronnie comes to the table 50 points behind. 43 remaining, so 2 reds, 2 blacks, and 2 4-point snookers required. Well, he might just concede if he misses this.
Foul. Mark Selby, 4. Thank you.
So Ronnie carrying on simply because of the black and green. They're in a pretty good position for possible snookers. Not often you would see Ronnie play on when he needs 3 snookers. Oh, he's played this well. He may just stay on his seat here. And he does. He's signalled to Brendan Moore that he's conceded the frame. And Mark Selby, well, what a start for the jester from Leicester. 2 in a row, and he's just 1 behind now at 10-9.
So Mark Selby breaks off. Just 1 frame behind now. It's very true what Stephen Hendry said in the studio there. The first half a dozen shots from Ronnie O'Sullivan. If he's not in early and winning the frame becomes more prolonged and Mark Selby becomes the favourite.
But he doesn't want to push the boat out too much, Ronnie. Just wait for a decent chance. I mean, this is a tough one. Now, where's the red going to finish? He couldn't really play for the black there because he knew he would put Mark right in amongst them. So tried to screw back for the blue, but it's a tough shot to pot at that pace.
I think you're right though, Dennis. He doesn't want to start pushing the boat out and going for too many risky ones because his safety is top drawer against anybody. Ronnie O'Sullivan. There's the long pot success. 56% now. Ronnie's down to 64%. Mark Selby.
Thanks. 1.
Yeah, he wanted to get the black back on its spot, but he couldn't do that until he removed the red that's sitting on the black spot there. And that's why he played for it. Oh, an unwanted kiss there has spoiled things.
4.
He couldn't hold for the black. He had to go down for the blue and then back up for that red. But he could still get on the red, as we show you the unwanted flick on the red there. But you can avoid the cannon on the green and get back up for the red near the black. Wow, I thought he could avoid the green. And I think he thought he was going to avoid the green, but
9.
premature end to the break.
Mark Selby, 9.
Red's come up middle of the table, but he's got a decent cue ball. Ronnie was certainly taking this on to one of the corner pockets. Well, didn't attempt to that time, instead played a more aggressive safety shot. Now as he left this red into the left corner, doesn't look like it.
Well, you can see Ronnie's intention there. He wanted to get the game open. But Mark Selby's such a good safety player. But it certainly opened the reds up, and the pink and black are available. Might be able to get through to this one. That's near the left corner pocket, so a key shot coming up for Ronnie. He's really been kept away from the scoring end of the table for a couple of frames. Not easy to get on a colour here. He's got to avoid all those reds or make a cannon and possibly leave himself in the black, but it's not straightforward. It's all about the cue ball here. Must make sure of the pot though. And he's looking at the tip again. Maybe a little fibre. He did that last night and then got down and missed an easy black.
Cued that in lovely. A nice little kiss on the pink just to bring that into the play. But excellent cueing. There's a bit of pressure on that shot. Being frozen out for the last few frames. Straight away, trying to get that black back on its spot.
7.
Just shows you can.
Ronnie
These pockets.
O'Sullivan.
Ronnie's one of
7.
the best I've ever seen at potting that type of shot along the cushion, but when the pressure comes on, it's amazing if you force them and touch that near jaw. To be fair, the red jumped there, having looked at it again. So maybe I did just threw it offline slightly. Let's just have a look at this again. You can see even the white jumped a little there. But they do seem a little bit tighter, these pockets, since they've got to the semi-final stages.
No, Selby 1.
They're delicate little shots sometimes. We see the player not reach and then you put yourself in trouble, but he's cut off the escape across the table, so slightly more difficult this one. Now he's left a red for the right middle, and if he's got an angle to run through for the blue, Mark will take this on. In fact, there's 2 reds that he could take to the middles. But maybe the angle's not there for the easier pot. Now looking at one into the corner. He feels he can take this on and get the white through the gap of the reds there. Good shot. He's cannoned the pink.
1.
Didn't intend to cannon the pink there.
Yeah, it's just gone a little bit awkward. You can still cut this brown back and doesn't really have to worry about position because of the proximity of the red to this bottom left-hand corner pocket. I'm just going to make sure of the pot here. He's okay.
5.
Yeah, when you start playing well, you get the run of the ball. It was a good shot, but when you're struggling, sometimes you're just dropping behind the black there when things are not going well for you. Now, where's the cue ball? He's okay. Oh, and the siders took him off 2 cushions, but
6.
he's covered the brown. Would you believe it?
Well, that's very unlucky. Any sort of a full ball contact on that red, he would have been perfect on the brown. Could try and attempt the blue, but again, very, very risky. Excellent shot. No, he needs a bit of luck this time.
$11.
Well, he may be just okay.
Well, it's almost straight. He's close to it, but he's got to raise the butt of the cue so that he doesn't push this. That was a nice little run, as we show you the red going in when he caught the jaw, the middle pocket to send the white over there. It has to be said, because he wouldn't have had an easy pot on, I don't think. Wow, look at that. That's incredible. 6,339 points each. Just watch this shot here as he pots the blue. It's a very difficult pot, but watch the white. I mean, it flicks the jaw of the pocket and over next to the red. I mean, he wouldn't have been on a pot without that.
70.
I'll tell you what, he's on a few pots now, though. Already 20 in front. There's a few more to come here, you would have to say.
Next. $23.
Well, there's no doubt Mark Selby is looking a completely different player from yesterday. At one time during the match, he was totally gone.
24.
Highest break. Only 38. Well, 42 in the first 11 frames. He's looking completely different player now.
Well, he's just showing fantastic character here. He
31.
really is. Still has that little mannerism where he moves around
32.
his head, and he's always done that. Probably did it a little more. He's worked on that and his technique, and he's the complete player now, you'd have to say. And this would be
59.
5 in a row, believe it or not.
Thank you. 40.
It's the black. He needs one more red and a colour to take the frame and draw level.
Well, he could have played that a little bit harder.
47.
So this red will lead him 51 points ahead with 51 on the table. Yes, it's there.
48.
And this black will certainly secure the frame. And this has been an incredible turnaround. 10-5 down as
55.
wife Vicky and family look on.
Yeah, that's Vicky's mum and dad there, and Vicky's mum's a bag of nerves when I run into her in the hotel. She's a delightful lady. They're from Ipswich, a great part of the
56.
country.
$60.
Tell you what, Ken, you could hear a pin drop in the Crucible
61.
Theatre. I think this crowd, well, they weren't expecting this from Mark Selby.
No, totally enthralled, engrossed by it all, and it is a fascinating contest. The way O'Sullivan started off this
66.
match, even Stephen Hendry in the studio said it could be over very, very soon, but Mark stuck in there.
67.
Showed all his qualities, and all of a sudden this match has swung in Mark Selby's favour. Ronnie O'Sullivan's fans and friends will be very, very concerned at the moment.
74. Well,
He misses the yellow, but Ronnie O'Sullivan stays in his chair. An incredible comeback from Mark Selby. 10-5 down at one stage. It's now 10 frames all.
Yes, it's even Stevens, Hazel, and an intriguing last frame before the mid-session interval. 74. He's creeping higher and higher with his highest break is Mark Selby. This time Ronnie gets the break-off shot as he wants. He got in behind the green once or twice, but you're trying to get the white there. You've got the black in open play. No touching ball, so there's not a lot Ronnie can do. And vice versa, not a lot that Mark can do. Yeah, until we get a touching ball, it's a little bit of a stalemate. No way you can get up the table from that position. They might even have a glance at each other. They've done it, is it 3 times now? We've had 3 re-racks. That could be touching.
It's touching both balls, right?
But can you see enough of the top cushion to get up to the balk end?
No, the side cushion only can see the top cushion, so he's got to be careful here. He doesn't want to leave a free shot here for Mark.
Well, at least this ended the stalemate. Mark can now play that red to the left of the bunch. We said this much too hard. Well, the yellow came to the rescue there. That white was going to hit that ball cushion and come back up the table, but the yellows prevented that. And as Stephen Hendry said, Mark Selby's made over a 50 break. He's made 58, 62, 55, 52, 74. This is not easy. He had to bend that. You could see the swerve and he got too much on it.
We miss. Ronnie O'Sullivan foot.
That was a very difficult shot he attempted there.
Yep.
So I'll have to get this one just right, Brendan, as we show you again. Just trying to bend it around the green and just flick any of those reds to get back up the table.
Yeah.
Just having a look up at the monitor to see that it's absolutely
little
back.
bit more that way.
He's not quite sure whether it was that close to the cushion.
Okay.
He's got to be careful here. If he doesn't bend it enough, of course, he hits it half ball, he'll leave the cue ball down this end of the table. And there are also the possibility, if he doesn't hit it properly, cue ball could go in off. It's going to go very close to this left-hand corner pocket here.
Foul.
Well, that was amazing. He hit
Ronnie
the
on
first
7-4.
red and the second red and then went in off. But it was a possibility, as Ken said. But I'll tell you what it does do as we show you the shot again. It means that Ronnie's left with a dead straight pot. Now this, to restore a bit of confidence because he's been kept off the table. Brilliant shot.
One.
Well, under the circumstances, and that was excellent. Cued it straight as a die.
But of course, he's got absolutely nothing else to go at. Only the blue, the pink's tied up, the black's tied up. It's not a good angle to go into the pink, I don't think, from here. A little bit too straight for that. Needs to get a better
6.
angle on the blue to then play the cannon into the pink and reds. That's not the ideal position. He could catch a red if he tries to run through off the cushion here. Well, left-handed, and to get the white round there.
7. Twelve.
Yeah, he just had no angle on the blue to work with there. He tried to force the angle and almost pulled it off.
Ronnie O'Sullivan, 12.
Let's have a look. You see, it was almost straight, and he tried to power it in and just didn't quite get it away from the pocket. He is knocking some cracking pots in, Mark Selby, at the moment, and there's no sign of tiredness there. The old adrenaline's kicked in. He's wide awake out there. It's got to be difficult to pick a winner of this year's World Championship now. It looked all one way earlier on in the match. A bit unlucky because that red has blocked the path for the red that's on the black spot.
3.
Well, it hasn't. I thought it had. That picture tells you it didn't.
Four.
Has he got the angle to force it into the pink?
Yeah, and you can just sense there are little things happening in this game now. Ronnie just not getting the right side of the blue. Mark just marginally the right side of the blue, just marginally on that last red.
Well, watch this shot here. I thought he was going to power it in and try and bring the pink and reds into play, so He's going to wait for another chance. So he hadn't got the correct angle on the blue either. Do you know, there was he's looking around at the crowd, there was a cough just on his backswing there, so it was enough to just distract him. Most likely accidental. There you hear it, yeah. Timing wasn't very good. It's going to be a tactical final frame to end this session, and well, what a session for Mark Selby so far. Oh, well, pink and black are still tied up, but mishit that one slightly.
Lovely angle on the red there, just to screw into the pink, and couldn't play that much better. Just watch the cue ball here.
6. Mark Selby 6.
It was the previous shot, Ken. You could see he was shaking his head when he knew he had to get the rest out, and he was just thinking, why did I leave myself needing the rest? Didn't expect him to miss it, though. But the shot before was the one where he didn't get on the red as he intended.
Ah, good shot from Ronnie O'Sullivan. That's better.
1.
He really needs to string a few balls together here. Being completely frozen out. Nice angle on the yellow to get down to the 2 reds just below the pink.
Three.
Well, this is a delicate little one he's playing here. He's only going to get the 1 extra point, because there's no value in potting the pink because he's running away up the table. So just give him the extra point there.
Ronnie O'Sullivan 4.
He'd like to play the 2 reds that are near the black and bring the black into play, but he'd have to be careful that he didn't cannon the red the right side of the table. He's now looking at them to see what would happen, but looking at that, if he tried that shot, he might send the black into the other red and knock it right over the corner pocket. And that's the reason he's not playing that particular shot. That was a much safer side to go, and he's played it well. Because he still brought the black into play going down the left side of the table. So he's only made one mistake in these 4 frames, that red, but the rest can. I can't recall any other mistakes.
Yeah, my safety's been good. He's keeping Ronnie under a bit of pressure. He hasn't had much to go at in these 4 frames. He's had a couple of chances in this frame, but it hasn't worked out for him. Another good safety shot from Mark Selby, blocking all the reds down the middle of the table. I think you can just about see this red on the left-hand side. Wow.
Got too much side on it. He was playing a thin one and he finished up swerving it into the red and hit it too thick, but he could have left something easier than this, as we show you the little double kiss that got a delicate little shot along the cushion, and that's what Ronnie thought of that shot. So he didn't get away with it. Mark Selby's target when he come out this afternoon would be to try and win 3 of the 4 frames. There's every chance he could win all 4. Wouldn't that be something?
Well, he's overscrewed that for the intended red. The intended red was the one that's closest to the pink into the left centre. Now, doesn't look like he has enough of the red to the extreme left. Well, maybe he can just about swing it. No, not enough, but screwing this up into the yellow pocket. No, it's not there.
Mark Selby, 8.
But again, hasn't left anything straightforward for Ronnie O'Sullivan.
I think this is a huge frame for Ronnie O'Sullivan, and he's looking at a very difficult pot to the middle here. That was very difficult indeed.
One.
Well, he's faced with the long blue, but I think the green, he's looked at the green, he's looked at the blue, and he's in a pretty confident mood. The blue was the better shot for position, and
6.
he hammered this into the pocket.
Seven.
Yeah, well, you did say it's a huge frame for Ronnie O'Sullivan, but also would strike a psychological blow for Mark Selby should he go ahead for the first time in this match, as he's played an excellent cannon
14.
on that red.
15.
You just sense that Mark Selby is really enjoying himself out there. It's the final of the World Championship. He's been to the final once before. It's the only major he hasn't won, but he's just getting stronger and stronger.
20.
So Ronnie's going to have to just regroup. And as I say, he hasn't done much wrong himself. Ronnie just been kept off the table. He can quite easily turn things around, as we mentioned before, as he did against Joe Perry. And look at the putt success rate. It's gone up to 94% in the last 4 frames.
21. $28. Mark Selby, 28.
Oh, that's a great shot. Excellent shot from Ronnie O'Sullivan there. He's in a bit of trouble. Yeah, Max Selby can't push the cue ball down towards the green pocket because he's straightforward safety shot here. If he just pushes the cue ball just up past the black, he may be able to cover that red beside the green.
It was interesting to see Mark Selby's face as he was coming to the table. He turned away to the crowd and smiled, but as if to say, surely you didn't play that, Ronnie. And that was it, when he seen the white finish where it did.
Foul, miss. Ronnie O'Sullivan, 4.
Oh, can Ronnie bounce the 2 balls up the table? It's a bit risky. It's a little bit risky. And he's been unlucky. He's knocked the red towards the yellow pocket. But he wanted that cue ball tight on this cushion behind the black.
Quiet
And if
down,
it had
please.
been, he would have put Mark in trouble. As it turned out, good opportunity to win the frame here. He's on the pink.
Seven.
colour red for Mark Selby. To go into the lead in this final for the very first time.
8.
Just the red needed.
11.
The pressure of that frame
Mark
ball
Selby, 11.
rears its head again. If the red goes in, it's 4 in a row. Oh, what can Ronnie summon up as we show you the red? Just hit the jaw of the pocket. What a shot he's faced with here. Oh, it was close. Where's the red going? Six frames in a row it would be. That's amazing. What a turnaround. Last time there were 6 frames in a row was John Higgins against Sean Murphy. We were back in 2009 in the final. Now, where's the red again? It's all about the red. It's okay. Doesn't want to knock the black. Completely safe. Ronnie needs the red and black. See 34 the difference with just 35 on the table.
Will Mark play red up into balk and try and just cannon the black towards this top cushion, try and keep it safe. It's a little bit risky. But he has a lot of colours there as possible blockers.
Purposely trying to knock the black tight on the cushion to make it even more difficult for Ronnie. Well, has the green come to the rescue? If the red goes past the green, well, it won't. There you see it. Can he get it safe this time? Well, he didn't want the red to go in. Someone was saying get in, but that's the last thing that Ronnie wanted. Just had to rely on a little bit of good fortune there. Just hit and hope that you get them safe. This looks to be almost dead straight, this red.
You may have no alternative but to play a possible pot here.
Lots of interest even on Twitter on this year's World Championship, as Ronnie just playing with his watch there, hoping that he will get a possible chance here. You'd think he'd have a go at this red, but he's a bit concerned about possibly running it in after the red, so there's a gap. As I say, the interval coming up after this frame, and I'll be answering viewers' questions after the interval. If you want to just tweet hash BBC Snooker on the BBC Sport website, I'm sure there'll be some interesting questions. But the interesting question here is, can Ronnie O'Sullivan pot this red and possibly get the black? I mean, he could play for the pink and go for a respotted black, a red and pink and all the colours, and he would tie. Oh, he's unlucky. He went for the win. He could quite easily have played for the pink. He thought, I'll try and develop the black. Black had been nearer the cushion, he would have knocked it towards the pocket.
Well, he's looking at possibly playing the double on the black, but pink may be the better ball. Maybe just take the pink into the left centre or even up into the top pocket. Can he just drop the black into the centre pocket?
Well, he tried to double that black up into the corner pocket, and that was, well, that was the first rash shot that Ronnie's played. He could have played for the pink off the last red and gone for a respot, but he tried to develop the black and it didn't work out. Well, who could have seen this coming? Mark Selby's come out here this afternoon and he has been superb. Ronnie started off so well with a 32 break, didn't open the reds, and since then it's been all Mark Selby. So what a final we have on our hands now.
$20.
10-7 behind. You can't do any better than win all 4 frames. And didn't he look delighted as he left the arena there? What a final we've got on our hands now. Mark Selby leads Ronnie O'Sullivan by 11 frames to 10.
So it's Mark Selby who gets frame 22 underway. 7 hours, 23 minutes. It's been absolutely intriguing. And there's There's the pot success, and maybe that tells the difference, Ronnie. Tournament pot success was around about 93%, but it's dropped in the last couple of sessions. There it is, 92%. But it's the last few frames that will be in Ronnie's mind at the moment. Just having to play a containing safety. Got to hit this just right. If he doesn't, he could leave a red on here. Is this red on to the left corner? I think it is. Forcing it through. He'd like to be on the pink.
One.
Has he gone far enough? I'm wondering what is going on in Ronnie's mind. And just coming out there, Steve Peters, the sports psychiatrist. He was in Ronnie's dressing room, but this is not the start that Ronnie needed in this frame.
7. Eight.
What makes this a difficult chance, of course, pink and black are now tied up. But I would suggest, Willie, that at the moment Mark Selby will be brimming with confidence.
Well, he rang me late last night, having won
12.
the final 2 frames, and he was absolutely cock-a-hoop that he'd made it 10-5 from 10-3. And he just said those 2 frames were massive. Well, at least it's
30.
given me a shout, but what we didn't expect him to win the first 4 frames of the afternoon session, and this has put him right back into the match, and amazingly enough, he could now go 2 clear with his chance he's got here. But as you rightly say, John, pink and black, it's going to take a little while till he gets on the one just below the pink, and then he can try and flick the black
18.
and pink into play. But he'll just work on blue and baulk colours for a moment.
$19.
This is more like the pace he was playing against Neil Robertson in the final couple of sessions, where both players just played the most amazing match. I mean, Neil Robertson must wonder how he's still not here at Sheffield.
I think the most significant thing when we look at the shot time, normally you'd expect Ronnie to be at least 18 seconds
24.
a shot, but 22 seconds a shot, that's slow, and that's probably been caused a lot by Mark just keeping it tight,
25.
keeping Ronnie's opportunities to a minimum.
Nice little piece as we see Brendan Moore cleaning the cue ball, John. His first final at the Crucible. That must be very special for him.
Yeah, absolutely. And as with all the referees, they do an excellent job. Just a little bit awkward this. That blue is just where he'd like his bridge hand. But no problem. Just got a slight angle on the blue. He'd maybe prefer more of an angle. Unless the top red of that cluster goes to the right corner, I can't see any obvious red he can just drop on. So he's played for this one. I didn't think he wanted this much angle.
36.
I mean, the automatic path you feel for the cue ball is to run into the black and maybe bring the black and pink into play.
Yes, he'd love to hit them right in the middle. It hits pink right in that joint of the two balls, if he could hit those. But the look of things, if he plays it hard, I don't know, he can miss the red that's next to the red he's playing, because it'll throw wide. It depends what pace he plays it, really. Yeah, he was always going to hit that one.
But he caught it, Ronnie, and that was a big mistake there, to play it at that pace. And of course, he didn't leave himself that good on the red, hence the miss.
I think if he'd have rolled it in, Johnny would have hit the black, wouldn't he? But maybe had no chance of bringing black and pink into play at that pace.
Now, is it a formality? Does the pink go to the opposite corner? Obviously does.
1.
So this is a decent chance for Ronnie under normal circumstances.
Yes, only made one break over 30, amazing enough, in this first 6 frames. That's a long time, if ever, since
7.
that's happened.
Stop calling out when the play's at the table, please.
First 5 frames, of course, but 6 frames in total last night, where he hasn't made a 30 or above.
Eight.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, forced the angle, and you can see the power he put into it. Got that cue ball bouncing, but he's just about got the right side of the blue.
Mm. 13.
Just a little bit short of pace there. And it's not as if he can drop this red into the right middle and play for the pink in the right corner, because that's not on. So a little bit more difficult using the rest. Similar type of pot to the one that Mark Selby has just missed. But Ronnie not trying to do too much with the cue ball, but even so,
40.
He's overrun the position on the blue.
$16. $70.
Well, we know that the two reds together, the bottom one of those two will certainly pot in the corner. If you could get onto that one or find the perfect gap to get onto the one nearest the pink, you'd have an excellent chance here. Just looking at that angle there, he knows the bottom one of the two plays, so he might decide just to overscrew it slightly to try and find that gap. So he's found the gap if he wants it, but a little bit too near the cushion to be guaranteed. So he may play the one in the middle of the table.
20. $21.
Played it nicely, and the pink, after being potted, will go back on its own spot. So this red just arrives, so the pink is available.
$27. $28.
This black will put him 1 point behind. Quick glance at the scoreboard by Ronnie. These 3 reds, 3 high-value
35.
colours. Possibly yellow and green needed.
36.
Well, he's certainly been asked a question, hasn't he, Ronnie O'Sullivan, having lost those first 4 frames of the afternoon session. There's the grinder, Harpow, Cliff Thorburn, just watching it in the backstage.
Everybody now is really
42.
getting involved in this match.
$43.
Perfect angle on the black to stun to the side cushion for this last red. Just wants this cue ball to bounce a touch. It has. But
50.
still wants every due care and attention into this.
Ronnie O'Sullivan, 50.
Well, he'd be very disappointed there, Ronnie, not to have won that frame at this visit. And I think he just caught that near jaw. He just wanted that cue ball just to bounce another quarter of an inch, and that red would have been unmissable. Can Mark cut this red in?
Well, he's thinking he can, but as you can see, he'll have no idea where the white's going to end up. He's going to have to play this really firm.
It's quite an easy safety shot, if that's what he prefers. And that's what he played. He's got a good cue ball, but the red ran loose. Ronnie comes back to the table. 14 points to the lead.
Once again, not the best safety shot from Ronnie, but I thought he was going to catch the jaw. Neither player have been finding the ball cushion as often as you'd expect in this final so far.
They're all big frames, but you just feel this is a massive one now, particularly for Ronnie O'Sullivan when he knows he should have won it at the frame at his mercy. A little bit thinner than was required, so that meant there was a bit more pace on the cue ball. Chance for Ronnie now to play a better shot than that. Well, the kiss on the yellow hasn't helped that much. This red is cuttable.
And the fact that he can miss the kiss on the green on the way back, he can play for the black. Probably have to play with a little bit of right-hand side just to make sure you get onto the black should you pot it. Like the cue ball to be somewhere near the black spot. Always knowing that the red could spring back into a position where it's not potable, but in this case it appears it is potable.
Clearly goes. Good shot from Ronnie. Now that bump off the middle pocket. What sort of an angle has he got on the black? I'm looking at his body language. I don't think he's too happy with it. So he can't get close to the yellow. Couldn't be much straighter than that. So 22 points to lead.
8.
Yellow and green needed to secure the frame.
And Ed on the thin side, but he didn't expect to kiss the green. Now he has
Ronnie
done, of
O'Sullivan,
course.
8.
The yellow's on.
Yes, playing it with side and just had a little bit too much on. I suppose the only thing that may favour Ronnie is that the green now is in a more awkward position, so it'd be a good positional shot here from yellow to green. And trying to force it in. Now where's that cue ball going to finish? I think Ronnie can just about get through to the yellow. can certainly hit it. I think he can pot it. Clearly. But this cue ball will be running loose. Not certain to be on the green. Well, that was a surprise, missing the yellow. Massive frame this now.
Yes, they both had 2 chances each, haven't they? And it's not amazing enough. Mark Selby won't be disappointed if he lost it, as Ronnie O'Sullivan would be now, because Ronnie O'Sullivan has had these clear-cut chances. Now, Selby will be taking this on, but he's going to have to play it pretty powerful if he just makes sure he doesn't snook himself behind the blue. He'll be leaving the green at distance. Well, they're both queuing pretty well now. They're rattling the jaws every time they play a pot. This is easily the best chance he's had.
Yes. There's Ronnie's son, little Ron there. Whoa. Would you believe it? Would you believe that?
Regardless whether the pockets are tight, that was unmissable for somebody of Ronnie's class. Hasn't played this very well.
2.
Might have been a little bit of a heavy contact there. Well, unbelievable.
Mark Selby 2.
This is the World Championship final. Remember that and take nothing for granted.
Yeah, the yellow was the bad shot, John, wasn't it? To leave himself hampered with the pink.
Just the green needed. It's amazing.
People don't think these players come under pressure.
Thank you.
Now the question is, can he pot this green? No. Just had to play the safety. And in all honesty, that was a poor one. Just tried to drop that green in dead weight. Best chance of the green dropping, but not one of Ronnie's best, but it's worked out okay. It's worked out very well. There you see, full ball snooker. And he'll have to come off the side cushion and try and get to the baulk cushion to hit the green from behind. He needs to get right in behind this. If he doesn't, he'll leave this green on, you would have thought. Hit it on the way up. I'm not certain that was the intention, but he'll settle for it. No snooker, but safe enough.
Yeah, Ronnie can play the green into the black here and leave the green on the black spot area. I don't think I've seen, well, he played it too thin. He played to hit the black full ball. Needs the blue to come to his rescue, and it hasn't done. So another half chance. The black's in the way to get back into baulk though.
Yeah, not the standard of safety we expect from Ronnie.
Well, Mark's just coming around to look if whereabouts he's going to kiss the black, and he's thinking, well, if I kiss the black thin, obviously the white will then go back up to baulk, but if he kisses it thick, the white will stay this end. I don't see how he can hit it thick. So if he gets the pot, there's every chance he can get at least past the blue spot.
Well, Ronnie's had his chances. Mark's having a look at this. The one thing with this shot, and as you say, well, he's going to run into the black. Concentrate on the pot. You're never certain where the cue ball's going to finish. Don't miss the green.
Well, this is another chance for Ronnie. It's his frame ball, and he can get a good cue ball as well.
Yes, he only needs the green. He's got to hold himself together now and cue this. He's been hitting at the ball rather than stroking it, which is unlike Ronnie. Needs a good cue in here. Green for the frame. And it's there! Superb pot!
Three.
And boy, will he be relieved.
Well, especially having missed two very, very simple pots. Ronnie would be absolutely delighted. It was nice to see young Ronnie there coming under pressure in the box.
7.
He's safe now.
$12.
Puts the cue on the table. He's going back to the dressing room. He'd be very relieved. And come on, Dad, says young Ronnie. And, well, it was a frame that both players maybe felt they should have won. More so Ronnie O'Sullivan, but he did get it, and we're all square. 11-all.
Yes, and obviously by far and away the tightest match he's had in this tournament, apart from Joe Perry when that was over the best of 25. Ronnie won the last two frames with 2 centuries to win 13-11. Since then he's won comfortably.
Felt it was worth the risk. Thought the only red he could leave was the one he was playing. Not a bad length, not inch perfect. Now what sort of safety shot will Mark Selby play here? Well, he's playing the red just below the blue, so he's obviously going to keep things tight here. You want to play a thick safety off the main bunch. But he's not played it well, unless he runs past the green. Ooh, the green's come to his rescue there. Little tap on the table from Ronnie. But I suppose that's the line that Mark played, so deserved acknowledgement. Nice to see, even in the heat of battle.
Well, once again, Ronnie's safety is causing problems. This red may pass the pink in the middle. Doesn't from the camera angle I'm looking at now, and that's the one you have now got on your screen. Red's cuttable in the corner, and doesn't have to do an awful lot with the cue ball. Expect him to get onto blue or bought colour. The red's spread very nice, but he's overrun that cue ball.
One.
He'll be pretty pleased as the red in baulk with the angle he's left himself on the green, because he wouldn't have gone onto a red from the green bar for that red in baulk.
Well, I think we've got just the right angle on this red. Being
4.
close to the cushion, he can't do a lot with the cue ball. We're looking for potting the red and finding a natural path. And just be aware of the cue ball to the left middle. You've got to watch the left middle. That's always there.
5.
Me.
Good pot on this red. He's left the straight red. Ideally, with the black spot being covered, I don't know whether the black will go into the pink and with enough room to pot it.
11.
Now, how tied up is this black going to be? Looks might be available still in the right-hand corner. We'll have a look at this one in a second.
18.
Whatever happens though, if he gets top side
90.
of the blue, he can get rid of the red on the black spot. It must be very, very tight, that black in the right-hand corner, possibly not on. Well, just about pots, doesn't it? This is the key shot, getting on this red on the black spot. Not this time, played for the red at the back of the pack.
$24. $25.
Well, this time he's got a nice angle to play for that red you suggested, but he's also got a nice angle to cannon into the black and bring that cluster of reds into play. Depends how he sees it. Played the cannon, and where's the black going?
Mark
Wanted
Selby,
to hit the black
25.
full in the face, didn't, caught it a glancing blow. Okay, unlucky to knock it in.
It's hard to question Selby. He's one of the best break builders in the game, but it appeared an easier shot. Your first choice, John, playing through the gap. Feeling for the one on the black spot. But it appears no damage done.
Yeah, the only damage that's done is it was a chance to build up a useful lead in this frame, and he didn't take it, and that's an excellent safety shot from Ronnie. Look straightforward these, but you just got to be careful that you just don't slide off them. There's one loose red. If he was to slide past the cluster, but he's played it well.
This is where the advantage is massive with being able to play with both hands, because that shot would have been very, very difficult to play with the spider. But as you can see, you play with your hand, you've got every chance of finding the ball cushion, and that's exactly what he's done.
Yeah, there's a line of 3 reds on the left of the black. The bottom one of the 3, it could be a guide to a pot, this. To the right corner. No, that was the red he played, but caught it thicker than that, so there was no intention of the pot, and that's one of his better safety shots.
Well, Ronnie's not really had a close look at this. The red he's playing. There was a possibility of pushing him right over the corner. That's why he played the more difficult safety shot, and looks to have played once again a perfect safety. They're finding the line now and the length.
very important safety exchange, this. With Mark having an 18-point lead, you feel if he gets another chance, if he can win this safety battle, we can see he can clearly get through to the edge of the Reds. Just worried about knocking one over a pocket. But if he gets next chance, you think that would be frame over. And the same could apply to Ronnie. So, important who wins this tattoo exchange. The dreaded bump. It could have been worse for Mark Selby, but there is a chance of a pot. The red closest to the cue ball.
Yes, if he decides just to screw across the face of the black to play for the pink in the middle, there's a red that pots in the opposite corner, so that may be too dangerous. If he could screw the red in and try and get on blue or bought colour, he'd play it, but I don't know how he can miss the kiss on the pink if he tries that. That's what he's tried to do. And in fairness, he's done pretty well to get away with that, at the pace he played it.
Well, the fraction's just not favouring Ronnie at the moment. I'm sure he thought, like I did, that that red was going to go in, but just a fraction wide. Just a little bit too much pace for gravity to take over.
Thank you.
Needs a good white. And he's got one. Well, this will test Ronnie's safety play now, as you can see. This red near the right corner, covered by the green. Needs a good reply here, Ronnie, and his safety play in the session so far has not been absolutely spot on. Flick the blue, doesn't help. He's left the red.
Well, if he plays it plain ball, the gap's there between the two reds, but whether he'll risk playing it really slow to get onto the black or pink or not remains to be seen.
One.
Well, he'd love to have been on the blue or pink there, but with the black in open play, and even when it goes back onto its own spot, it'll probably be available into the left-hand corner. So this is half a chance for Selby to take the lead again.
Yeah, you could say a little bit unfortunate to tie the blue and pink up, but we did say if he got in the next chance, he'd be favourite to take the frame. I see no reason why that still isn't the case.
Three. Four.
Just having another check to see whether the black will still pop when it goes onto its own spot. We'll wait for the black to be put on and have another look. Must be very tight.
11.
But doesn't look like it pops in the left-hand corner. You can see. And with the blue and pink being out of play, it needs to go for bought colour.
12.
In this match alone, that's how close they are.
14.
11 all, 337 balls each. Amazing stat, that, isn't it? In the 23rd frame. Still, as you can see, not in perfect position yet. Just one shot away, getting rid of the red either side of the black.
15.
And then he's got a chance to win the frame at this visit.
Now, if you could get somewhere in that circle, you'd be on the red to the left of the black. He's come a bit wide for that. He'll be lucky if he's on a red here. And he's not. Just got into the cue ball a little bit too much
90.
there.
He was certainly playing in your circle, John, as you said, just got into the cue ball too much. He'd like to leave the black tied up with this safety shot, doesn't want to hit this too hard. Well, he's not left the black tied up.
Mark Selby,
37-point lead. Favourite, but with the black in open play, you never know.
Yeah, you can see there, he just swung it a little bit too wide. Trying to force off two cushions. Where's the cue ball going? Where's the cue ball going?
Foul. Mark Selby, 4.
.41 points, Mark Selby ahead. 75 remaining. You wouldn't think he'd be tempted by this red on the left-hand side of the table. He's got an easy safety shot, played a cross double, might even knock it into the right corner. He'll think about that. It's worth trying to play the cross double to the right corner. You know you're going to get a good cue ball back to the balk end.
And the key thing there, you saw him play with loads aside there. If he plays that cross double plain ball, he kisses into the blue and pink. So perfectly played with loads aside to make sure that wasn't the case. Needs those to be tied up. This is an excellent safety shot, this. This is that perfection. There's a window.
Yeah, all you can see here is Mark just playing directly to the red, trying to drop it dead weight, but when there's a little bit of tension in the arm, it's not as easy as it looks. I don't think he'll want to risk trying to get the cue ball back to the balk end. Doing that will bring all these reds into play.
Well, he's just looking what happens if he plays a slow roll up to those two reds, and I suppose that's as good as anything.
Yeah, the only problem is those two reds, they're tight to the cushion. If you just overhit it and hit one of them full in the face, you'll get a double kiss and the cue ball will spring away from them. Well, he worked that out well. He worked it out well. Thought playing that red, he wasn't under so much pressure to get the speed absolutely perfect. Doesn't gain him any advantage, of course. Not a very good safety shot from Ronnie, considering he was so close to the red. He won't be happy with that. But of course, if Ronnie's to have any chance in this frame, he needs to play a good safety and bring those reds into play. He couldn't there.
He may be able to do it this time, but of course the safety shot he'd be playing would imagine he'd be pushing a red over the corner, so he may have to play a negative safety shot again, just a very thin one. Managed to bring a couple more reds into play, so that's pretty good. That's just what he didn't want, that kiss. Okay, the pink's gone a little bit safer, but Ronnie will have options should he ever get a chance at a red to play for blue or black. And he's winning this safety battle at the moment, Ronnie O'Sullivan.
Yeah, beginning to stroke those safety shots nicely. Because when they play them, they always play them with a trace aside just to wind the angle, so you've got to cue them smooth. If you start hitting at the ball, that's when you start hitting them too thick.
Well, Ronnie's excellent safeties force an opening, but the red kissing into the other red, having played the pot, he decided not to play this one. Because he'd have no idea what's going to happen to the white. That's the reason he's refusing it. Needs a cover. Needs a cover. And he's got it.
It was risky, but that risk may be rewarded. Always got a little bit, be a bit careful here. If you just catch the ball, the red a little bit thick, you could run it off into the corner pocket.
Foul.
But in a way, he won't mind that. He's not left the pot on. Okay, he's give 4 points away. There's always the danger of this.
Ronnie's having a look at this. I don't think they're a plant, but whether he can play one red onto the red that's on the cushion, and that in turn could push the red in. It looks like from that angle he's going to hit the near jaw, doesn't it?
Yeah, well, there's enough room between the reds you feel you can make it, but I'd be worried about the red that's closest to the top cushion. Is that blocking the path for the first red to get to the second one?
I think so, John. That's what Ronnie's looking at. He'd definitely play it if that red wasn't on the cushion.
Well, he's had a good look. He's right behind the shot, so his decision.
Didn't play the pot, but hasn't played the safety very well. One good pot from Selby. Could be the frame.
We saw on his expression that was brought about by hit the red too thick, so here's a chance for Mark Selby. 37 points to lead. Where's the red going? Over the pocket. Over the pocket. Missed a chance there.
Yes, all of a sudden he's got a bit anxious again, Mark, hasn't he? He knows this is a great opportunity to take a lead going into the final session. And all of a sudden, just gripping the cue a little bit tight. You mentioned that a few moments ago, John. When you come under pressure, you grip it a bit tight. If you're playing with side like he was then, it can push in. That's what happened there.
Kiss on the green, but it's okay. Now, in a perfect world, Ronnie would love to drop this blue in and cannon these two reds that are close together near the top cushion. Has he got the perfect angle to do that, or can he not risk it? He'll play it if it's on. Well, he thought it was on, and that was a bad misjudgment.
6.
Well, I can presume he potted the blue thin. I mean, for somebody like Ronnie, who's the best break player in the game at the moment, to misjudge that. Obviously, Robertson's centuries
Ronnie
says he's the best break player
6.
this season, but you have to say Ronnie would have a little bit more nous around the black spot area. But he's played an excellent safety. He'd have been very disappointed at the last shot on the blue.
Yeah, a little look up there from Mark. I think sometimes he looks up at his supporters, but in fairness, Mark, you had a good chance. And sometimes if you miss them, the balls don't forgive you.
Well, you can obviously see the red on the cushion, but playing the pot's far too dangerous. But how on earth does he get back into baulk? I don't think he can just roll up off one cushion to get onto the one that's right in the pocket. Well, amazingly enough, I can't see a safety shot here, John. Might have to play the pot. He's looking at coming off the side cushion and trying to cut the red in the middle of those three in. That'll take the white back into baulk, but he's entitled to take a bit of time with this.
That's one way, but you'd have to be so accurate. The only other shot, it seems to me, is play the pot on the red, and I agree with you, Willie. It's much too risky. And remember, he's got a lead of 31 points. He just doesn't want to put all his eggs in one basket. There is an escape route. OK, you've got to be so accurate with it. But surely, worth a try.
For a minute, John, I thought he was going to take your advice there. He was lining up to play it. He is going to play the one you suggested. And there's the gap that John's put the line up. Is it full ball, of course, he'll be leaving a red in the middle, but if he finishes right on the cushion, he'll be delighted. Oh, he's gone for the pot. Oh dear. Not so sure about that.
Yeah, I'm very surprised that he played the hit and hope there. Very surprised. And they give the calculated safety one chance. So this is a chance for Ronnie. Just the red that's closest to the top cushion, you feel is the one that will give him a problem.
8.
Yeah, so he takes high value colours with these four
9.
reds. He won't need the pink, which would have been another problem. Just gone favourite now, Ronnie O'Sullivan, to win this frame.
Yeah, but we take nothing for granted. As
16.
I say, that red along the top cushion could be Mark, Selby's saviour. So Ronnie deciding.
17.
And the reason for this thinking, although he could have been better on the blue, easy to get on the red in baulk. And then if he doesn't get on the black correctly, he can always play a snooker on the awkward last red. And that's why he's leaving the awkward
22.
last red till last. Quick glance at the scoreboard. 9 points behind.
$23.
Now, if he lands perfect on the red along the top cushion where a nice angle, he doesn't have to play a lot of pace, he'd play it. If he doesn't, he's always the option of playing the snooker behind the black.
Looks to be pretty good. Anything but straight, though. If it's straight, it's no good.
28.
If it's straight, you just make certain you pot the red and play the snooker behind the black. There shouldn't be any heroics here. Just 3 points behind. You birdie the red. And now you play the snooker.
I know Mark Selby snookered, but he'd be pretty pleased. He's got another chance in this frame. He'd have thought when he played that last safety shot and brought all reds into play, it could have been the end of that frame.
But of course, the age-old problem. And there's room around this yellow, but if he hits it, he's got to get it safe.
Foul and a miss.
Ronnie will have that
Ronnie
replaced. He
O'Sullivan.
won't even bother getting out of his seat. And long frame, just over the half hour.
Okay. Ronnie.
But you have to say, well, we have a new favourite for it. Missed it
Foul
again now. He
and a
doesn't
miss.
want to leave a free ball. He doesn't want to leave a free ball.
Ronnie O'Sullivan, 4. Yeah.
Got very close to this yellow, didn't he? Amazing, and even in slow-mo we couldn't tell how close it was.
Okay. Ronnie. Thank you.
Surely this time he'll make a full ball contact. Amazing.
Foul and a miss.
All these points are very, very important now where the pink is.
Ronnie
Because
O'Sullivan,
Ronnie
4.
now won't need the pink.
Well, Ronnie didn't get out of his seat there to have a look at this. I know that Mark snookered, but Ronnie had a half-ball pot there on the yellow.
Okay. Okay.
Could have been a frame-winning chance. If he hits this yellow now and gets it safe, he may be regretting he's putting him back. And that's exactly what's happened.
And amazing enough, that little cannon on the pink has helped Mark Selby. It's not helped Ronnie O'Sullivan. All of a sudden now, whoever pots the yellow goes favourite for the frame. Where's the cue ball going? Misjudged that completely. And he'll be taking this on. What a shot this is. He already had a look to see that the green's available in the middle because he felt if he stuns this in, he can't particularly get the white on and off the cushion. It was tough, wasn't it? Now, has he got second prize or has he been lucky?
He's got the snooker. Now, when Ronnie comes off this side cushion, he wants to hit, as we look, the yellow on the right-hand side. And he's played it pretty well. But there is a chance of a pot. Don't get me wrong, This is a tough one. He's had a go at one yellow, missed it by a long way. Will he be tempted by this one?
Well, Vicky, obviously, and Vicky's mum and dad looking very, very tense, as you would expect. If he takes the deep screw on the yellow, it is possible that he could actually almost screw in behind the pink. Now, that would be unlucky. Didn't fancy it, so played the safety, but the yellow's running loose. Well, Selby's had two pieces of very, very good fortune in his last two visits to the table.
That was asking a lot.
A miss.
And this cue ball's very close to the corner. It won't go in, but if it rattles and moves across, there could be a free ball on here. All eyes on the referee. Well, no free ball. That's why he's having it put back. And he'll have no surprise. This is the longest frame of the match. Such a big frame. It's a dangerous shot, this, that Ronnie's attempting, because even if he does hit the yellow, if it's at a fraction thick, it's an in-off into the corner.
Yeah, you put it, Polly.
This is really important to get this exactly right. Mark Selby looking, Ronnie O'Sullivan looking.
Now he's tried the thin cut. That to me is the best way to go. I mean, you just have to scrape the paint of this yellow and a fraction thick. So to me, just come off the side cushion before the middle pocket. If you hit the red full in the face, chance of getting it safe. The thin cut safety is playing. It's just so dangerous. But he's trying it again.
Just wondering whether he's playing the cut to go two cushions, John. Left-hand side cushion and back into baulk. Didn't appear to have a chance to get it safe, but it's not done too bad. The pot is on, obviously, but is it worth the risk?
Well, that is the question. I suppose you could play the cue ball twice across, so you're playing the pot with a bit more pace and hoping if it rattles the jaws, it will run along the baulk cushion.
The other way is obviously play it slow and just hope you leave a full ball snooker on the green. As it is, waiting for a better chance.
Well, another very fortunate shot there. I mean, the blue in the middle of the table covering the yellow, you could never have expected that.
Wow, another great shot from Ronnie, and I think he's got away with it, has he? But this is a very, very tense final, and obviously they need a little bit of a break in between this session and the next session. They probably need at least an hour, so the tournament director has decided this will be the last frame of the afternoon session. So only 6 frames are going to be played in this session. It's going to be a long one tonight if it goes all the way, but I think they need a little bit of rest before they come out to battle the way to the World Championship tonight. We've got to be honest, he's had some run this frame, Mark Selby.
Easy swerve, but he needs to hit it fullish to keep distance between cue ball and object ball, and couldn't have played that better. Beautifully controlled swerve there. This frame still well and truly in the balance.
Yes, we've already mentioned it's the longest frame of the match so far, and there could be a few more minutes left yet. Well, that time he played the snooker, as you can see.
Thank you.
He's got to be careful here. If he catches his yellow too thin, he could catch the bump in the middle pocket. But he's played it nicely with a nice controlled swerve. Just get the feeling at the moment, though, that Mark Selby is just in control of this very important tactical exchange.
And of course, the players will be unaware that this is the last frame. Not the best of safety this time, but the greens come to his rescue.
Yes, and believe it or not, this isn't the most straightforward of safety shots. Obviously, you got to get the yellow safe, but you got to avoid the double kiss. Kiss on the brown, kiss on the blue doesn't help. And does this yellow pass the green?
Well, if it does, he'll probably take it on, but if it doesn't, it's an easy snooker in behind the brown. But from the picture we're going to show you now, there you can see clearly pots. This bout of safety players just made everything difficult, but once again, Mark's had a massive piece of fortune.
Whatever sport you play, you can't beat a bit of luck. Now, Ronnie needs a bit here in playing this escape. Can he get this yellow safe?
And Ronnie's probably the only player in the game at the moment that doesn't even show out whether he's had good luck or bad luck. He doesn't apologise when he has a bit of good luck, and as you can see, he doesn't shake his head when he's had a bit of bad luck. But oh, looks like he's winding it up to take this on. With the green being close to the pocket, doesn't have to do too much for the cue ball. There's the white going. He hasn't played it that well. I thought he'd hold it for the green. Has it got a path through to the green?
Two.
He has.
So Ronnie, gonna have to sit there now and see what Mark Selby can make of this chance. He needs green, brown, blue and pink. Well, first of all, he needed the green, and that was, I thought,
Selby two.
the least of his problems.
Yes, he got anxious there, didn't he? You saw a bit of body movement there. You saw his arm go as well. There was a lot of movement in the back there. He really tried to get into that green there, hit it hard. He won't be happy with the way he cued that.
Well, obviously the green will pass the pink to the middle. He's just worried about the line of the cue ball. Looked for all money as though he's going to run into the black. So tried to avoid the kiss on the black, missed the green. He'll be happy with the end result though.
Probably deserved to get away with one. A little wry smile there from Ronnie. The fact that the brown's gone safe now is means there's a lot of work in this frame left yet. He's going to just have to play the cross double here, but got to make sure he hits the green hard enough to get it back into the middle of his back cushion. Well, playing it up and down was dangerous. What's happened there?
As I said a few moments ago, Ronnie's been hitting the safety. He's usually such a smooth cueist. But as we keep saying, there's a lot of tension out there. They don't know it, we know it. This is the last frame. Who's going to have a lead going into the final session this evening? Good shot that from Mark. Don't think the cue ball reaches the pocket, so excellent length. You wouldn't think Ronnie would want to bring the brown into play here if he can avoid it. But needs a good cue ball. Just pushing the green past the middle pocket. Well, I think he's left the cut on. But how do you get on the brown?
Well, it looks impossible. Obviously, if the black wasn't where it was, he could get onto the brown in the top right-hand corner, but the angle he's got, I don't think he can get onto the top left. And the cue ball was always going to be going that side of the table. And it's not an easy safety shot if it keeps carrying on.
3.
It's okay now. You can leave the white where the brown is, or even play a little stun run through and try and sneak in behind the black. That's what he's looking at, but it's going to be the key thing here is get the object ball safe. You know the white's going to be good. It's just a case of getting that brown safe. He took a chance to get in behind the black, and another 3 or 4 inches of play, it would have been.
Mark Selby 3.
But it's safe enough. Ronnie O'Sullivan, 1 point, the lead. Both players looking for brown, blue and pink. And that could be a telling one. He's got the snooker. Easy to hit. Come off the top cushion first. But if you don't catch that brown full in the face, you could leave it. So he's got to hit this absolutely perfect. As I say, easy hit. Needs to hit the brown full. Hits it full, but it ran in to the blue. Now, will Ronnie be tempted by this? I always look at these shots and think, what's easier, the pot or the safety? Ronnie thought the safety was a lot more guaranteed. Needs that brown just to stop a bit, because Mark Selby has that same option. Come off the top cushion first, kick the brown from behind. But it's not safe by any means.
Oh, it needs to be pretty close to the blue to make the blue a lot easier than it is, so he may decide to screw this in around 2 cushions. Trying to keep the white somewhere around the blue spot. The brown's there, how's the cue ball, running loose. But beautiful pot.
4.
Blue and pink needed.
Well, in a funny sort of way, Ronnie's done well to get out of this session and be in front. Having lost 6 frames on the trot, similar to Selby last night, it looks like he's going to win the last 2 of the session. Well, why so hard, I ask myself.
Ronnie
Why is he not
O'Sullivan,
just stunned
9.
in?
And why play for the black when you don't need it? What on earth has gone on there? I've said that before, take nothing for granted, but I took that for granted.
Well,
and no reason not to.
I can only presume Johnny's misread the scoreboard. I mean, you can't possibly do that, can you? I mean, just stun it and leave the white where the blue spot, near the blue spot. You don't have to play it hard. That's just either a lack of concentration or misread the scoreboard. Now this will hurt because that pink's in. Needs the black. The black
6.
is a lot more difficult than Ronnie's pink. This is a tough shot. The cue ball's not in. What a very, very long frame it was, and they're aware this is the last game. What a game to pinch. Selby wins the session quite easily, but now takes the lead in the match from 10-5 behind. He's now 12-11 in front. All to play for this evening, though. Good evening, Hazel. Good evening, everybody. I'm sure everybody at home is excited as Stephen as I coming into this final session of the World Championship. A scoreline that some, after the first day's play, couldn't imagine would be happening. Selby in the lead for the first time
Thank
at
you,
12-11.
ladies and gentlemen.
And I've got the pleasure of
Frame
being 6 times
24.
world champion.
Mark Selby to break.
Right next to me in the Crucible Theatre. And it is 7, Stephen. I was only joking.
And this is what you play snooker for, or make a career in snooker for, the opportunity to play in the final of the World Championship at the Crucible Theatre. It doesn't get any better than this.
Having been here on so many occasions, Stephen, is it going to be tough? I mean, any other tournament, you'd be very, very disappointed of how poorly you played in that last session, but it's easy to get yourself up for the final session, surely.
Yeah, great opening pot by Ronnie. Yeah, but that entrance and everything, if you can't be up for this after that build-up, you shouldn't be playing. But we were watching back when Mark Selby won that last frame. He gave it the fist and he really knew how important it was. And if I was in Ronnie's shoes, that would really annoy me and make me determined coming into tonight's session.
This is what Steve was talking about. Okay, it was a great black. You can see Mark Selby there was so excited to pinch that frame, having Ronnie missed such an easy pink. Ronnie's played an excellent shot on the yellow there. Come nicely on this red. And this is a good early opening chance.
5. Be quiet up there, please. 12.
Ronnie's supporting a different hairstyle from this afternoon, isn't he? Got it combed over at the front. Whereas this afternoon it was a little spikier, Stephen. There's this afternoon's, and here's tonight's. Let's have a look at it now.
20.
Well, this is going to have to be played powerfully. If he pots this red, he could play the little cannon onto the red to try and stay on the pink in the middle, but I would imagine he'd try and get it for blue or bought colour. And he's gone through the lot. Needs something to happen. If the black pots, it's perfect. If it doesn't, it's nowhere.
21.
Wow, that's incredible. I mean, he played for the opportunity being in black or pink, but to end it like this, with an angle to get on the red to the same pocket. Exactly the start he wanted. And you see, can't
28.
possibly legislate for this, but I said today, Willie,
29.
the first sort of half dozen 8 shots in every frame is so important for Ronnie. If he doesn't get in first, he gets drawn into these long frames which don't suit him. You see he's in first and looks now odds on to win the first frame.
36. 37.
Pink available in the middle, slightly overrun through his desired position, but the fact that the pink spot is clear as well, doesn't have to worry about potting the pink. Those reds will still be available.
$43.
Well, there's little Ronnie in the box there watching this match, cheering his dad on. He was here last year. I think he was here the year before as well, so it could be a hat-trick.
$44.
The whole of this championship run, he's never really had one whole session where he's played unbelievable snooker like he normally does, where he makes 2 or 3
51.
centuries, never out of position. He's done it in sort of 2 or 3 frame bursts. Could he be saving it for the best time?
And when you consider the easy pink he missed in the last frame of the session, this is an outstanding performance, really. Turning it on with 52 and counting. Must have had a very poor cup of tea at the hour or so break he had. So 2 reds, 2 colours. He'll be level at 12-12.
58. $59. $65. 66.
So just over 5.5 minutes. Ronnie O'Sullivan is 1 black away from securing the frame, and then we can concentrate on him making another century.
$73. 74. $81. 82.
$140, the highest break from Neil Robertson. That can't be beaten here.
89.
Amazing enough, there's only been 56 centuries at the Crucible this year. I thought there'd be a lot more, the way that people have been playing.
90.
Played for both reds rather than just one.
94.
Immaculate start though.
95.
a century. O'Sullivan's 13th in the tournament. And if there's ever a right time to make one, this could be it.
100.
Well, no clearance, but a great start from Ronnie O'Sullivan. Mark Selby could only sit and watch. Only had one shot in that frame. O'Sullivan levels the match. We're all square. 12 all.
So Ronnie breaks off. First job done of the night. Get back in level terms. An excellent break off. It's always nice, Willie, when you break off and you see the blacks in the open. It always used to make my heart sink when the black was blocked up straight away.
And it's amazing how many times for the break-off the black has been tied up, but Ronnie's obviously found a way of doing it this evening. Usually Ronnie brings at least 2 reds around the black in breaking. There's only one.
Foul and a miss. Mark Selby 6.
If this is touching ball, Mark will play from there, but it's not, so he's having it replaced.
Okay. Mark. Okay. Foul and a miss. Mark Selby 6. Okay. Mark.
That's the way he wanted to play it the first time. The only reason I say that is because it's the red and the blue in the way for the swing around the 3 cushions is the normal shot you'd like to play. So they may have to play it really thin and just miss the blue on the left-hand side. Not the way he wanted to play it, but he just had to get that cue ball at the other end, and he's done very well from there.
Had to play thick on that red in order to get the angle on the cue ball, but it was lucky because the red caught the pack. It was going to come up the table towards the cue ball. Mark will be looking to bring the cue ball pretty much where it is now, hopefully, though in behind the yellow and brown.
looks a brilliant line, doesn't it? Well, he might be playing the two-cushion escape here, because if rolling into the pack, he'll be leaving a red on, so he is rolling in, but needs to get this exactly right. And he has. Hard to cover the red up, but he's done that.
Oh, surely he's not left a plant to the left middle. He obviously playing in such a way to take the cue ball up to the bulk end. He's having a good look. You wouldn't have thought he had that many looks if it was a mile away.
Just making sure that the red doesn't cut in if he plays up towards the baulk line, which is probably where he'd want the cue ball to finish, so he's on choice of yellow and brown. He certainly won't be playing for the blue, because that red will be cuttable. So taking the cue ball past the baulk line, or up to the baulk line. The red's there. How's the cue ball? Needs to bounce. And he's got one.
Five.
The obvious red he'd love to play on is the one to the left of the black, to the right corner. If he's straight in the green, he's one of the best at this shot. Screw the cue ball directly back, the same path as the pot for the red that's below the black to the right corner.
Yes, he's certainly had a few glances at it. I don't know whether he's got that angle, Stephen, but if he has, he'll certainly be playing. Yes, he has got the angle. Always come too low. Needs to bounce off the cushion. Not perfect, but he's on the red.
9.
That's a good shot. There wasn't a lot of room between those two reds. He couldn't have played it better.
Yeah, this was a better shot than it looked to get top side of the blue. Had to avoid the cannon and the reds. He's got the angle to force the cue ball off two cushions and into the pack. He would still be on a red. It doesn't look too bad. Top spin on the left-hand side. He's almost bound to be on a red somewhere.
And decided not to play it. As you can see, he's imparting bottom on the cue ball, so he must have found a red that pots. I played for the one on the right-hand side of the pack. He didn't get on that one, so he's going to be faced with a similar shot to Ronnie had to play last frame when he careered into the reds. Well, if he plays the run through here, he'll do well to get on the black, because it's hitting this second red full ball. Looks like he's trying to screw this in. It could stick in the pack, this one. Done well though, hasn't he? What a lovely shot. Well played.
Yeah, that was played to be on
16.
the pink. That wasn't luck. Excellently controlled. Now, it's what Mark Selby hasn't done enough of, although he's level at 12-12, but in this match he hasn't won enough frames in one scoring visit.
Yes, of the 12 frames he's won, Stephen, as you rightly say, his highest break is still only 74, which means that's the only frame he's won at one visit. Every other frame he's won, he's needed at least 2 chances.
And that's the reason, right there. He's lost position on pretty straightforward shots too often. Should never been cannon in the green here.
$22.
Good recovery, good kiss. Now there's plenty of room around the back of the pack, and those 2 reds just up from the black will pot in the left-hand corner. And the path the cue ball's taking, he can actually get on these. He can actually be on 3 reds here as well. He can get on the one in the middle that's nearest the cushion. This might be a fraction too hard. Needs to pull up. Just too hard to stay on the
28.
black.
$29.
In practice or an exhibition, he'd play in between the yellow and brown with the left-hand side, 2 cushions into the reds, but I don't think I'll play it here. It is the shot. He's played a more exact positional shot, but he's too hard. Played for the red to the right of the bunch. Let's end a break.
34.
Would love to put another red on the side cushion off the safety shot, but he can't guarantee doing that. There you see the distance that cue ball had to travel there, and just needed to pull up. Just travelled 18 inches too far. His aim is obviously getting in beyond the yellow or brown here, but he doesn't want to kiss a ball colour on the way back, which he's done quite a few times in this match. That time the kiss was helpful.
Well, Selby, 34.
Because 46 points behind, you have to be aggressive sometimes to try and get back into the frame, and that's possibly the best shot he's played in this final. What a chance to steal the frame.
Yeah, if it's not the best shot, he certainly hasn't anything better.
8.
You always know when a shot's been hit correctly because you're absolutely perfect on the next shot.
9.
Yeah, probably the cannon on the red that's directly between pink and black here. If the red, those 2 reds, the bottom one pops to the right corner, that is. Obviously doesn't. So playing for a gap here. That's perfect.
16. 17.
Purposely finishes low on the black again here to play the cannon into the 2 reds and the pink. Just like, he'd probably risk hitting it full ball here. Okay, he might be only faced with a cut on the next red, but, well, you know, he played to flick them. And, you know, I'd have thought he'd have played full ball there, Stephen. Okay, he'd have been lucky not to be on one in the middle.
Yeah, I can only assume those 2 reds touching closest to the black. I can only assume the bottom one doesn't pot, because he would definitely play full ball. But he'll be disappointed
Ronnie O'Sullivan, 24.
Once he caught the wrong red, he was expecting to win the frame there.
Pace there, perfect. Would love to get it in exactly the same position. Jaws of the middle pocket, the only problem. Wow, I didn't see that coming. Didn't look on for my chronometer position. What a pot. There you can see it, and it just pots. But the weight was good anyway.
Bramble.
It wasn't his smoothest stroke. A bit twitchy, that one.
Well, this is not good, I don't think. Just a fraction too hard, this will cut.
Mark Selby, 4.
Maybe playing around 2 cushions for the blue in the right-hand middle. Oh, decided to take the red in the middle, which is a little bit more difficult. It still should be on the blue or pink.
1. Seven. Eight.
Can win the frame without worrying about the 2 reds that are reasonably safe at the moment. Won't be playing to, if he needed the reds, he'd be playing the pot and kiss the red
14.
out. If he could, he didn't have the angle to do it this time, but obviously any needs of colour. So he'd just be playing to get on the pink nicely.
50.
He'd love to. It doesn't look like he's got the angle in the pink now, but he'd love to pot one of these reds because the amount of times he's just done enough and then left himself sweating for 10 or 15 minutes when his opponent needs a snooker is incredible. Just has never potted that extra ball, and now he's done it again.
Mark Selby, 15.
The ball that kills the frame off, he's really struggled to pot in this match.
All season, Stephen, to be honest. You know, I know Mark very well, as you know, and you know, I've been watching his prowess on around the table, and he's got to a couple of finals this year. I don't know how the pink didn't go in looking at that picture. But no end of times he's missed frame ball, and used to do that. He used to be very, very good in clinching frames. But you've got to give him the credit he deserves, really. Playing not at his best, he's still got to 3 major finals this year. And a chance to win the biggest one of all.
No, one thing you can't doubt is his desire and his will to win.
Ronnie, we're trying to pot to red and black here. He's just going to be a little bit careful where the pink is. That's the path the cue ball will be taking, so he's going to try and stun it round in between the pink and green. And the pink being where it was always causing a problem for that positional shot. But I still expected him to pot it.
Yeah, playing this shot with a lot of right-hand side here.
You can get through to the red that's on the baulk cushion, but don't really want to move that one. But if you've got no option, you've got to play it. Just playing for the one on the side cushion. Seems a little dangerous, this, but obviously it was he felt unmissable.
Well, looks like he's got Mark Snooker on both reds here. If he has, it's not guaranteed to get safe from here. Don't know whether there's a gap in between green and brown to get through to the red and the left cushion. Even if Reds is just determined to leave it there. That's definitely the more easy red to hit.
Can't do an awful lot with the cue ball here. He's got to make sure he doesn't go anywhere near the yellow pocket. That's why he's just played just to push the red on the side cushion. Didn't want to risk going off this back cushion back into baulk. Decided to go all out for the pot there, but as you can see, the cue ball's been taken back into baulk.
Well, if he's covered the red to the left corner with the other red, that's a result.
Oh, probably the best lady jockey in the country at the moment. Hayley Turner's there watching, along with Amy Weaver as well. And welcome, girls. Looks like you've got the earpiece. And a little smile there for Uncle Willie. Now then, this is he's covered the first red. He'd like to get through to the second red, but he can't.
If he played a safety shot of his left of the red, the first red, he could put that in the cushion, possibly take the other red away. But it is dangerous. As I'm looking at the angle there.
There's an avid watcher of our snooker championships, the great Stephen Fry. Enjoys all these kind of safety battles, but obviously this one now taking a little bit of time. Selby's taken a long time on this shot so far. Damien Hirst, of course, Ronnie's very, very close friend, a renowned artist, watching every shot. Okay.
Well, he did try that shot, play the red off the cushion to nick the other one away, but it's still potable.
And there's one you'd know, Stephen, being an Iron Maiden fan.
Not me, it's a bit loud for me, will it? Yeah, Ronnie taking on this tough long red.
Nico McBrain, that is the drummer from Iron Maiden. So a lot of dignitaries in this evening. Hopefully waiting for fireworks. We had fireworks in the first frame.
Well, that should be the frame now.
One. Green ball.
No attempt to the pots, just a case of whether Ronnie feels like carrying on, which he probably won't now he's snookered.
Mark Selby
Having a little glance at the scoreboard, and Mark Selby's got a frame on the board, only a break of 34, but he'd be very, very pleased to take the lead again at 13-12. Yeah, great point. And of course, he had that epic semi-final win over Neil Robertson. So he could do with quick frames, couldn't he? Certainly wouldn't have. I think he's played something like 12 hours more than Ronnie in this tournament. So Ronnie should certainly be the fresher of the two. Average frame time just over 22 minutes.
Make sure your phones are turned off, please.
Now that's a little pedestrian for Ronnie, to be honest. 21 minutes. He's usually around the 16, 17 minutes. 21 seconds, of course, not minutes. But 21 seconds is slow for Ronnie. It shows you what the final of this World Championship can do.
Yeah, and obviously a lot a lot of this match he's been forced to play the sort of snooker that he's not used to playing. Used to having it all his own way, most of the way he has done in the quarter-final and semi-final. Finished both matches a session early. I bet his average shot time was less in those matches.
Oh, taking this on, just trying to screw back 3 or 4 inches. That's what he's done. Good pot that. You've got to be careful to knock those in. Any touch on either side cushion there, they won't go in at that speed. Right into the heart of the pocket.
Just concentrate 100% on getting the pot here. Automatically be on the red to the right corner. Yeah, that's well played.
Eight.
Yeah, that's all about straight cue in that long shot. Going up for an angle in the blue here. Must finish high in the blue.
9.
Well, that's a poor shot. He has just got enough angle to play for the red below the black, but would love to go into the pack there, I feel. He's just having to look at the red that's closest to the black in the pack. He's just looking to see if that pot's to the left corner, because if he can get in that, he's bound to be opening other reds. Well, the fact he's played so high in the black, he must be going into them here, so top spin, right hand side.
Doesn't particularly want to hit the one directly above the black. He'd like to go into the pack, because that could spring off the pack and push that red that Stephen's talking about over the corner. Just caught them too thin, and needs a bit of luck, and boy has he got some. When you consider how he hit those and only one red came out, it's amazing really. Caught them far too thin.
Yeah, it was almost too much top spin there. The cue ball arced out too much. Sometimes you have to hit a little bit lower in the cue ball. Make sure the cue ball goes directly into the bunch.
He's got it to do now to get onto red. Stephen mentioned that red. If he's dead straight on the blue, maybe able to run through that blue and get onto the red at the back of the pack. But if not, which he doesn't feel it is, it's quite a big target to get into the bunch, but as you can see, stretching, it's very difficult to generate power when you're reaching over like this. Needs to hit it hard. That's always the problem.
Mark Selby, 23.
First glance, I thought he got away with it, but there is a pot into the green pocket, but he can play as a shot ton, I think.
There wasn't so much pressure, he wasn't leaving anything. But maybe a can in the red to the left of the bunch here. Maybe too straight in the black to play that cannon. That's what he played, I think. He knew if he missed the can, he'd always have this red to the left corner.
8. Nine.
Left the angle on the red that Stephen was talking about at the previous shot, where he probably played the cannon. Just coming round to make sure if he plays the cannon firm and it just pushes through that red, he's not necessarily going to be on the red, so he may decide not to use the cannon, just to play it low on the red. Oh, is he on it? If he's not, he's got one in the middle.
may have just got into the cue ball
16.
too much there, you
Touching
see.
ball.
So, a bit fortunate to have this red to the left centre. Now this black's, if he's playing for the single red, he's got to play this with drag and right hand side, dead weight. That's an excellent shot, it really is. Excellent touch.
24. $25. Ronnie O'Sullivan, 25.
Just never, unusually for Ronnie, just never had the cue ball on absolute string in that break.
Well, Mark can get through to this red, and he can play it as a shot to nothing with the black over the pocket. He can leave the white almost on the baulk cushion in between yellow and brown, and still have the black available. So he can play this red very confidently and get a good white just in case he misses it. Very rare can you afford to take the ball past the baulk line when you're trying to get onto a colour, but this is one of the occasions you can. So look where the white's going to finish here. Just needs it now to slow up before it gets past the brown.
1.
What a clever shot that is. He's on the black. Oh, well, he's not on the black. He can't see it. But at least that's what he played.
Mark Selby, 1.
Looks a bit pacey. Oh, good job he hit the red because he'd have left the red to the left centre there.
Well, who's going to win this safety battle? That's the question, because whoever pots the next red, you can see them going on to take the frame. Oh, unlucky. That was close to being an excellent safety. Another excellent safety shot from Mark, and just slightly got the upper hand on this safety exchange. Ronnie can get through to a red though. A fraction from being perfect, that one. And that's a poor safety shot from Mark, so now Ronnie has a chance to get back the advantage in the safety. A few moments ago, all those reds were in open play. All 6 reds are spread around the table. Now they've all gone safe.
Ronnie purposely bringing the cue ball to the left side of the table as we look at it, because he wants to force Mark to play safety, bring the reds over towards the right corner. But he'd be a while trying to get a mistake out of Mark Selby in the safety department.
Very good shot. That's a very good shot. He's left us red to the right corner. But can he get enough? If it's dead straight, it's not straightforward to get in the black. He has to hit this good if he's screwing back. Yeah, good shot. Yeah, what Stephen was saying there, it was absolutely straight as you saw there, and had to get past those 2 reds, and for a second he thought he hadn't got there. Just that little flick brought the cue ball into open play. If this kiss works out okay in a few seconds' time, he'll have 3 or 4 reds available.
8. Yep. 9.
Heavy contact there. You could hear that as soon as he hit it. Red jumps, takes all the pace out of the cue ball. Still thought he would have played it with a lot more pace there, Willie, to make sure the cue ball got out. He was always on the pink or blue.
Yeah, I'm with you on that one, but he probably thought it was a certainty, and without the kick, of course, he didn't expect the kick.
Blue ball.
So expected to have been higher. So this frame's still in the balance.
Well, he's granite. He really is. He didn't even look at the pink there to the right centre.
Well, Selby,
which was
no.
a possibility. So tough to play against. That now proved to be the correct shot. I think the top red of those two will pot to the left corner, so this is a chance for Mark Selby to open a 2-frame gap.
To be ultra critical, it was a little bit hard,
8.
that one. It could have done with the white being a little bit closer to the cushion because the angle he's got on this red. He's going to have to force it. It needs to be top side of the black, so he may have to screw back on and off the cushion. Well, he was able to force it high.
9.
So 17, 24. So he needs both these reds. As long as he keeps getting high on them, it should be okay to get on the black and out again.
If he does go 2 frames up, will he? I can't think of a tougher opponent to be chasing
16.
than Mark Selby.
$17.
Ronnie's going to have to be at his best tonight to win this match.
$24.
Just made sure of the red this time, and needs to pop the black though, because Ronnie will carry on.
I don't understand that. It's not a difficult shot to try and stun up and get a bit better on the black. Again, if he misses his black, Ronnie's going to play on for about 10 or 15 minutes with the snookers, with the green and brown there. It's not a tough shot to follow through with 2 cushions there.
Mark Selby, 25.
So Mark Selby, a break of 25, takes him virtues the winning place in this frame. Ronnie O'Sullivan needing snookers, otherwise he'll be 2 frames behind.
Two.
In behind the pink will be his choice here, if you can just play with a little bit of right hand side. Oh, caught it too thick.
Ronnie O'Sullivan, 2. Three. Seven.
The snooker's guaranteed now, but how difficult can he make it? Would have been so easy to get behind the pink, but he felt if he can get tight behind the black, it would have been a harder snooker to hit.
7.
As it happens, the blues come too close to this pocket to make it missable.
Yeah, you would think the in-off's only danger here, but Mark's too experienced for that to happen.
Well, Ronnie's hit the wrong cushion there. He meant to hit the left-hand side cushion before then.
5.
So what he's got to do now, of course, he needs 1 snooker to tie. Usually you only get 1 chance, don't you? Because Mark will be running the pink over the hole. Should he not get the snooker on this visit? Which he hasn't.
Ronnie O'Sullivan, 5.
chance here, just has to avoid the double kiss.
Well, just a fraction away. Mark really needs to put this frame to bed now. As Stephen said, he's doing this quite a lot in this match. Once again, no breaks of any significance, but Mark Selby would be extremely pleased now because he's gone 2 frames clear for the first time in the match. Well, it's certainly going to be tough on Ronnie if he doesn't win this frame before the mid-session interval. 15-12 would be very hard to come back from. A little bit careless, needs the yellow to come to his rescue. And it has. The boys within the box, Stephen, were talking about how good Mark Selby's match play is, and once again this evening his highest break is 34 and he's managed to win 2 of the 3 frames. He just doesn't, or very rarely plays a bad safety shot. If that misses the green, it's another good one. It hasn't though, so Ronnie might be tempted here, but needs to cover that red over the hole if he plays it.
Well, he's missed the red, but he's played it in such a way he has covered that red to the left corner. When you're spending long bouts of safety and long amounts of time without potting balls, those become so much more difficult.
He's already looked where he wants to leave the cue ball, so he knows anywhere near that pocket he'll cover everything up. Oh, coming off the other red, is it? Oh dear. Oh, that's not the good fortune. The pot red. What will be happening on his next shot is he'll be tied up behind the green.
Mark Selby won.
Going against O'Sullivan this run of the ball at the moment.
Had a little anxious look there, see if the third red of these three together pot to the right corner. I don't think so. I think he'd be down playing it by now if it went.
Touching ball, Mark.
Well, maybe this cue ball has just finished low enough to be able to cut this third red in. It wasn't on the last time we looked. It may be on this time. And there's your answer, it was. What a mistake that was from Ronnie. Very careless.
Yeah, he's just starting to look a little bit disillusioned with things, Ronnie, at the minute. He probably wonders why someone who hasn't made big breaks is 2 frames ahead of him. And with a chance to make it 3. Incredible performance when you think about it. It really is.
Yeah, I mean, what Stephen's saying is he's just only won 1 frame in the one visit, which he did with the break of 74. I mean, the first 11 frames, his highest break was 42. But he was 8-3 behind at the time, so he's come from nowhere to get back into this match. Still behind on total points, but
12.
should he go on to win this frame, if that gap will close. I mean, there's been bigger outsiders. I thought Ronnie was strong favourite in this final to win the match. I think it was something like 1-3, 9-4 or something like that. The great Joe Johnson, who's here this evening, he would have been a 10-1 chance against Steve Davis, so it does happen.
But there's another reason why he's not winning. He's not making the big breaks. Very careless positional shot there to finish short in the blue.
Green ball.
Stephen mentioned early on he's one of the best players in the world at that particular shot. And there's another example. Gets through the ball, Stephen, so well, doesn't he? That was pretty close to the cushion as well.
It's the length of the bridge. To be able to bring that back and put the cue through in a straight line with extreme bottom on the white ball. It's incredible.
17.
I would miss cue if I tried to have a bridge that long.
Yeah, that was one of the very few shots that wasn't in your armoury, Steve, that one, but unfortunately for us, you had every other one. Now, this may have gone wrong. And the shake of the head suggests it has.
23.
You'd have thought once you'd played the push through and bring 3 reds into play, you'd be on one, but it's a reprieve for Ronnie. He's going to have to play a good safety shot though, because he's going to be in trouble at his next visit.
Mark Selby, 23.
And when you're struggling, you can bet your life everything you try and do goes wrong. Not a bad cue ball, but unfortunately he's pushed the red right over the corner. Now will he play a real slow drag shot here and be on pink in the middle or black in the corner? Didn't risk it, but he got a flyer off that. Would you have played for black or pink there, Steve?
Well, what we talked about before with his proficiency at playing screw shots, you think this is an easy shot for Mark Selby. Touch a check side, drag. You're bound to be on pink or black. That looked very conservative for me there.
Oh, is that a flyer off the first cushion? Got a flyer off the back cushion. Now, if he's on that red,
3.
he'd be delighted. His red's developed into the middle, but he wouldn't want to be playing those.
Well, it's very fortunate if he's on this bottom red. He's unfortunate to get a bounce, of course, but to be on this is a bonus.
Ronnie glances up at the scoreboard, glances up at our TV screens, and knows now he's just got to hope that something can go wrong in the next 5 or 6 shots. And it's took a lot less than that. It's took just 1.
10. Mark Selby, 10.
Ronnie, every time he comes to the table, he seems to be tight under that cushion. Double kisses on here, got to be careful. Oh, missed it by a fraction. What a brilliant safety shot that is. Very well played. He was in heaps of trouble there.
Foul, we miss.
So
Ronnie
about
also
fractions, so that'll be replaced because there is a chance of leaving a red in the middle or in the corner if he doesn't get this shot right. So play the same shot. This undoubtedly the biggest frame of the match so far now, before the interval.
Ronnie, thank you.
Yeah, and I think definitely more important for Ronnie than Mark.
least he played it confidently, the red, playing to get top side of the blue, so he hasn't left anything on. Safety's granite at the moment. Hardly put a foot wrong in the safety department this evening. And the excellent safety forced a mistake. The only good news for O'Sullivan and his supporters is the cue balls, as you can see, it's gone very close to this corner. So first red is very difficult.
Yeah, this could be one of the occasions where a bad shot has actually got you in. This is a really tough red.
Yeah, very good. Kept very still. He wouldn't have played that pot like that if he was going to kiss into the red that was on the side cushion, but he knew the angle was going to be coming inside that red. And this now, quite obviously, has a chance to win 3 of the first 4 frames and go 3 frames clear.
3. Four. Ten.
May play to cannon the red, it's closest to the right middle here.
11.
And even Stephen suggested that because he does need 1 more of the difficult reds after this pink red colour, and 1 more red needed. And that's why Stephen suggested playing that shot. He's still going to be faced with a difficult pot in a minute.
Yeah, I'll probably play for black here, won't he? And then they can just drop on the red and the black cushion.
17. $18.
Now left an angle to get onto one on the right hand side. No need to play the cannon into the red over the middle and leave the red down the cushion. He'll just make sure he gets very close to this red. Normally he'd have been playing to kiss the other red out, knowing he's bound to be on the one down the cushion, but this is frame ball.
25.
Ronnie now beginning to a little despondent. Very well played, Mark Selby. Big frame that. A few of his Leicester supporters there. This 40 odd come down at least from Leicester today. Always been very generous with their support to Leicester sportsmen.
32. $33.
He'll play the cannon now. So this is the first time that O'Sullivan has lost more than 14 frames in a world final. Mark Selby would be feeling so pleased with himself, and like I say, he's not played well. He's struggling himself, but he's got Ronnie O'Sullivan playing his way at the moment, and that's the art of a very good match player.
43. $51. $53. 56.
Well, it hasn't been vintage Selby, it hasn't been vintage O'Sullivan, but the important scoreline reads Mark Selby goes to 15, these 3 frames in front. 15-12, Selby leads.
Can he get himself out of that corner? That's the big question. He's had the interval to compose himself and have a chat with Dr. Steve Peters. And
Make sure they're switched off, please.
that's all we need. Well, that's part of the question answered. What a superb long pot. They really are confidence boosters, and that's what Ronnie needs at the moment.
Six. Seven.
An early key shot coming up. Can he get... Well, he's not going for the split. I thought he would go into the reds, having the 2 reds slightly in the open. Because
40.
he can't come off the blue because of where the pink's situated, so...
15.
And this is not quite as good an angle as the previous black. And once again played for the single red, so he's only going to get 1 chance to go into the bunch.
22.
It's going to have to be off the pink. Big shot coming up here.
Well, applause. What's he on? Possibly a red. There's a couple of reds available to the left corner. Well, he's on one clearly. And he's looking to see if he can get position on the black. It's always very difficult this to generate the top spin. He did his best, but just enough to
29.
develop a red. Now, can
30.
he get through to the black? I don't think so. The second red went with the cue ball. No, he's not on it. Now is he going to push the boat out or play safe? Push the boat out. Needs a bit of luck here. Needs a bit of luck.
Ronnie O'Sullivan.
It could have been
30.
worse. I don't think he's left a pot on.
Well, there might just be the red to the left of the pink that's available. That was a difficult blue that Ronnie took on. But this red to the left of the pink will definitely pot in the middle pocket. I don't know if there's another red will go to the middle pocket here. The one right in the middle of the bunch, the one closest to the white doesn't go up into the corner, but
Well, you say that, Dennis. I'm right behind the line of this shot. Maybe not all the pocket is available, but it's very tight, as is the one to the left centre. Well played. So, after playing the dangerous blue, he'll be pleased to come back to the table with another chance to win the frame.
Six. Seven.
I think the interval came just at the right time for Ronnie. He had a chance to go back to the dressing room, compose himself, have a chat with his few friends, and
12.
Mark was starting to take control of the match. But this is a good start.
30.
There's an awful long way to go.
Lovely cueing that. He cued that well. I think his
20.
cueing this evening has been a little bit suspect, apart from the first frame tonight when he made a century break and you thought he'd kick on from there. But then since that 100 break in the first frame, next frame was won with a break of 34 by Mark Selby. There wasn't even a break over 30 in the frame
21.
after. So it's been very scrappy snooker. Obviously, this type of frame suits Ronnie down to the ground. So red colour, red needed.
28. $29.
Well, it's obviously a little bit straight on the blue, but as I say, he just needs a red after this.
34.
This red will put him 65 in front with 59 remaining.
35.
And a possible chance now to go on and make a century break. He's getting you
38.
closer by the frame to Stephen Hendry's record. 15 centuries made at the Crucible.
39.
Ronnie has already made 13. He's made 748 centuries. He's closing in on another record of Stephen Hendry.
46.
Stephen's made 775.
47.
And this one's coming. In fact, he can't make a century. I'm getting carried away, John.
Not quite on the red, I don't think, near the top cushion. It doesn't matter.
49.
Mark Selby will stay in his seat and concede this frame. So just the start that Ronnie was looking for.
49 in the frame.
And that's enough for Mark Selby. So quick fire frames when you're playing catch up is just what you need. Young Ronnie's pleased. And so will his dad. He's reduced his arrears now to 2. 15-3, Selby.
And once again, that red just goes next to the black off Ronnie's break-off shot. It's It's amazing the number of times that has happened.
Well, the big talking point at the end of the afternoon session was Miss Pink. But you just look at the referee. Everybody's saying, how did he miss it? Look at the referee. He's taking his gloves off. He's taking it as a given. There was no answer to that miss. No pot attempted there, didn't want to risk trying to get the cue ball back to balk. Not put Mark under any pressure. He should find the balk cushion here.
Just playing the reds near the cushion, simply because if he had to try to get down the table off the reds, he could have cannoned into that one.
Obviously the problem is if he goes to the balk end, he must cover that red that's to the left of the brown. So it looks as though he's going to play off this red just to the left of the black and stun to the top cushion. Won't put Ronnie in any great difficulties. Be an easy escape from the side cushion into a large bunch of reds.
A little bit of an awkward frame now with the two reds up the other end of the table.
Well, if that cue ball was tight against the top cushion, Ronnie had no option just to roll into him, but he can play a more positive shot now. Just got to be careful you don't knock a red near the middle. Tight against the top cushion would have been better.
Yeah, but what he did want to do there was open the reds up. He doesn't really want to get involved in another tactical frame here, but it's just the way the balls have gone, and the safety area is back behind the black. Not quite. Whoever gets the white closest to the cushion gains the advantage. And the roll up to those two reds might just be available. Another fraction and the shot wouldn't have been there for Mark. Now he's having an anxious look, Mark. He may have left the red to the left middle pocket, and Ronnie might be able to get back on the black with a little cannon. Got to be careful to judge the angle when they're that close together, but it is a chance. No. An anxious look to see if he's left one to the left middle pocket. Always difficult when you're so close to them just to pick the angle out. This must be very tight because Mark's looking from both sides. Now let's have a look. He might have to play that with a little tracer right-hand side if he's going to make the potting angle.
Yeah, I don't think you can pot it without using that tracer side, Dennis, and that certainly makes the pot missable. Because when you put a lot of side on, you can turn the object ball over to the left. Surely, too risky. Could play it into the far left corner if he's got eyes for a pot.
Yeah, I suppose the only thing with the corner, he may leave a couple of reds into the right middle pocket. He's looked at that option that you mentioned, John, but he's been thinking, well, 1 minute and 15 seconds. And in the end, he might just come back onto the cushion behind the black off that red, the left side of the table. Well, this must go up into the corner. What a shot this would be. Now he's just played back off that. Ronnie can come back off the left side of the table. The red that's there. This is the one I thought Mark might have played.
Yeah, you've really got to get into these reds to get it back to the top cushion. The red will be running loose, but Ronnie will expect it to run into other balls. And that cue ball didn't find the top cushion, and he has left that red now to the left middle. It's dangerous, but it's a chance. Could play it into the far left corner. Just having a look to see what he would leave. He'd obviously leave the red that's near the far left corner pocket, but he's thinking if he just comes to the side about there, would he leave a red at this end? And if the answer's no, then this red he'd probably play to the far left corner, knowing if it goes in, he's bound to be on the pink. Well, they don't come much better than that. Tremendous shot.
Seven. Eight.
Yeah, I keep saying that's one of the nicest shots in the game. The stun run through, it really is, and he played that to perfection. Yeah, it looks so easy, that last shot he played, but there's years of practice go into
15.
that particular shot.
Yep.
Slight heavy contact.
16.
He's straight on the black, but should be okay. got the red to the left of the pink, and even if he's dead straight on the black, he should be okay. Round looking to see if the reds are a plant also. If that's the case, he'll screw back off the cushion and across to the other side of the table. And they're dead set. So he's got a bit of angle on the black by the looks of things, yep. So he's played for the plant. And he'll be canning the pink, so it's all about
23.
where he pushes that pink.
Yeah, just got to be careful with this plant. It's dead set for the pocket, but they're almost touching. And if you don't hit that first red full in the face, you can turn this over. So he's got to hit that first red full in the face. It shouldn't be missable, but got to be careful.
I wonder, can he miss the cannon on the pink? Yeah, he could.
24.
Played it with lots of screw there. He didn't want to be cannon the pink.
Came very straight on the blue. So there's a little bit of work to do with this red.
29.
And it found him out. It found him out. Just that extra bit of distance between cue ball and object ball.
Oh, he hit this very hard. But he hasn't left an easy one. Just hit that a little harder than he intended. That's a bit of adrenaline. But he could have left something easier than this. I know he hasn't got much of a lead here, Mark Selby, but with the reds all up the other end of the table, Ronnie's going to have to keep potting balls because he won't be scoring a lot of points.
7.
I would suggest that Ronnie's just glad to be back at the table with a chance. It's very hard to envisage, as you're saying, Dennis, that he could win the frame at this visit, but he can get right back in it and possibly build up a lead.
14.
How often would you have 9 reds up on the other end of the table?
50. Sullivan, 15.
That was a lapse in concentration. I mean, that was a... Well, he's having it clean. Did he get... Well, maybe he got a bad contact there.
Well, to me, he was just trying to pinch a bit of the pocket there to get position on the red. Cardinal sin.
One.
He's got a choice here. He could play a little cannon on the red and brown, but he's got them in the open. He may not risk them. Just rolling it in, so making sure that nothing can go wrong, but
6. Seven.
let's have another look at that shot to see if it jumped. Just a little bit, but was it just enough to throw it slightly offline?
12.
26 points the lead. It's just these two reds now that are in the open. I'm a little bit surprised you've not played the cannon on the brown and that red. Just to bring one more red into play. Can't win it with these two reds. And that's a poor
13.
misjudgment there, running into the second red. Didn't judge that well at all.
Yeah, a few shots ago he had a chance to play that cannon because there was reds available into the middle and corner pocket. A good long blue will keep it going. And in with authority.
$18.
Played that with a lot of drag. In fact, he underhit it because look where the cue ball is. He played to get on the green. Didn't quite push the cue through as he intended.
1.
But I mean, it's so difficult for Ronnie from this position to get nicely onto a red. There's only the one red next to the yellow that's available. He'll have to play for that. And he's not on it.
Deficit now, 24 points.
8.
Still plenty of snooker left in this frame.
Ronnie O'Sullivan, 8.
What Mark's looking at there, he's looking to see if he could take the red on and avoid the cannon onto the brown, and the red's near the baulk cushion, but I don't think it's on. If he took the pot on, he's going to career into something down there. Decision time again for Ronnie. Difficult red or play safe off the one next to the brown. Terrific pot.
1.
Still not easy though, but it was a terrific long pot. But he's running away from the reds if he took the green.
Well, that's a terrific positional shot. It was never going to be easy, though, to get a good angle on this red.
6.
And this red will take some potting. At that pace, at that angle, very difficult.
Ronnie O'Sullivan,
But
6.
he's okay. He's not left it.
Well, did he try to be too clever that time? Mark, he wanted to cover the red that's next to the brown, and he's misjudged that. This is a bit of a chance.
Needs that cue ball to slow up.
1.
Sometimes he'd a little run of the ball. He potted this red and it looked for all the world as though it was going to run too far. But that little flick on the blue just slowed the cue ball up enough.
Well, has he got the angle here? He has.
5.
What an important cannon this is. He's played, needs a big bounce though. Another
10.
fraction. If the pot was easier, he could have played to pot this and brought the yellow into play, but it's such a thin cut he can't even contemplate that. He's just got to try and make sure of the pot. Well, he's almost straight on the pink, so there's no way he can get to the yellows. He got a slight angle. Well, he has. But it was still going to be very difficult to move the yellow. Well, what a shot.
17.
Well, is he taking this yellow up the cushion? He'd be on the green. Mark knows if this goes in, Ronnie could win the frame, but what a tough shot. Oh, what a shot that is.
19.
Well, what a pot, and now what a chance he's given himself. He's now 1 point in front of him. Watch that yellow go in again, and it just touched the side cushion, but he played at the perfect pace to give it every chance to drop in. And he's up walking, so it's in,
22.
and he needs the brown, blue and pink.
Oh, he needs to slow down. Just about
26.
okay. Big turning point this could be in the match. Well, the defending champion has pulled one out there. What a friend. Ronnie O'Sullivan has just won. And he now closes in again. He's just one behind at 15-14.
So how much will losing that last frame have hurt Mark Selby, because he had a great chance. Shot selection let him down, as Ken was trying to describe there, the cannon, and you suggested at the time, Dennis, and he doesn't want to get too negative with his positional play. You get a chance, you've got to take it.
Yeah, the white's close. The white's very close.
Mark Selby 4.
And there is a pot on, and there is a path round the back of the black. So if Mark Selby can knock this in and drop on a ball colour, be a bit of a chance. But let's see what that last frame has taken out of him. Not a lot. Terrific shot.
1.
So impressed with Mark Selby. I mean,
Don't take any pictures, please.
as we see this long pot again, I mean, in his semi-final against Neil Robertson, you know, the last few frames he got stronger and stronger. Not much to pick between them with a long pot success rate. He didn't want to cannon into them. It could turn out okay. Oh dear. If this is dead straight and the black goes, that's a bit of a result. He wasn't playing that. He was playing for the two loose reds. What a nudge he had there.
Five.
Just played to slide past those two, but great outcome.
$12. 13. $20. 21.
Very well judged. Purposely left himself low on that red, so important he could stun in and bring other reds into play. Could not have played it any better. It's come a bit
28.
awkward here.
Touching ball.
Now, if he's straight on the red, he can roll it in play for the black. The more he has to do with the cue ball, well, maybe the one just to the left of the black as we look, he can get to the middle of the cue ball. Well, he doesn't think so. That's why he's looking at the more difficult red to the left middle. Doesn't want to be bridging over the ball, particularly with the red so close to the cue ball. Struggling to get to the middle. This is difficult now. Played it well.
29.
He could only just drop it in. And now it's all about the cannon here. He played that so well. No screw back there. The white stayed exactly where it was. This is
36.
the perfect example how to play that shot.
Yeah.
And every time a question has been asked of
37.
Mark Selby, he's responded. Look at this here. I mean, this is just the white stopped there, opened all the reds. And a great chance to open up a two-frame advantage again. And still only 74
42.
his highest break, but he's played some superb match snooker. He really has, going for his first ever world title.
$43.
I heard him say in one of his interviews, John, you know, if it's going to be tactical, I don't mind that, but if the balls are open, he said, I'll knock them in.
49.
I mean, he made 4 centuries in the semi-final.
Well, I think when you're playing Ronnie or Sullivan, there's not much chance of it being tactical. But yeah, he's got a great all-round game, as Mark. The one thing he's not been doing with regularity is winning frames in one visit. And that's gone
57.
slightly wrong. I wouldn't expect him to be in trouble here, but this isn't the red he played on.
$58.
67 ahead, 75
63.
remaining. Pot this red goes 68 in front with only 67 remaining. And he's actually on the pink, so possibility here of his first century break of the final. A terrific response, particularly after the disappointment of losing the last frame.
70. Thanks. 71.
And there's Vicky. She is, well, a little smile, but it's so tense for family watching. It really is. It's worse for them than when you're out there on the table yourself.
78.
This is
79.
superb from Mark Selby. It really is. There's an awful lot of Ronnie O'Sullivan fans here at the Crucible, but when you're playing like this, Mark Selby will get a lot of support also. He does have, anyway, if you produce the goods, they'll respond.
Thanks. 86.
And a chance here. Pot this red and bring the
92.
red near the right-hand cushion into play. It's come a little bit awkward, but he certainly deserves a century. Well, soon this red passes a blue, so we're going to get one.
96. 97.
That's Mark Selby's 5th century, and what a time to produce it.
100. 102. 105.
The frame's been going, well, just coming up to 10 minutes.
109.
Yeah, it's done really well, and as I say, first century of this match, and this will really make him feel good. All the big breaks have been coming from his
114.
opponent. So this really will be a settler.
120.
Had a good run of the ball early on when he knocked a red on, when he looked as though he was going to run out of position, but he did the rest, and that was top draw from Mark Selby. Nothing Ronnie could do about that. He went in off. Mark Selby took the half chance, and with a marvellous break of 127, he stretched his lead again to 2 frames, 16-14.
Just coming up a little short with the break-off shot. Man, they're all big frames, but Ronnie O'Sullivan badly needs this one. Because I'm with John Parrott. If Mark Selby does win this frame, this player knows how to get over the line. You don't win 3 Masters titles without being able to do that. terrific pot. Now, can he pot this? It's not a straightforward pot this. Can he get a good angle? He needs an angle on the blue
6.
or possibly the green. He's played down for the green. And if he can judge
7.
this correctly, he can split the reds. He's played it perfectly. He's got the correct angle. How's your luck, Ronnie? It's not very good at first glance.
10.
I don't think he's dropped on anything, but he couldn't have played the shot any better. Very unlucky.
Ronnie O'Sullivan, 10.
Just about covered this red to the left corner. Put behind the disappointment of not being on a red and played an excellent safety here. Not certain to get this altogether safe.
He can't risk coming down the right side of the table. He would leave this red. Just a safety shot here. I say just a safety shot. I'm not sure if there's anything available into the middle pocket past the pink.
Well, I certainly think the red to the right of the black will pot.
Well spotted, John. He's not on the cushion. He can see enough of this. Oh, he's overcut it though. There's just so much pressure now on Ronnie every shot because he knows he can't really afford to make a mistake, John.
Yeah, and they're not easy, those. We've always said when you're playing, there's not a lot of nap on these cloths, but when you're playing across it, you just have a tendency to think it's going to drift into the red a little bit. We've seen a lot of those missed during the 17 days. Now, what a chance for Mark Selby. Doesn't have to really bring
1.
many reds into play. They're all there for the taking. It's a case of keeping yourself together, and that's easier said than done.
Eight. Yep. 9.
He did get a kick there. It took a little bit of pace out of the cue ball, so he's not as nicely on the black as we show you the red jump there. In fact, it wobbled a little bit as well. And he's wobbled that also. Ooh. Just have a look at this one. Caught the near jaw.
16.
I've seen lots of those not go in, but he's still in prime position again. And when you think, John, he was 8-3 down
17.
and 10-5 down, I mean, it really is unbelievable performance.
Yes, and particularly as we know how intimidating Ronnie O'Sullivan can be. He's won his last 2 matches
24.
with sessions to spare. But he took everything that Ronnie was handing out, and he wasn't playing particularly well, Mark. He wasn't scoring when he got in, but he just stuck at it. And when Ronnie did make a mistake near the end of frames, he'd pick up the pieces, and that's why he's in the position he's in now.
25.
total points scored. And this black will put Mark Selby ahead on points. That's a nice little flick off that red. Just widen the angle nicely.
32.
Choice of reds. Black available into both corners. What a chance to go within one frame of being crowned world champion.
$33.
He's just about okay.
40.
What a picture of concentration that is on Mark Selby's face.
48.
Determination, concentration.
49. $56. $57.
This black will put in 54 points in front with 67 remaining. So after this black, one more red in the colour. And Ronnie will drop 3 frames behind, and more importantly, Mark Selby just 1 frame away from the title.
$64.
Well, that shot in the middle is a player absolutely full of confidence to hammer that in at that pace.
And what a time, Dennis, to produce your best scoring of the final.
72.
Hazel was saying he
73.
did exactly that against Neil Robertson. He was playing his best snooker right at the end of that match, and he's doing it again here, as you say, John, in the final. Been a professional for 15 years, and every player's ambition is to lift the World Championship trophy.
80.
And he's getting closer to it. He's marching round the table now as Mark Selby.
Thanks, Mark. 81.
He's had a look at this pink. Available as we look at Ronnie, nothing he can do now. He's going to have to produce a superhuman effort to win this match, you feel. But you would never put anything beyond Ronnie O'Sullivan. The ability he's got.
87.
But boy, his back's against the wall now. Oh, what a pity.
Ronnie O'Sullivan.
Well, it could have been back-to-back centuries, but the centuries don't matter. It's the frames. And Mark Selby now goes 3 frames ahead, and it's just 1 frame away from being crowned Dapperbet World Snooker Champion. 17-14. A frame to take you over the winning line can always be the hardest one of all.
There's the match time, just 10 minutes short of 11 hours. Mark's semi-final was just over 12 hours. As Ronnie O'Sullivan got something left in the tank. I said, is there anything left in the tank? He's pulled out a little gem there, I can tell you. Just a little congested around the black spot area there, the way the reds are sitting. Has he found the gap? Has he found the gap?
You betcha. I think that looks to be absolutely
6.
inch perfect. The red just above the black. To stun it into the right corner. He's just checking to see if the red just above it will go into the left corner after this red and the black.
Seven.
Won't be able to play on that one red now, so I'll have to play a little cannon here. You'll have to play with a lot of pace. Now, the question is it just a case of rolling this red
40.
in and being on the black? He's down quick, he must like the angle.
Oh, he's got a big
15.
bounce there, I think. Or did he just play that a little too quickly? I wouldn't mind another look at that to see. Let's have a look. I think he just hit it a little hard anyway. Maybe just rushed that one slightly.
Yeah, he'd be disappointed.
Ronnie O'Sullivan, 15.
It was a good opening red. Now, is there a gap between these reds? Mark Selby's not looked yet. There's a red right at the bottom of this bunch. I think there's a gap where he can get to the potting angle of this red. And if he can play it as a shot for nothing. Quite an aggressive safety there from Ronnie. Opening up the reds. Got a good cue ball. Bit of pressure on the safety here for Mark at first glance.
Well, that must be very tight as to whether he can get to the red he was looking at. And even then, he's got to find the gap back down the table. Well, let's have a look. Is it the red just behind the pink? And will he miss the in off? He's pretty good at picking out these type of shots, but he's got to be very precise with this. And there you see it. It looked as if he was going to fluke one. Now then, the red's over the pocket. There's a possibility of planting another red onto it to get good position.
Yeah, I think he's got to play one red onto the other, and if the pocket doesn't clear, he'll be thinking, I'll have a chance of the pink into the left middle. He's not had a look at that yet, but that's what his thought should be, because if he plays this red, then he's not certain to clear the pocket for the black. He's not certain to clear the pocket for the black.
One.
Well, is he on the blue? That's the question. If not, it's going to have to be the green and then try and get that red that you said could block the pocket, John. Has he dropped on that red? It would help. And he is. He can now clear that pocket.
Just got to find the gap between the black and the red for the black in the same pocket. Oh, not quite found it.
5.
He'll be disappointed with that positional shot.
He played it with lots of check side. I, like you, John, thought he would just go past the red the other side. And he thought, if I can get enough check side, I'll be okay. This is a thin snick. It's there, but look where the cue ball's going. Little wry smile there, but he's not finished yet, that's for sure.
Well, tremendous pot that was.
11.
And he's on the yellow, and perfectly on the yellow. Fighting hard to keep this visit going. It's been anything but straightforward so far. Needs a good kiss on the pink. Looking at his body language.
13.
Is he on this red? Well, he had to swerve to pot that and played it absolutely
14.
delightfully.
I mean, that looked an easy shot, but he had to bend it around the red, and I can't tell you how difficult that was. That would help if that red would pot in the middle of that little bunch of 4. He's thinking 2 or 3 shots ahead.
$21.
The red might be tight, but I'll tell you what, the plant's not too far away.
28.
JV.
Yeah, but you wouldn't want to be playing from where the cue ball is at the moment. That plant is on, but he needs to be a lot higher up, so this red important to get a nice angle on the blue. He doesn't want to be cannoning into these 4 reds because it could go wrong. Just drop the blue in. There's enough distance between these 2 balls that the plant can be made and shouldn't be missed. If you play the cannon, it can go wrong. He's got a 44-point lead. This blue will put him 49 points in front with just 75 remaining. Decided to play the cannon, but it's okay. It's worked out absolutely inch perfect.
34.
Just thinking, he thought there maybe that the other red might just be slightly in the way of the plant, and that's why he played the split, but didn't he play that well? Well, showing
35.
why he has won 5 world titles. I mean, back right against the wall, and he's produced this. But what's he done there? The pink's back on its spot. Now that was a little lapse in concentration. And he was only a couple of pots away from securing the frame.
Throws the rest on the table in disgust. Now, normally when he's suffered a poor positional shot, he's really concentrating on the safety. It's not letting him affect his next shot. Can he produce a good safety?
Thank you. Thanks.
Good
Ronnie
safety,
O'Sullivan,
well played.
41.
Hit his disappointment, didn't let it affect the next shot.
Tell you what, it's not only a good safety, it's a snooker. The only red he can see is the one next to the green, so that's as good as a snooker. He's having to bend this round the black. Now this would be a terrific safety shot if he gets this back down the table. Oh, that's covered the other red, you know. He's had a bit of a result, that red coming next to the pink. I don't think he can get through to the potting angle. Well, he could, because he missed at the other side of the pocket.
Well, the red has finished close enough to the baulk cushion to make this a very difficult pot. And if you look at the situation of the other four reds, 56 is a big advantage. But a terrific pot. Now needs that cue ball to slow.
What?
It hasn't done. Wrong side of the blue. I think maybe the red that's just to the left of the pink may possibly go at the left corner, but well, does it? And being on the blue the way he is, he can't get good on the red.
Well, he's looking to see if he can find an angle around missing the brown and the black to get to that red. And here it comes. He's found the gap. In fact, the cannon might work out. Well, have a look at that shot. What a shot he's pulled out there. You won't see a better shot than that. To create that top spin from that position was unbelievable.
Seven.
Yeah, an amazing shot. And you saw the cue ball jump, but then all that top spin kicked in and hit this as sweet as a nut, which is more than I can say about his last shot. Look at the white, the way it jumps before the top spin takes effect. He wanted to be on a different angle on the black than this. But he's cueing, he's getting through the cue ball at this very tense moment when you can get a bit of tension in the arm.
14.
Well, I think Vicky will be more tense than Mark, but he needed the black back on its spot to give himself a chance to get an angle to move the reds. That's why he played for the black previously, so he's still
15.
thinking very straight. And what a key shot this is coming up. Now, how hard does he hit this? Does he try and develop the two reds and the green? Where's that cue ball? This crucible
22.
crowd, you can cut the atmosphere with a knife.
.34 behind, 43 remaining. That red still tied up with the green. Well, maybe had one eye to bringing that red into play, took his eye off the pot, but it's a tough pot anyway. I have to say, a little bit unlucky when he played the black and cannon the reds. Could have expected something easier than that.
Where's the cue ball? Where is that cue ball?
Foul. Mark Selby, 4.
Well, there's the difference, 30 behind. weighing the situation up. Ronnie not looking at the moment.
It's getting hot out there. The temperature's rising.
Careful he doesn't send this red into a potable position past the black. He played it onto the black. Doesn't matter about cannoning the blue. The main part of that shot was the red ball. Ronnie get this white down behind that blue. He's gone over to the right side of the table, which was a little surprising because this red will pass the pink and it's a bit of a free shot. And just have a little think about this. If he pots this red and he doesn't drop on a colour, he could put Ronnie in a very difficult snooker. It's there.
One.
He's on the blue, so he can try and disturb that red, but it would have to be absolutely spot on. Well, decision time.
Well, I've got to be honest with you, Dennis. If it wasn't for the miss rule, there wouldn't be a decision to make. You'd play the blue. But Mark may be thinking, as you thought, if I get him snooker behind the brown and make it a very hard snooker to hit, I can close the gap with foul 4 points.
All I was thinking was it's a
Selby
tough snooker to get out of, but the way he's played it, it's not tough to get out of.
No. He needed to cover this one cushion escape.
And he's got the red. Well played. I mean, personally, I would have taken the blue on and tried the cannon. Mark thought about it.
As you can see, Ronnie can get past the pink and he'll use the green to leave the cue ball at this end. We didn't want that red to be so close to the pocket, though.
Now this is tough, and if he pots it, the white will go towards the left middle pocket, you would think. Oh, and where's the cue ball?
So Ronnie comes to the table, 29 points in front, just needing the red to go 30 points in front. That red that looked as though it had dropped twice. But he didn't take the opportunity. The situation, Mark Selby, 29 points behind, 35 remaining.
Ronnie put a little trace of left-hand side on that, and it seemed to swing it into the red. But this is a chance. If it goes in, he'd be on the black, you would feel. It's there. Is he on the black? It's just rolling and rolling. Is he on the black? I think he is. The yellow won't pass the blue, though. So there's a lot
Black ball.
to be played for here.
Eight.
21 behind. He's got an angle to pot this, and he can go round the back of the blue. And Vicky, well, what is she feeling like inside? Oh, he's flicked the blue, but what a flick. Look where he's finished up.
10.
And that has given him a chance because he's got an angle on the green, and I'm not making this green out to be easy, but he can stun. Well, he's looking to see whether brown passes the blue, but there's a gap in between the black and pink to go up the left-hand side of the table for the brown. If this green goes in, this could be his chance. Well, it obviously passes the blue. So, Mark Selby, you need these 4 colours.
Well, what a clearance this would be. The green was outstanding to get up for the brown. This looks good. It looks very good. 2 more pots.
22.
And what a comeback this will be. Just the black
28.
for a famous victory. Vicky is praying. Absolutely incredible. Mark Selby was 8-3 down. He was 10-5 down. Ronnie comes forward and congratulates him. And isn't everybody delighted? A milestone in this very popular player from Leicester, Mark Selby, makes one of the best comebacks I've seen for many, many years, and he wins the World Championship for the very first time. He's the 2014 Dafabet World Snooker Champion. Well done, Mark Selby. Congratulations to all the family.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear your appreciation for an absolutely sensational victory for Mark Selby. A wonderful final. And I wonder if I can grab a word with a man whose run has come to an end. It's been an absolutely stunning run, Ronnie. You've had 2 titles, you've made it to the final here. You can be proud of your achievements in getting back here, but this man has been granite the last couple of days to play.
You know, I just want to congratulate Mark on a fantastic tournament. You know, he's been the best player over these last 17 days. He's had another good season, you know, and that was tough, you know. He had me in all sorts of trouble for 2 days, really, and in the end I went numb. I tried my hardest, I gave it my best, but he was just too strong, too tough, and he you know, he's a worthy champion.
Frame 23, the miss on the pink, it meant that you came into this final session behind. Was that a shock to your system?
No, you know, it was obviously disappointing to miss it, but, you know, I think the black last night at 10-5, I think, was probably more important. And, you know, if we would have both been going at it, you know, hammer and tongs at each other, then obviously, you know, a ball like that could be, you know, a turning point. But, you know, the match was more about safety. So it wasn't about one missed ball. It was just about he just out-fought me, out-battled me, outdone me, and I've got no complaints. You know, I tried my hardest.
You've won 4 titles this season, Ronnie. What sort of pride can you take in your achievement in getting back here once again for a 3rd final in a row?
To be honest with you, you know, I'm really... I've never been in such a good place. You know, I've enjoyed these last 17 days, and you know, maybe 4 or 5 years ago I would have threw the towel in that match, but I never gave in, and I'm proud of how I kind of, you know, stuck in there and tried to the end. But you know, I just didn't have it today, and I'm sorry for not giving, you know, a better performance. But you know, I tried my hardest.
You sure did, and you've made it a fantastic final. Ronnie O'Sullivan, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much, Ronnie. But here he is, Mark Selby, world champion. How does that sound?
Amazing, really. Well, just obviously it couldn't be better. I mean, playing obviously Ronnie in the final. If you're going to win the World Championships, you want to win it with Ronnie in the tournament. And there's no better way to win it, obviously, than beat him in the final.
3-8 down, 5-10 down. How did you turn this match around?
Well, just my usual self. I dug in and never give in. Obviously, that's my attitude. I didn't play pretty snooker at early doors in the match. But when the going got tough towards the end, I thought I played really well.
We were talking about the 2 frames last night being so significant. How much confidence and belief did you take out of that when you looked exhausted yesterday?
Yeah, it was a tough day yesterday. Obviously, the last 2 frames was huge because, not saying obviously my back would have been against the wall and it would have been all over, but obviously Ronnie's one of the best front runners in the world. So to get back to 10-7, obviously I knew I was in with a chance. Any other score than that obviously was going to be difficult.
What a clearance to win it. Clearance of your life.
Yeah, I mean, under the circumstances, like I say, it's not really sunk in. My father passed away when I was 16 before I turned professional. And I always said to him that I'd try and win the World Championships one day. And today's come.
And Mark, not only are you world champion, you've also gone back to world #1. And you've become the 9th man to win a career Triple Crown. All your Christmases have come at the one time today.
Yeah, I mean, it can't get any better. Obviously, I just want to thank everybody, all my supporters, obviously my wife, Vicky, all the family, everyone who stood by me through thick and thin and supported me when the going got tough. And I was lacking a little bit of confidence. They was always behind me, giving me the G to carry on.
You'd lost several finals, some big finals this season, Mark, and I know you weren't happy with the way you were playing, but we talked earlier in this championship and you said you'd found something just about a week before the Crucible began. What was it?
I don't know, I was just practising. A few weeks before, when I come back from China, I didn't play fantastic out there, and obviously I was sort of half dreading coming to the World Championships because I knew, obviously, it's one of the tournaments I want to win, and my form wasn't fantastic. But I had a few days off and then went back to the practice table with a clear mind. And like I say, I don't know, I just put in the hard work and something seemed to click and I came here confident.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, Mark really wanted to be at Leicester City's victory parade today, but you had other things on your mind. You play your cards right, you'll get a victory parade of your own. Your champion, Mr. Mark Selby.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the presentation party. Barry Hearn, Chairman of World Snooker, and from Dapperbet, John Cruces, Head of Marketing, and Martin Elliott, Director of Gaming. Receiving, first of all, ladies and gentlemen, a pair of solid gold cufflinks, Sheffield's very own referee, Brendan Moore. And your runner-up, receiving a cheque for £125,000. Ladies and gentlemen, the Rocket, Ronnie O'Sullivan. And the winner, receiving a cheque for £300,000, the trophy and the title, 2014 Dafabet World Snooker Champion, Mark Selby. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, your champion, Mark Selby.
Mark Selby, 30 years of age, as he says, he's been professional since he was 15 years old. So much emotion as he's joined by his wife Vicky tonight. And the support team, he certainly put them through the mill, but you have to say one of the gutsiest and most daring clearances we have ever seen to win a world title. Steve and John are watching this. What do we make of the way he closed that match out?
We said it, but to be honest with you, it was remarkable the way he won it. I mean, I think he's one of the few players who was exceptional at doing that, closing matches out, but that clearance himself, when he gets a chance to look back on it, he won't believe he's done that himself, because that was, well, it was almost superhuman. And in the circumstances, to find your best scorer near the end and to keep going all the way through that match, he deserves it. And he's a credit to our sport. He will be a credit to the sport, and he's now got the Triple Crown.
He has, and he's humble in victory and defeat. He's a very, very popular man, great company. How popular a winner will he be within snooker, Steve?
I think everybody will be delighted for him, and I think, you know, he can be proud of himself. I think all his fans and friends and family can be proud of him. And I think he's got so many friends that the snooker players, they'll be delighted for him as well. It was a monstrous performance from behind. It really was. And in a way, he's the only player, possibly this season, who has played his game against Ronnie O'Sullivan and not been dictated to by Ronnie O'Sullivan and not folded in the wake of Ronnie O'Sullivan.
And he's done it. I mean,